Man Unfiltered. What's up, my brother? Oh my God. Listen.
My man, Black Man Unfiltered. Shout out to
you guys go follow this smart man right here. This smart man right here. Black Man Unfiltered. Go follow him.
It's a great show. It is an absolute great show. Yeah, you are missing out if you are not tuned in and subscribe to Black Man Unfiltered Network.
I am ready yet.
Everybody in this channel, everybody in this chat, before you leave here, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure that you are subscribed, because whether you agree or not, you see that this is a higher level of conversation that we're having. So if you can hang with it, you're more than welcome to come on in and support Black Man Unfiltered and the messages that he's putting out here.
Good evening, guys. Good evening. Good evening. It's Tuesday. What's going on, everybody? Good evening, family. Good evening, family. Let's go ahead and start with family first, because you know I can't do this without you guys. So let's go ahead and start in the chat first. All right. So, K-Soul, I'll go ahead and drop the link, man, real quick. All right. So it's good to see everybody tonight that's going to be here to support. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. It's been amazing to continue to be here with you guys. So I appreciate you. Welcome to Talk That Talk Tuesday. Talk That Talk Tuesday. Book of Genesis. Yes, check your messages. I sent you the link. Come on in here. Check your inbox. So yeah, Talk That Talk Tuesday. We're about to get it in, man. As you can see tonight, it's going to be a conversation. Tonight's conversation we're going to talk about is modern day parenting, creating entitled children. Yeah. We got to talk. We got to have an honest conversation. Yeah, we got to have an honest conversation. So, salute to everyone in the chat. Let's go down here and see who's in the sanctuary today. Real Talk with Mimsy Limbs. How are you doing, honey? Jenny, thank you. Always, Jenny. Come on, guys. We got to give it up to Jenny. Jenny is just amazing. Jenny, thank you for being the moderator. Thank you for everything you do on and off the screen. You are amazing. Appreciate you. All right. K-Soul is in the building. We'll be here soon. And then we have, let's see, Brianna's in the building. Brianna, you know what? If you can cam up and come on tonight, it'll be great, because I would love to have your perspective on this, because we've had this conversation before. So thank Brianna for being here tonight. Let's see here. Randy, come on. Randy, thank you for being here tonight. Talk Hell is in the building. Talk Hell is in the building tonight. Thank you for being here tonight. Just Kaya, Real Talk Daily, is in the building right now. All right. Book of Genesis, she should be here in a minute. I definitely want her perspective on what we're going to be talking about tonight. Book of Genesis, if you don't have that message, I think I sent it directly to you, but if you don't have it, I'll send it back to you again, Shook. Just let me know if you have it or not. I'm pretty sure I sent it to her. All right. So guys, if you're here, thank you for being here. If you're part of the Black Man Unfiltered family already, thank you for given that subscription. You are part of that family. We love you. If you're here right now, go ahead and hit the like button right here. Go ahead and tap it. Share this with your family and your friends. We need to get this channel banging, guys. I also want to thank you guys for helping me get to over 600 subs. That's amazing. So thank you guys for helping me get there. We're going to continue to climb. And as we climb, we're going to continue to get better and better and give you better content over and over again. So thank you. So my panel for tonight, for now, because you know the panel will grow as we continue the conversation. So I want to start with ladies first. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the first book of the Bible, spelled differently. Let's give it up for yours truly, the Book of Genesis. Hey, girl, what's up? How are you? You muted. Don't worry about it. Don't you worry. Uh-oh. I heard something happen. Oh yeah, get it together. Get it together. Yeah, she moving. She moving. Look at her. Look at her. Get it together. But yeah, so while she's getting it together, I want to thank her for being here tonight while she get her volume together. Security Boss is in the building tonight. The one and only unsolicited Security Boss, guys. Come on, come on. So that we got her here. You go ahead and work on your volume, Sugar. I'll get you back in here in a few minutes. Go ahead. Kate, now the next guy here, listen, it is February the 15th. This guy is 24 to 48 hours away from being a father, guys. A baby is on the way from this man's sack of glory. He produced a baby girl, and he's here tonight. Let's give it up for yours truly. Oh, I hear some volume. What's up, Genesis? How you doing?
Hear me now. I still have my connection from my show, so
okay.
I didn't switch back over. But
you good. So let's go ahead and bring him in. This guy, K Soul, is in the building tonight. Can we get up? K Soul, what's up, man?
Can you hear me? Okay, I'm testing out some new equipment. So, not new, some old equipment, but I want to see if it works.
Oh yeah. You good, man? I hear you very clear, man. Loud and clear, bro.
Okay.
Hey, listen, how is the wife and the baby? Nothing yet, right?
So, all right. So, funny story. Not really a funny story, but today is technically the due date. Today is the due date. However, today I have a wild, crazy uncle, and my wife did not want to have the baby on my uncle's birthday. So today is his birthday. So no baby today. She said she's not having a baby today. So, but she's doing good. She's doing good any minute. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like I'm going to be on here one day, and then she's going to be like, I got to go. I'm like, I got to go, guys. I'm just going to turn off my camera, roll out.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. Come on, man. That would be lovely. To go ahead and she come in. Okay, baby, I'm ready. We got it on camera. That would be lovely. Yeah. All right, man. So, man, I appreciate you being here, bro. I appreciate you showing your support and being here. Genesis, same thing to you, hun. Thank you so much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, for right now, the man that can speak up and speak out about whatever he wants to, and he don't give a damn who likes it and who don't give a damn who don't. Give it up for yours truly. Your guy, Mr. Brian Jehovah's in the building tonight. Give it up. What's going on, player?
Man, everything good, man. How everybody Lovers Day over the weekend and yesterday? Everybody had a good time?
Pretty good time, man. Pretty good, bro.
Cool.
Hey,
man,
I want to start out with a little news, man. So how are y'all feeling about everything that's going on with this Sha'Carri Richardson situation that didn't flare back up?
Man, it's messed up, ain't it? It's not shocking. You know, we've seen this time after time. Only black people can't make mistakes, you know, but everybody else can and be forgiven. So I'm not shocked.
Yeah. What about you, Queso?
I don't know much about it. I just heard, from what I heard, she also was doing some performance or messing around with some performance enhancing drugs and was still allowed to perform. But that's all I know.
Right. So Sha'Carri Richardson, fastest woman in the world, competed to go to the Olympics. Could not go because they found marijuana in her system. And then after they found marijuana in the system, they told her she's disqualified, you know, based on the Olympic rules. So now we have this new girl. I think she's Russian, and she has performing enhancing drugs, and they still allowed her to perform, and she won. That's the bad thing. Like, she really won using performance enhancing drugs.
Wow. Well, you know, it's Nathan always says it when he's on this channel. You know, he says not sometimes, but a lot of the times when things affect other people a certain way, it affects us even more. How does he always say it? He always goes, if it's the flu for another community, then it's like Ebola for us or something like that.
Yeah.
So, you know, one thing I always say, and this is just my opinion, you know, hopefully nobody gets mad at me, but, you know, the people before us, they fought a certain fight. right? And they went through a lot, and they did a lot of things. They made a lot of sacrifices. And I think that there is still a fight going on, but I think that we are unaware of that fight, right? So what I would say to that situation, one, I do think it's wrong and it's unfair based off what I know, right? There's no questioning that. But what I would say, knowing that that's how the world operates, you know, when Jackie Robinson had to play baseball with people who didn't look like him and people who didn't like him, he had to be a lot better than they were in order to be respected. You know what I'm saying? And so now we're in a place where we don't have to fight as hard, but there's still some things that I think we need to be aware of. And again, I'm not saying that it's right, but I'm saying I just think as a people, we still have to be better in a certain way. And hopefully it won't be like that one day. And I know there's people out there fighting for that same thing. But it's unfortunate.
Yeah, because we definitely we got to be perfect. You know, like Brian said, we can't make no mistakes. We have to be perfect in every aspect of everything we do. Genesis, how do you feel about it?
It's unfortunate. Things like that frustrate me because, you know, we are enough years beyond Jim Crow that we shouldn't be dealing with some of these things.
Right. I agree. It's crazy. It's crazy. I didn't get a chance to speak with you guys over the weekend. So how did you guys enjoy that Super Bowl halftime show with Dr. Dre and Mary J. Blige and 50 Cent? And I mean, did you get a chance to watch it, Brian?
Man, you know what's funny, bro? I'm not even a football fan, man. I ain't watching nothing, man. And plus, the whole weekend was funny. My son, he do 7-on-7, so they had like a tournament all weekend, and
yeah,
so I did with that. But now, man, I heard about it. I saw it on the timeline and stuff like that. I didn't even know who was playing till like Wednesday or something. So I'm not really a sports fan, football fan.
Yeah, Black David, check your email as well. Black David said he don't watch NFL, period. But I'm gonna get on him about that tonight because I got some comparison to make with him. Because Black David be saying he don't watch the NFL because I want to know the reason why. Because I have a pushback on that.
What's his reason?
I don't know. That's what I'm finna see when he came up.
We got to find out.
We got to find out. And
hey,
go ahead.
I was gonna say, you know what's funny, man? I usually don't like a lot of rap performances during the Super Bowl, and not for any reason. Like, I'm a hip hop head. I love hip hop.
Right.
Sometimes it just doesn't sound good, and then sometimes like the content, I'm like, oh my gosh, why is this the content that's being played? But I thought for the most part it was super tasteful. It was nostalgic. It was dope. Honestly, and I know a lot of people are like hype about like all the past artists. Yo, Kendrick Lamar's performance was so dope. So dope. I loved it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He had a whole militant. You know what it reminded me of when Beyonce did it, when they had all the black on with the militant outfits and they were marching and shit. I was like, dang.
Yeah, I remember that.
Kendrick on a whole nother level in the rap game, bro.
Yeah, I gotta see that dude live, bro. That was dope.
And when Eminem took a knee, that was over, bro. Like the NFL, they really like right now they're talking about like they didn't want that. And he said he did that for Cap.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what about you, Genesis? Did you watch the halftime show?
I missed it. My weekend responsibilities prevented me, but I intend to catch the replay or the DVR. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I heard great things though, other than MJB's song selection.
Yeah.
They wish she had done something more upbeat, but
right. Yeah.
Can I say something that might be blasphemous?
Yeah.
Anyway.
Mary J. Blige,
she can't sing.
Is not that good of a singer at all.
She's not.
I'm sorry, she's not.
So y'all got to make me fight. Y'all make me choose violence tonight.
I've been saying that for years, bro.
She be barely hitting them notes. She's not. She's a good studio artist. I like her older songs, but on stage, nah.
You gotta jump around and sing at the same time. That requires a lot. Getting a little bit up in age.
Yeah.
I
I mean,
don't
I
know.
saw a lot of ladies talking about her in the comments last night saying that she too old. You know, Mary 55. I did not know she was that old.
She looks damn good for 55.
Yeah, I did not know that. And so they were talking about, you know, she should have chosen something better to wear that's age appropriate.
Now,
And so some people was like, well, J-Lo did it last year, and J-Lo's 55. And then somebody in the comments was like, but yeah, that's J-Lo though. Like that's
if she can wear it and wear it well, go ahead, sis.
yeah. Because after she did the performance, she just fell out and laid out, and I said, "Oh, Mary, don't you weep."
Don't you weep.
Wow. I mean, because you know that's what she was famous for. I mean, she's famous for those songs that made women want to fight. You know what I'm saying, Jens? You know I'm not lying. No more pain, no more pain, no more. Oh man, Mary get you right, man. Mary, how you want to beat up everybody, but
yeah,
we're waiting on the Canadian-born Nigerian. Hey, where you at, Canadian-born Nigerian? Where you at, Black David?
He got to put the kids to bed.
He coming off that pole.
Oh yeah. And you know, and he probably said, "Go to bed right now. I'm trying to get." Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you guys to Black Men Unfiltered Talk That Talk Tuesday, where we have everyone here to discuss something. But tonight, we have a special guest in the building, and I want to announce him as he comes in, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, for your viewing pleasure, ex-stripper, ex-oil expert, according to last week's show. We're going to give it up for yours truly, all the way from Nigeria. Let's give it up for Black David.
Right, Aaron.
Ladies and gentlemen, Black David's in the building tonight. What's going on, man?
I'm doing good. Got my booster shot while I took my lunch break during work, so I'm fine. Got everything completed. So it is what it is.
Hey, Aaron O, man. Hey, Aaron O, I would love to have you on tonight, too, about this conversation, bro. Ooh. I know you probably have to go early because I know you got something else to do, but do not forget about the Nigerian magic oil, guys. We still have some on sale in the back. Nigerian magic oil created.
Well, the Nigerian embassy want to take everything that they're not allowed to sell the Nigerian oil.
Absolutely.
So let's appeal some paperwork. So until further notice, I ain't telling no more Nigerian magic oil. Sorry.
Yeah, man. So guys, hey man, let's go ahead and start the conversation. The conversation tonight is, you know, it's a hard question for some parents because some parents are not able to really see this. Some parents, I feel some parents are delusional. Some parents are delusional when it comes to their kids. They think that they're helping their kids when they're actually hurting their kids. So I want to start with Queso. Queso, is modern day parenting creating entitled children?
I think so. I think that a lot of modern day parenting seems to be centered on, and as I'm thinking, I'm sure I'll have more to say about this, but I think it's centered on being your kid's friend. Right. I think people aren't really parenting anymore. I think people are making decisions based on how their kids feel, which to me is a very dangerous thing, because when you raise kids to only do what they want to do, to only do what makes them comfortable, to, you know, when you're not pushing your kids and things like that, kids grow up and they become adults. And as adults, they expect those same things to happen. And the world isn't like that. The world doesn't give you what you want. The world doesn't even always give you what you deserve. The world isn't fair. Sha'Carri Richardson, you were just talking about. And so I think there is a lack of, you ever heard the term? I don't even know if this term applies the correct way, but there's a term. I think it goes, pain is love. or tough love, or any of those terms like that. And I think that plays a significant role in building people, especially little boys, to be the adults that they should be, to be the most productive, the most efficiently contributing to society type of people. But I think that when you try to be friends with your kids, when I know people who will not do things because they don't want their kids to be mad at them. Like I've seen that with some people that I grew up with. And I just think that's in my opinion, in my humble opinion, I just think that's the wrong way to raise a child. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's my look at it. I definitely think there's a lot of entitled people. You can even see it now, even in our generation. There are so many adults that are entitled, and you're like, why are you like this? And if you talk to them long enough, if they're people you know and you talk to them long enough and you find out how they're raised, you'll find out that, they weren't made to do things they didn't want to do. They were their mom and dad's friend, from 4 years old. I told Jaden, that's my son's name. I didn't mean to say it out loud, but I told my son, I said, we can be friends when you get older, but right now I'm your father. Right. And I'm always going to be his father. But, like even my mom, we can be friends. I can joke with her a certain way. We can, but there was a point where it's like, you got to do what I say. And, it kind of played a significant role in my upbringing. So that's my take on it. Genesis is biting her lip. Let Genesis go.
I disagree. I agree and disagree.
Okay.
I think you can be your child's friend, but still discipline.
How so?
I want my kids to respect me, not fear me.
Thanks.
So there is I think when people speak on fear, we automatically look at it as a negative thing. Fear is healthy.
Well, nervous to tell me something. I don't want my children to feel like my dad is just so mean, and I want to be relatable to my children. I want my children to communicate with me. I get what you're saying. Like you could do both. Like there are certain levels that I go with my daughter or my son, when I'm mad or whatever like that. But at the same time, I have to be a little relaxed and calm in certain situations when they come and want to speak to me about stuff. It feels good that my children talk to me about sex. It feels good that my children can talk to me about things that a lot of kids that's growing up their age can't, even my age couldn't do, talk to their parents about certain things that they thinking about doing or stuff like that, because I made them feel comfortable. Not saying I'm your friend, like, what's up, my nigga? Nah, my kids don't talk to me like that. But we do have great conversations, and my children are comfortable to have those type conversations with me. So now you got to be your kid. But I get it though. And we're in a different time now. We making more money. So,
So let me say this. I am not my child's friend.
That's on you, brother.
And he tells me everything. Like literally when it comes to drugs, when it comes to sex, when it comes to all those things. But I also let my child, I made sure he understood what my role is in his life. I made him understand the importance of needing to come to me. And because of that relationship from a very young age, and you have to have discernment of when there's a time to have those conversations and allow your child some grace. But there's also time where I have to lay down the law. I am not going to not lay down the law just so my child sees me closer to a friend than a parent. So that's just my perspective on it.
I don't think when in the scenario that we're talking about as being, I should say, friendly with your kids, you don't spare correction. No. When there's times that the child's behavior needs to be corrected, you still do that. If a spanking is ordered, they still do that. But
so let me ask you this: is the way you correct, is a factor in the way you correct the way your child is going to perceive you as far as being a friend? Are you like, I'm not going to correct them a certain way or them a certain way because
word besides friend? Can you use another word besides friend?
I'm old school, so I believe in spare the rod, spoil the child.
Okay.
But I don't. If it comes down to spanking, then I don't spank when I'm angry, and I have conversations. I explain, why there's correction to the behavior so that hopefully they don't do it again. They don't really listen to that all the time, but and then that's it. I'm kind of liberal, like I don't believe in the kids should be seen and not heard. However, because I want them to be independent thinkers, I want them to think, formulate their own opinions about things. And it's okay to express, I'm not a dictator as a parent. It's okay for you to have your opinion, and it's okay for your opinion to be different than mine. However, if you're expressing it, then you have to express that difference of opinion in a respectful way.
Yeah.
So if their opinion doesn't align with you, do you still make the final decision?
Absolutely.
So I would say that is a dictatorship.
No, you get a choice, but at the end of the day, if whatever decision I'm making with their best interest at heart. So if you think that you should stay out till 2 a.m., no, we're not going to do that.
Right.
Now, you can express your desire to stay out till 2 a.m., but it's not happening.
No, that's a dictatorship then. Queso is correct.
Okay.
Which is fine, but
Look,
then I'm a friendly dictator then.
and I'll go to that way as well.
There you go.
Like benevolent dictator. Yeah, pretty much what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, because I'm all for letting kids express themselves. But I also realize that they're kids, right? And what they're expressing is based on a lack of knowledge, right? So I have to, my dictatorship, benevolent dictatorship, is based on the fact that I'm trying to protect them. It's based on the fact that there's things that they don't know that I know that they're not even thinking about, that I'm thinking about, is why I have to make the final decision. And again, I've had these conversations with my son. I tell him, you're allowed to be mad at me, but at the end of the day, you're going to do what I tell you to do because I'm your parent. You can argue with your friends. You can't argue with me. So that's just me.
Okay, bro. I think we all do that, dog.
And some parents allow that, though. Some parents allow their kids to be self-expressive, even in anger. Right? I've seen it. My mom don't care about that. No. No, my son can't come check me like that, bro. We're gonna have a problem. I mean, so it's like, no, you're not gonna come and check me, or no. I can't even imagine it. It makes my head hurt to even fathom.
I'm thankful my son, man. My son already know. He never even raised his voice at me or none of this shit. And he a teenager, and I just put that in him. Like, nah, bro, we ain't gonna have that.
So
I got a question.
Hold on, Mandrell, real quick, because well, me and Mandrell are the only ones I believe that probably don't have kids on the panel at this point, right?
Right.
And if that's the case, I'm interested in knowing, because this is always a good thing. Mandrell, you have horrible auto etiquette. You have no idea when to mute and not mute. Try moderating for a day. You'll start to learn, bro. I did that for you, Black Man.
Didn't to come here, man. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Black Man had to mute you earlier. I saw what he did because I know how it goes. So, but no, on a serious note, I'm interested because you said don't raise your kids can't raise their voice, and I'm interested to say that because even when you're wrong as a parent, you scream at your child and you later come back and say, oh, no, I was wrong, but in that moment, you're still yelling at your child and you're actually wrong. So is it possible? So you're already nodding your head that you're not wrong?
No,
I never hollered at my mother.
I don't do the yelling.
Have you ever hollered at your mother before?
I don't do the yelling. Kids don't they don't hear any better because you're raising.
Why you didn't holler at your mother, Aaron?
Well, to be fair, I got 4 brothers. I don't have an anger issue. They might have somewhat of an anger issue. I personally think it was genetic, right? I think anger issues come from either a trauma-induced thing or a genetic thing, because I just don't respond the same way other people respond. I think that's genetic.
I never holler at my mother, and my kids will never holler at me.
Fair enough, but in a general sense, we understand that a lot of parents do yell at their kids. Like, we can agree to that. right? We can agree. Your initial response in a lot of the cases is just it's just not predetermined. So you're initially responding, and sometimes you're a little loud, and you may be wrong. But a child yells because they're confused or whatever the case is, and they're punished for it just because they're a child. Not necessarily they were wrong. What if they were right and they responded in a loud tone because they felt they were right? Is it just because you're the parent you overrule it, even in the sense when you're wrong and they're right? Does you see what I'm saying? I'm generally wondering, because I've seen that happen a lot. Because just because you're a parent,
I haven't seen that except on the internet.
I love you, bro. I love you, Brian. You one of the realest on the internet, bro. You one of the realest.
You realest, man. All y'all real, man. We just come from different backgrounds and we seen different.
So you said you hadn't seen what, Brian?
I haven't seen a child holler at their mother in real life. But except on the internet.
Not a black child, maybe.
Right.
Not a black
child.
I've seen that. I've seen it.
Listen, I'm not around
black child do it
like that. You know
I have too, Mandrell.
What?
I seen it on the internet though.
No, Brian. My ex-girlfriend, I seen her child yell at her.
Really?
That child was 5.
What state you was in when you were dating
Alabama? Another time she was 6 and 7.
Stop. An Alabama woman allowed her child to.
You see why it didn't work out?
Yeah,
I'm not having it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not having it.
Hey y'all, so hold on, guys.
Ran my blood pressure with that one, bro.
Right, real quick. We got a guest in the building, man. AT Quail, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Ask your question real quick, man. We got some answers for you.
Okay. No, I basically was listening in, and you were talking about the thing with parents and everything. So my sibling, I got on my mom's side, I have 2 brothers, 2 sisters. My youngest brother we're 8 months apart. So a lot of the issues that him and my mom had were she spoiled him. So she let him do whatever. So by the time he got older, he started having these rages and lashing out and constantly throwing stuff and breaking things. So it got to the point where he'll have full-fledged fights with my stepdad, and it was pretty much nobody could say to him at that point. So
fist fights?
Yeah, like fist fights, yelling, throwing stuff, breaking things, punching holes in walls, breaking doors in the house. A lot of it happened, and when I first moved back in with my mom one time, we had a lot of issues with me and him clashing, and I'm just a person of respect. You know, you're not gonna disrespect me. You know, I ask you to do something, then just do it. You know, I mean, something simple as just cleaning up your dishes and picking up after yourself. And he just didn't like it. He just sat in his room, locked himself in there, wanted to play his computer games all day. And things are better now with him, but it was just like at the time, all he could see is because my mom kept covering for him. If something needed to be done, she did it for him. If he wanted something, he would yell and yell and yell until she did it for him.
Damn, bro. Man, anybody want to respond to that, man? Thank you for coming in, AT Queer, man.
Let me tell you something. Being in New York City, I have seen stuff like that happen in downtown Brooklyn, Fort Greene. The good community, white kids, 4, 5, 6, 7, 11, scream at their parent, the parent doing nothing. Say, hey, don't talk like that. Don't be that way. If anyone live out in New York City, a bit around multiple communities, you will see these things. It's kind of awkward. But I can understand most of these rich white parents don't beat their kids. They will argue with their kid, but will not punish them. They're like, hey, don't talk to your mommy like that. Don't talk to your daddy like that. And I find that very weird. I'm so old school to the point whereby what Genesis was trying to quote with Proverbs 13, verse 24. He that spared of all hate that child. Like I said, I'm a nerd. I don't believe in the modernization of parenting because they lack the solid foundation. They have been proven to fail time after time after time after time. I want to hear no excuses about it. The parenting mindset that I use have been successful over many ages. Parent or parent children are children. I'm not saying that you cannot love your children and build a relationship with your kids, but doesn't mean they can talk to you or treat you as if you are equal. A young woman, before I became a parent, told me something years ago, and she warned me. She said, never try to be your child's best friend. The moment you do that, you lose respect for yourself. Because in a child mind, when you try and be their friend and you try to punish, you confuse them. And I asked her why, and she broke it out in details. And she used the scripture. That's what I fully understand. You cannot be your child's best friend. When they get older, they get a certain age, you can try and build a relationship, like some kind of friendship, but not be their best friend. Because when you're their best friend, they go play mind games. I used to be that child that know how to play the mind game to the highest level. To the point whereby I know what my mom gonna do, I know what my father gonna do, as well as my uncle, my aunt. I can predict their every move and their method. People couldn't understand why I was doing that. It was like a science experiment to see how people think. A lot of kids play their parent intelligent on purpose. A lot of parents are too naive to see it. I'm not one of those. I see through everything. When my child trying to play that mind game, 9 out of 10 they don't come to me because they're afraid I will see through everything without knowing what to do. And I call them out. The problem with these so-called modern parenting, not only you raise entitled kids, you also raise lazy ass kids who don't want to work for things, don't want to earn, don't want to find a shortcut to get it easy.
I agree.
If you think I'm lying, look at corporate America. There are a lot of people who think that they're entitled to X, Y, and Z, but never put in their due. Why does she give you this and that when you haven't put in the work for it? Like, come on. Are you kidding me? Like, I don't buy into that thing. I'm a grandfather. I'm a father at the young age of 43, and I understand when there's no structure and there's no order. Modern parents that don't believe in structure and order. I'll say it again. Modern parenting don't believe in structure, no order. They're wishy-washy. They're flip-flopping. One day they stand for this, the next day they stand for that, and they flip back and forth, confusing the child. I could kill what anybody said. You can challenge me, and I'll beat your argument down to the ground. It doesn't work.
Yeah, when you say,
I said I'll beat your argument, meaning when you play that game with your own child, see what happens when your child gets older and play that against you. The point they want to use their so-called authority to say I'm entitled to X, Y, and Z. Why you think they pop up on the Dr. Phil show, nor these other crazy show? You don't see that been going on for the past couple of years? They've been going on for modern parenting, create chaotic kids who have no respect for structure and order, who have no respect for their elders, don't have no respect for...
Hold on, Canadian. I don't want you to get too far. I want to make sure I get some concrete understanding of how
before you do that, Aaron. AT Quail, thank you, man, for coming on, bro. Continue to watch, man. And I'm gonna bring Zoe up, man. Zoe's in the back, so I'm gonna bring him up. What's up, Zoe?
Zoe, what up, boy?
What up, Zoe?
What up?
Yeah, you on mute. He on mute for a good reason. He ain't saying nothing good.
Man, don't do my boy like that, man.
Salute to everybody on here. Congratulations, Black Man, on the 600. You on the way to 700. I see you.
You appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, man.
We're gonna get there.
I rocked into 1,000.
Yeah, we'll get there.
My bad.
Hey, man, I remember, I'm telling you, bro, that's why Aaron is so important, man. He really encouraged me, bro, because when I first started, I had like 35 subscribers or 30 something. I was going live, and Aaron was like, hey, you're a YouTube, you're a content creator. And Aaron was like, no, he's not. He's a struggling YouTube guy. I'll never forget that, bro.
Man.
I appreciate that, man. That was an encouragement, bro.
I had to push you.
Yeah.
If you don't lose what you want to ask me, Aaron, go ahead.
I ain't gonna forget my thought. I do moderation, so you got to keep it right here. So this is what I wanted to get, right? Because when you say modern parenting, and I'm assuming you're aligning that against traditional parenting, I need to understand what you would consider modern parenting as opposed to traditional parenting, because from my understanding, and mind you, I will stay for the audience, I am not a parent. I am a child with 4 brothers, and no sisters. So that's a dynamic too. And I understand that there's not a playbook on raising children. It seems to vary occasionally from family to family And there's similarities in a lot of places, but there is no actual playbook, which leaves everything open to interpretation. So I would like to get an understanding of what you would consider more traditionalized parenting, I guess, in your eyes, as opposed to modern parenting. If we can get some understanding for that, I think that would add to the foundation.
Okay, when it comes to traditional parenting, there's a role, there's a position, they're like gender role at where they're positioned within the family. There's a hierarchy. You got the father, you got the mother, you got the children. Roles are delegated from the father down to the parent. Roles are delegated from the father down to the mother. The mother is responsible for enforcing these rules onto the children. She's the nurturer, but she's also the supervisor. When you delegate tasks or responsibility to kids, there's a structure and an order put in place, right? Which is correct. When it comes to modern parenting, there's no structure, there's no order. You go with the flow thing. You base on what you feel, what you think it may be. Yet I've seen a lot of these so-called parenting books. I try to read a couple of them, and I was reading through some of their idea what to do, like, trying to have a conversation, trying to negotiate with your child. I'm like, negotiate? Like, you serious? In the back of my head, I'm trying to ask myself this question. Did the king negotiate with his people? Did the president negotiate with his people, or he set down rule of regulation so he can keep structure and order and keep the society intact? First thing that comes to my mind. I'm like, okay. I look at my culture and multiple other cultures and see if there's anything like that or any different. Even though we may have different cultures that have the same structure and line, you have to respect the hierarchy, your dues and their duties. You have your duty, you have your responsibility. If you're a child, your job is to listen to your parents and fulfill the task you require for you to do. If your job is to go to school, get a better education, you should do that. I feel like I don't need to do this. No. In traditional home, you can't say what I feel like doing because I tell you to do this and you need to do this. No if, no but. You're not going to understand why I'm telling you to do it, but in future time, you will understand it.
Wow.
Modern parenting be like, I'm glad you put that there. I appreciate it. Modern parenting, you know what? What if I give you $10 to do the chore? Will you going to do it for me? No, let me give you 20.
You're out of your mind.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, if you give an allowance for them
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why I say this.
How you gonna get real anything?
Hear this. Every person every person who came up from a structured house.
Hold on, y'all. One mic. Go ahead, Go ahead,
brother. Finish preaching.
Every person, either male or female, came out in a structured household are able to survive today's society without bending backward for anybody. They have their mind, they have their structure, they have their limit. When it comes to do pressure, they don't break. They stand strong in situation. When things get hard, instead of backing away, they head forward and they break through. Modernized kids who go to modernized household, when things get hard, oh my God, it's too much for me. How you get this? They got all kind of excuses. Because you know why? They did the same thing at home that they're going to work for them in today's society. When you don't have a child with structure and order, you think corporate America really care about you? You think the corporate world really care? Either you don't work in corporate, you work in blue collar. Blue collar even worse than corporate America. You got to pay your due. They're not going to play a game with you. They say you're not about that business? Okay. I'll call when I need you. Next, replace this guy. Blue collar workers don't got time for lazy people, but most people that work in blue collar environment have structure and order in their household. They know what their responsibility, they know what needs to be done, and they get it done. But people who are brought up in modernized family, they feel they're so entire. Like the woman who wants to, remember it's in New Jersey. This idiotic, dumb female had the audacity to want to take her mother and father to court to sue them for not want to pay her $220 because she don't want to follow their rule in their household. Are you freaking kidding me?
Actually, that's interesting.
It is documented. I don't forget things. That's why I'm talking about black nerds. I keep information in this big head of mine. A young ass woman, between 24 to 26, took her parent to court because she violated their rules within their household. They showed not to pay tuition, and they warned her about it. And because of that, she felt she entitled for them to pay her tuition fee.
You know what?
That's modern parenting.
So, but do you think? Because I try to think on a different type of end. You're actually legally responsible and financially responsible for a child, right?
Yes, you are. But if a child chooses not to abide by the rule that be put within the house and feel they can do whatever they want, as a parent, I have a right to disconnect those resources.
No, well, let's play that out hypothetically, right? Let's say Genesis, and let's not use Genesis. Let's just say I'm a married man, right? And I have a wife, and we'll call her name Mary J. Blige for now, right? And Mary J. Blige and I split, right? And I have my own household, and I have custody of the kid. And the courts will award my child to have the same lifestyle that they were afforded under Mary J. Blige's income and my non-working income, right? So my child would be entitled to that if we were to split, right? But if we stayed in the same household and Mary J. Blige said, "No, we're not paying for school," the court couldn't make her. But if we separate the household and I can actually have the courts make her pay for tuition. Think about that. I could actually make that happen. So in a lot of ways, you could argue that they are responsible for paying their tuition. I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I could find an argument to say you are responsible for doing so.
Well, I get what you're saying because you can use that part, but this is where I was trying to explain. These parents are not divorced. They are together. They set a rule regulations for their child to follow. She chose not to follow their rule within her household. She lived under them. She felt she could do whatever she wants. And when the parents realized they cannot do it, they can't take it no more from her disobedience, they decided to say, "You want to disobey me, feel you can disrespect me, I don't need to pay your tuition fee no more. You figure how you gonna get that done." So
no, that's that stripper music.
That's that black nerd stripper music.
Listen,
ladies and gentlemen, Sir Hell Speaks is in the building tonight. Sir Hell Speaks, good evening, brother. How you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, bro? Look, sorry for being late over here, just getting done with an interview, but I'm glad to be here on the one and the only Black Men Unfiltered Network. Salute to you guys and everybody on the panel as well.
My God. So Sir Hell Speaks, we've been talking about parenting, modern day parenting, brother. So you could get in where you fit in because is it ruining our children? Is it making our children entitled? And so Mandrell, I've been waiting. He's been on fire down here in the right-hand corner. So go ahead, Mandrell.
Okay. This whole modern day thing, this is something like people who support this nonsense, like you're going to pay a kid to do chores in the house? Are you serious? What bizarro world are you living in? Your kids are black. They can't afford to be raised soft like that. You don't get money for doing shit you're supposed to do anyway.
Shit, my parents
earn money. No, you earn money.
Oh, Brian, please.
No. You earn money. There's things you're gonna have to do. Listen. No one pays
they told me the reason why they told me, because they told me not to let motherfuckers get over you. It was a taught lesson, and I pay my kids.
Gotcha. Here's the thing.
Anything you do in life, you better get paid for. And don't do shit.
Right,
free.
But here's the thing: no one pays you for paying your rent or mortgage. No one pays you for paying your car note.
But somebody
no one pays you for taking a bath. That's stuff you gotta do anyway.
Well, you know what?
That was Amazon at the door.
You know what? It may be, Mandrell. It may be the fact that a parent realizes what that specific kid needs. Like you might, based on the kid's personality and the way the kid is, you might figure out. I agree that I wouldn't pay my child for it, but maybe a parent figures out the way my child operates is.
I hate to cut you off, but my ass. Okay, listen. Growing up, my parents didn't care what my personality is like. No, my sister. You're gonna do what we tell you to do because we told you to do it. You don't.
That's not the greatest form of parenting, though. That's not the greatest form of parenting.
Oh, hold on. Now here's the thing. Now, granted, there were consequences to our actions. and they made sure to let us know. Like, we're like, okay. My sister even asked one time, why is it that sometimes we get in trouble, we get put on punishment, and sometimes we get a whooping? They're like, because the punishment has to fit the crime. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you do certain things warrant more severe actions. Now, your kids are black. You cannot afford to raise them soft. Now,
stop. So,
Mandrell, you paying your kids? How you raising them soft?
Because here's the thing. Here's how my parents did.
Because ain't nothing soft on me.
Here's the thing. I'm not saying you
Mandrell, before you go, hold on.
Hold on. Go ahead, sir.
Now, listen, I done got a little heat. Listen, I just got on here and I'm already heated. So I think there's a couple misconceptions. We assume, and this is the talking points that I hate, that the generation when we grew up, we were so tough. They were hard on us. We had to listen, as if that generation did everything right and modern parenting does everything wrong. I think we can learn from both of these and find a way to merge these. So just because we grew up in a generation where whatever our parents said goes doesn't mean that was the best form of parenting. And I'll say this, if you treat your kids this way, you are setting them up to not have a voice when they go into the workplace, when they go out into the world. And so in order to teach your kids that earlier, it got to start at home.
No, I'm not saying teach them to not have a voice when they go in the workplace.
Yeah, whatever I say goes, we couldn't say nothing. That's exactly what you said.
No, it's not. That does not
That's
mean
the
you
problem
can't say
with
anything.
parenting. That's like one of the problems.
Here's the thing. I could express myself to my parents any way I wanted to, but it was the way I did it. I couldn't, curse at my parents or curse in the house growing up. Of course not. It was the way you approach them. So that was structured into me. And then the way my parents raised me, I was able to go on and do amazing things with my life. And I had the mental fortitude, mental toughness to where things that broke men down mentally, I could go to sleep through it.
Like what?
Honestly, I've slept standing up.
Like what?
Standing up on a tree.
Hold on, Mandrell, hold on. Full disclosure, me and Mandrell do not have children. So I will be asking more questions more than I will be telling how the parent is supposed to be parent. You will notice the differences. You'll notice the differences.
Right. If you want to know the differences. Now,
give an example how hands be breaking.
Look, I'm not saying, here's the thing. And full disclosure, I am not telling any of you that you are doing anything wrong.
Man, we want to hear the answer to the question. Give us an example.
Okay. Here's the answer to the question. Here's the answer to your question. Is modern parenting wrong? For the most part, the way people are doing it, yes. It is
no, man. We want to know. You give you an example. You said men broke at stuff you can sleep over. I want to hear what you mean by that. Give us an example.
Okay, the whole thing with like some of our training, right? Most of the time, you sleep for like 4 hours every other day. That was it, right? Everyone's tired, but you still had stuff to do. Didn't matter how you felt. You still had an objective.
This is the example. This is the example.
Right.
And you got trained for this shit.
What? By my parents?
You said you were training. You was in
training.
training.
I said during some of the training, there are some things that, like I said, there are some things that just broke people down mentally. I'm like, what's wrong with y'all? People sit there
There's science to back that up. Why that could happen. There's science.
People are sitting there crying and carrying on and
I
trying
don't think
to kill
that has
themselves.
to do with their parenting.
I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Just be that person's breaking point versus another person. It probably has nothing to do with their parenting. Just like their personality.
Okay, I got a question. Okay, I have a question. Because here's one of the things about you modern parents that disgust me.
Wow. It's like saying you colored. Oh my God.
When you're in when you're in public, let's say a restaurant, okay, and you tell your child, the modern parent tells their child, sit here. The child says no. The modern parent tells that child 4 more times. Child kept saying no. And so the modern parent takes the child and makes them sit down. And the child just screams to the top of her lungs in a restaurant.
Your strategy could just be, where would you like to sit instead?
Yeah.
What is
No, think about
Why don't you let some
I want to finish this. I want to hear him finish this.
Yeah, finish.
Yeah, let's let him finish this. I want to see how deep this craziness goes.
I'm just saying, listen. I mean, I'm
bro,
like,
you been out of America too long, homie.
no, I'm just like,
You man been in Israel too long, bro.
I'm sitting here witnessing this, and I'm just like,
I would let you talk to my son, man, if he didn't go to college, bro, about joining the military, man.
No,
but
I'm
now
just
I
saying,
don't know
listen.
now, man. You the best, brother.
no,
I love you though, man.
here's the thing.
I love him.
No, here's the thing, man. Sitting there watching that, I'm like, when is this parent gonna just like take her outside or something and like handle this outside? Like, I don't care if you talk to the kid.
Okay,
Don't let
okay.
that kid throw a tantrum
Okay,
in
now
public
I'm with you.
in front of everybody like that. You handle that. I'm not saying spank the child in public. No.
You know something, Mandro.
Handle this.
You know something I noticed.
At the same time,
I just noticed something. White kids, and I'm saying race because I want to make a distinction. No, but listen, white kids let their kids express themselves. We always tell our kids to shut up, be quiet, hold it in, be quiet, and I don't think that that's healthy. I don't think that's necessary. Now there are times we'll take it outside, be quiet, but we overly police our kids' emotion and don't give them no time to be a kid. If you are 6 years old, 6, 5, 4, 3 are doing what 6, 5, 3, that's what they do. This is coming from a father of 4. Trust me, this is how kids are. You got to let them be kids, because if you don't let them be kids early, they're going to be busy, bro. Busy, bro. You know what I'm saying? So listen, so if you don't let your kids be kids early, they're going to be kids later. Which problem do you want to have?
Right, but I'm just saying this is a young child. I'm like,
How young? About 4?
About 4 or 5. But you're in public. No, 4 or 5.
That's what they do.
That ain't me. Sorry.
Right.
My parents ain't
That's
hearing
what
that
they
nonsense because
Let me give you an example. I was 4 years old, stealing people's chicken legs off their plates. At 4 years old, because I love chicken. Listen, I hate to fit the stereotype, but I love me some chicken. So at 4 years old, I will be at church. And when we would have, the little church dinner after church, right, in the little reception hall, I was a 4-year-old kid running to people's plates, taking the drumsticks off, eating that chicken like it was nobody. I would sound well-mannered now.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I bet you are.
You see what I'm saying?
And that's why you're so big.
right. So I worked out in a couple of different ways. I kept my exercise and my protein, right? So I'm just saying, you got to let kids be kids. You gotta let them be kids.
You know what, Sir? Let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. Hold on, real quick. Let me say this. Sir Hell, you have a point, because we grew up and my mom used to tell us, listen, shut your mouth. You don't say anything to me. What I say, go. Period. Go clean up. Yeah. Don't speak. Don't hum. Don't breathe. She said, if you breathe incorrectly, I'm gonna bust you in your mouth. And so you. Oh yeah. So my mom played no games. When she said do something, she meant it. So she was like, go clean your room up. I was like, Mama, I was at school today and they said my little friend said they get money for getting their chores. They get an allowance. She said, I'm giving you an allowance too. I'm allowing you to live here, allowing you to have a roof over your head, allowing you to have water, allowing you to have food. She said, that's your allowance. Now get your ass back in the room and clean that room up, like I told you. And that was just that was the end of it.
Like my parents with allowance. They were like, I asked them for allowance and they said no. You have to do other stuff.
How about this?
Hold on one second. Go ahead, Greg. Welcome to the show, Greg. Welcome to the show, Greg.
Thank you, my boy Joel. I don't know what y'all call him on here. He been trying to get me on the show for a while. But black men, I don't know what to say. It say UNF. I'm not sure. I got a question for you. Unfiltered. If you, because I'm a parent of 6. So my oldest is 15 all the way down to my 1-year-old. And this coming from, like we saying, modern day parenting. If you tell your child as a parent to go wash the dishes, do you feel that it's a problem if the child asks you why?
No. Yeah. It's
not if you never told them.
Well, how old?
How old are they?
Age shouldn't matter. The question is why.
I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you why it's okay for me.
The importance of washing the dishes.
Right. So if they're like a young child and you're teaching them, then yeah, like I want them to ask why, so I can teach them so they understand the importance and why it's important. Now, if you're talking about a 16-year-old who knows they're supposed to wash the dishes, and I say go wash the dishes, and they go why? Now you're being smart, and something else needs to be done.
Not necessarily.
It depends on the age. Yeah, it depends on the
not
age.
necessarily, because let's think about this for a second. Your parent taught you how to do something when you was younger, and you didn't realize what it is they was teaching you until later on in life. Yeah, that can be that same child at 4 years old that you say, or 6 years old, and say go wash the dishes. They can grow up to 15 years old and not really understand why was the reason you was having me wash the dishes. They could just think it's a chore. They might not know that you're telling them that, so when they get out on their own, they don't have a sense of responsibility. So you have to keep that in mind.
Well, see that also too, that I think that's when age plays a factor, right? Because if, first of all, I'm not making a 4-year-old wash dishes, but you know, if you're teaching your kids something, they might not understand the concept of responsibility as a young child. If I'm teaching my 5-year-old to go pick up their toys, they might not understand that, hey, you need to pick up your toys, so when you're 30, you'll be responsible, right? But as they get older, I can start laying it out to them. So the age is important, because you have to give them age appropriate lessons, if that makes sense.
But see,
Can I say something real quick? I know it might be like a
when teacher
jab.
told me to do something, they always told me why I should do it. Like, they taught me along the way. They didn't tell me just do this because I said it. You know, they told me the first time they teach you is like, okay, this is what you need to do. This is how you do it. This is why you're doing this. This is why this is important. Blah, blah, blah. Now, after that.
Now, you talking good now, man. Come on.
No. That's what I should have prefaced it with. Because I assumed everybody was going like that. Everybody did it like that, but apparently not. But they told me that at first. Now, anything after that, okay, listen, go do this. Go cut the grass. Okay. Now, the lesson's already been taught. I know why it's important to cut the grass and all the whole 9 yards. I know how to do it and everything else. But if I go out there and I ain't do it right, okay, now it's time for corrective action because I know better and they know it.
New parents, teach your children. Just don't tell them to do something.
Right.
Explain
You can't just tell them to do it.
It's so your child won't be 4 or 16. Don't know why they gotta wash dishes.
I have a question though, because I haven't said anything.
Hold on, let's get the ladies in here. Right after, I'm gonna say this, and then we get the ladies in here. Somebody just put in the comments. What was the young lady's name? She just put it in the comments about how the Japanese people raise their children.
Who cares?
No, that's Luke Cassidy.
Yeah, who cares about some Japanese?
Right, and so I just looked it up, and so it says here, and they bragging here. It says that they have the most well-mannered and the most smartest children in the world because they teach them independence in an early age. They don't even put diapers on these kids. They don't put diapers on them. They're teaching them at 2 and 3 years old to use the bathroom by themselves. They ignore them when they're crying. When they're crying like over a toy or something. They pretty much ignore.
That's why they got suicide forest. That's why they got a suicide forest out there.
No, I'm with it. Ain't this
in Japan? They got suicide forest out there.
Brian, deletion.
You can't say the S word, Brian. You can't say the S word.
I'm sorry. Delete forest.
Yeah. So again, go ahead. Who's that? Okay, go ahead. Who's that? Brianna, you go, and then we'll get Genesis.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, like, when we say modern parenting, I feel like there's automatically this connotation that it's a certain thing, and we haven't really defined what modern parenting styles we're talking about. And I think the first question was like, is modern parenting wrong? I think most people don't parent is the problem. Like, most people aren't intentional about how they're going to parent their kids or what philosophies they're going to use. We use a modern style of parenting, if you want to say. We use respectful parenting or our RIE parenting, which is RIE parenting. It's kind of like gentle parenting, but there are some nuanced differences in between the two. And my mother never beat me or spanked me a day in my life. She has a degree in child psychology, and she often worked with children in special needs. Like, that was her career. So she was very good with children. We never were beat or anything like that. And she kind of, even though she probably didn't know the term for it, I would say that she pretty much raised us under the principles of like respectful parenting as well. But we use that in my household. So I have a 3-year-old, an 8-year-old, and a 12, almost 13-year-old, and they're all girls. So, but that's the parenting style we choose to use in our household, and it's worked well for us.
Brianna, can I ask you, were your children planned?
The first one was not. The second one is a bonus baby, I've been in her life since she was born, but I've been her stepmother since she was 3.5. So, and then my last one, we were married and we planned to have her. So
yeah, see, I asked that question because what I found is a lot of people's children are not planned. They are oops babies. And that's people's first experience. And you go through that emotion of like, oh, do I want this child? Do I want this? Like, what does he want? What does she like? All that because it's unplanned. And I found out the large majority of these kids who go through this type of experiences growing up that have a negative, I probably shouldn't say that have a tougher experience in life are not necessarily planned for children. And so I find that to be, and mind you, don't have any authority because I have no children. I fully understand. I was the last kid.
You said some real shit.
Yeah, that's a good
point.
As
a father of 4, you're right. 100% right.
Yep. I agree.
Yep.
Hey, my brother down here, my light-skinned brother, he'll kick us some game.
Let me say something.
My light-skinned brother, man, Mandrell, he'll
Can I say something?
At the end.
As a person who look
hold on, Black David, because I was gonna let Genesis go. So right after Genesis, go ahead, sweetheart.
So I am a parent of 4. My oldest is 29.
Shout out to the folk club. What's this magic 4 number? What's going on?
I have 4 kids. My oldest is 29.
Doing it. It's an Illinois thing. Illinois thing.
My youngest is 7, and I am traditional in the sense, but I'm gonna ruffle some feathers. I know with what I'm gonna say, but all these parents saying that, you know, the kids have to do chores and yeah, we're supposed to teach them. Yeah, I get that. But technically, well, not technically, but a man's role is to be provider. A woman's job is to manage the home. A lot of times, moms who don't want to do the work put those duties on the children so that they get out of doing the work. Now, if you...
Oh, my God.
Wait a second, Genesis. You just going to say this on national television?
Why you doing that?
And missing your own kids.
I sure am. I'm ready for all the smoke.
That's why
I'm ready for all the smoke.
Hey, Genesis, you're going to need security.
Well, that's okay.
She telling the truth, though. She telling the truth.
That's
the
all right.
truth hurts.
The women are supposed to manage the home. They put those duties off on the kids. Now, if you have the kids helping with your duties, then okay, teach them about work ethic. Okay, you do a good job, you'll be compensated for your job. You teach them money management when you're giving them an allowance. When they're older and they get a job at 16 or beyond, now they already know that they're expected to do a job and they're expected to do it well, and they'll be compensated for it. Right. They've managed their allowance as children, so then they tend to be better at money matters when they're older and they're earning their dollars.
Right.
I agree. 1000% agree with Genesis because what she's saying totally true. Because I see that in my culture where a lot of moms use their kid to escape their responsibility in the road, which she totally correct on that one. Now, on my mindset of looking at the parent, I don't believe a parent should do such a thing. But what I do believe a parent can delegate certain tasks to certain people to accomplish and to fulfill. But you teach, like you said, work ethic. Sometimes I would teach my son and my daughter because I let them know that outside world don't care who you are. If you don't have that sense of responsibility and structure and order, when you get out there, you're going to collapse under the pressure. Because I've seen people come up from modern day household who are not only sloppy but nasty. And when I'm saying it's totally correct. I work in multiple places. I've seen people office that look like a desert storm. They're nasty. They don't keep the environment clean. Everything a doctor offers so doesn't look like they've been there for ages. Trash all over the place. I've been in corporate office where somebody have nacho cheese under there for the past 3 weeks, but with a mold. I was like, how can people work about be so nasty? But that's what came to my mind. They don't have structure in their life. Whatever they get away with at home, they think it's okay, they can bring it into today's society, and they put that out there a lot. That is why I look at it like, look at the Japanese culture. The Japanese culture is slightly no different from my culture. But when you got to talk about the leaf forest, that comes from high level pressure. The Japanese, the Chinese, South Korean, as well as the African, push their kid to be excellent. And there's several levels of pressure. My classmate back in elementary school, I don't know if it's Chinese or Japanese, he's not allowed to come home without an A. I thought that was a joke. He had a B+. Guy was shaking. He was scared. I was like, why? He said, my dad don't like no B's. He want A's. I thought that was a joke until I saw him submit his report card like this. He didn't look up to his dad. He bent his head down, give his dad a report card. I watched the guy's demeanor. He looked at the report card. Even though he was the top of the class, he got a B. He had a disgust in the face like, no, I want perfection. I get where they're coming from. What people don't understand is certain culture want their child to be acting on all areas, but sometimes they go too far to the point where it actually breaks them, which is true. This also applies in the African culture, which is no difference.
It's tiger parenting.
In my country, you not having a high school diploma, you consider a bum. Period. There's no GED class in my country. If you drop out of high school, if you drop out of elementary school, and you're in your early or late 20s, guess what? You will go back to where you left off, with that same uniform like everybody else in that classroom in broad daylight. I have seen it with my own two naked eye. It was shocking, but it's for real.
So let me
say, in culture, don't play that game. They put pressure on people to be good or to be excellent. So I can understand the Japanese and the Chinese culture whereby the level of pressure is extremely high. But
let me push back because that's not going to ever happen here.
I know that.
Parents are not going to do that with their children.
I know that
in America ever.
Parents are too soft these days. Bottom line.
And so let me ask this. Let me go into this.
No. All right, Black Man, please. When you're done, I would like to speak. Ask a question on this. A follow-up response.
Go ahead.
So I hang around people of all different cultures, and one of the things that I think we do is we see people through a lens, and so we get a chance to differentiate where they're stronger than we are. We don't do this. Depression is real all over the place. Like this anxiety is real all over the place, and I think what we do is we take how people are performing professionally and don't think about the quality of the actual life and relationships. And we got to take that into consideration as well. I would rather my kid be great, not perfect and functional, that I don't have to worry about how they feel within themselves, than to aim at this idea of perfection and my kid feels worthless beyond what they do. So I think we have to think about that as well.
Are you making a reference to like the earlier point of like when we compared Japan to America, because we all know that how their work environment is the most extreme work environment that exists. They work the most craziest hours, and it's why they don't have birth above replacement issues, because they don't have the birth rate for their children. It's because they work the most insane amount of hours. They don't take vacation. They often want to remove themselves from existing here with us because of these things. And so when we take one aspect of a culture, we think we can duplicate it somewhere else without taking the other aspect.
Exactly. That's exactly my point.
Okay.
That's exactly my point. And the reason this is important because I work with a lot of different people, and you'll be amazed at asking questions. See, we look at it at a huge level. Individually, a lot of them wish that they had a little bit more individuality. Now we can have the debate on whether this is a good thing or not, but I think we cherry pick the things that we see and we don't know what comes with that. And that's my point. So if we're going to speak on something, at least kind of have the full picture and not just cherry pick the pieces that like, see, we need to be like this, we need to be like this, because we don't know what comes with that.
Yeah, they literally had an issue with people dropping dropping dead because they were working so hard. Like it was a big issue. I can't remember if it was either Japanese or Chinese culture where men were working so hard that they would you would be at work and you would just drop dead, and it was a problem that they had to address over there. So that's
see, people don't realize work is part of purpose. See, we work because we want to get stuff. Work in different cultures, that's purpose. You're here to work. So we don't see ourselves like we have individuality. You see you're part of an organization and you're with us until you die. And you die, that's, hey, this is what we expect. So like I said, if we cherry pick, I don't think we understand what comes with all of this until you understand the culture from what we're cherry picking from.
Well, and therefore I said what I said because I interact with these people. I ask questions to get a deeper understanding. The Japanese, the Chinese culture, no different from the Indian. They push their kid to the extreme to be excellent, either be in medical field, in science, or technical, or banking. There's a reason why there's a huge fluctuation of the people in the corporate arena taking the position. I'm in IT for 20 years. If it's not Middle Eastern people, it's Asian people. Same thing in the hospital. African compete with the Indian. They compete with the Chinese. Compete with the Middle East in those levels. The reason why is the level of pressure being applied on them. And I asked them why you had to go through these things. They said because of what their parents want. Now, I rebel against that. I was the person who chose not to break under pressure. Because you know why? My mom didn't want me to be in IT. She wanted me to either be a doctor or a lawyer or a banker. Why is that? Because they believe that is the best thing required into society. So I understand it. Remember I said I'm a byproduct of a polygamy family. So I understand that too as well. The negative and the positive personal experience in a bigger scale. The way I understand different culture, what their struggle is, because you know why? I can relate to it and understand, and I ask questions. Why would a parent think that way? Because they say their parent would train the same way as their parent did. They felt that it's more to be responsible. Family honor. You ever notice about people?
They must can't get money in other ways like we can out here in America.
I know, but some people put it.
So why do we can hold on, Black David? Hold on. So my thing is, let me ask this question. So in Japan, so and this is an ongoing joke, and I don't really, try to joke on other people's culture, stuff like that. I mean, but it's an ongoing joke that they say the Chinese and the Japanese, if you look at their children as far as their grades or the way their intelligence, you can take 4 or 5 of those kids and bring them over here, and they were embarrass our children at early ages. They would. The way that they think, the math, they know formulas at 6 and 7 years old. And these kids over here, there's 12, don't even know nothing about it.
But it's not the kids. It's the culture.
It's the culture.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Hold on. We have to add a component in there when we do this, and I hate to add a racial component because I don't like to. But when we look at other countries, you have to realize over like 90% of their population are identical. They all pretty much look alike. They are not as multicultural and multifaceted as we are. And what I have heard is a lot of biracial children say that they do sometimes have an issue with identity. Growing up, trying to distinguish which side. My grandmother on the white side, we go over here, we this way. Well, your grandmother on this side, we this way. Yeah. And I've heard that happen a lot. So when you think about it, and we use these other countries where they don't have any type of the breakdown that we have. I think it makes
unless Japan, they're not having a slow growth of biracial kids, whereby they're caught in between between their Japanese culture.
But it's not like here. I mean, that's the point. It's not like here.
It's not like here.
Going there.
But there's another component to that, right? Because when you're looking in Japan or even China, which I don't like to use them because those people are not free, and I really don't like using China, right? But when you make these comparisons, you have to understand, we literally give our children phones to distract them when we don't want to be dealing with them. Hey, take your phone and do a little. I hate it too.
I hate it.
But it is something that we do. And because we're so easily distracted, we have so much more opportunity here to compare a child that can do so many things to a child in another area that's isolated. Think about people in prison, this is not how I would like to break it down. Think about when you hear about people in prison go out and get law degrees. Because they have so much isolation to where they can focus on one or two things with pure focus. So life is about distracting us. And the ones that are disciplined and focused are the most successful. And
right,
we have go ahead.
Here's the thing, that culture, when you talk about the Asian culture, is in particularly the Japanese. Brian was asking, they must not have any other ways to make money. They do. It's about honor with them. Like honor is in their heart. Honor is what they understand because it's bred into them. Like their parents teach them, you will honor the family, right? Now me, I wasn't raised that way. I just took it that way growing up. You know what I'm saying? Like I told you, like the worst thing for me wasn't whoopings. It's looking at my parents' face and seeing disappointment. I never wanted to see that. Ever. I never wanted to see disappointment. Now, I knew some things, you know, obviously I had to bring home good grades. Otherwise, it's going to be punishment. You know what I'm saying? Whether it be just no TV or whatever, or no outside, or a whooping. Whatever they felt, I guess. I don't know. But for them, it's about honor. You honor the family. That's why the kids are like, I got to be a doctor. Got to be a doctor. Got to be a lawyer. Got to be a successful businessman. That's why the kids stop and hyper focus on those things. The kids do it. They hyper focus on it because the parents drill it in them. You know what I'm saying? Now my parents didn't drill my sister and I like that. They're like, we don't care what you choose to do in life, as long as you do the best you can at it. And so when they saw us slipping, they would see me slipping, like even if it was in boxing, right? My dad would come pick me up from the gym, and he'd see me slagging. He said, okay, you know you got a fight coming up. Don't get caught lacking. You know what I'm saying? So your parents know when you can do better than what you're doing. Like if I've made a B in English one time in my whole life, and then I brought it home. My mom was like, what the hell is this? You having issues? You need help? I'm like, with what? I brought home all A's that time and a B in English, something I'd never done in my life, right? You got a B in English. You've never brought home a B in English. What's the problem?
That's pretty sad, man.
Yeah,
just being
right.
It's
I don't think it's sad at all.
And so do you think, let me ask you guys this, do you think forcing your, Genesis, I'm coming right to you, sweetheart. So do you think forcing your kids into what you want them to do is a bad thing? Because my question is this, look at the success of most people that have forced, like say for instance, the late Kobe Bryant, God bless his soul, how he was with his daughter, forcing her, even when she was crying and breaking down, he still pushed her. And even his oldest daughter just had a birthday and she did a little video for Kobe, man. It was so sweet. And she said that he always pushed her to be great. And she would come in and say, Dad, I got this grade point average. He said, okay, do better. That don't impress me. You know? And so he would say things to her like that to encourage her to be great. Even the great Barry Sanders, the great running back, the Barry Sanders guy, he didn't want to play football. He hated it, right? You go watch his documentary, you'll see he hated it. He didn't want to play ball at all. His daddy said, this is the only way you're going to get out of this hood. This is the only way you're going to stop seeing men get shot every day. You got to do something to get out of here, and you're going to become a great running back and get you with some coaches. And they trained him up. And he went to the league. And that's why it contributed to one of his early exit out of the NFL, because he was a grown man then. He can make his own decisions. I'm done. That was part of the decision he made, because his daddy forced him into a career that he didn't want to do. But because of that, he's a millionaire now. So he doesn't have to work for anybody. So, I mean, it's a toss up. What do you guys, Genesis, go ahead and say your comment. But after that, we'll start with Sir Hale. How do you guys feel about parents forcing their children, then they become successful, and then is there resentment? Is it, well, we'll get into it, but Genesis, go ahead with your comment first.
I disagree with that. I think in a lot of those cases, and I might be wrong on this, but I think those parents live vicariously through their children. I don't feel the need to do that. And I'm more concerned with putting out or creating or rearing well-rounded, mentally sound children. Whatever it is you decide to do with your life, as long as you feel that you are living in your purpose, then go ahead and do it. We are pushing all these kids, when we were children, you'd be a doctor, a lawyer, a police officer, fireman, or teacher. And there's way more industries that you can go into, and that's all they know. Just like now, I think that, they're preaching to the culture, or I don't know, it's part of the culture to be an entertainer or an athlete. Well, what about, a trade, getting a skilled trade? Everybody, or an art is in some form of art. Everybody is not supposed to be doing the same thing. You have to find your own lane.
I want to interject
Go ahead,
so
Sir Hill.
bad.
Go ahead, Sir Hill.
I want to get up close to my mic and I want this to be echoed throughout the chambers of YouTube. That is absolutely terrible advice.
No.
Listen. Now let's force your kids. The job of a dad is to make sure you can eat. Once I make sure you can eat, go do what you want to do.
Thank you.
Like I said,
I think that's what's being missed. Now hold on. I was respectful. I'll let everybody else say what they're gonna say. I just want to get this point out.
Oh my gosh. Go ahead.
Can I? I just want a little bit. I got a talent today. I just want a little bit of respect, right? So fathers should force their kids to learn something to feed themselves. Because here's a father's fear: if I die, did I give you enough so that you won't be homeless and have to depend on anybody else?
Exactly.
So force it down your kids. Give them the option to do what they want to do. What we do is we tell them do what you want to do, and they got a foundation. They have nothing to sustain themselves. So force them to code, force them to learn networking, force them to learn something that they can go out that's in demand. And if they choose after they done saved up a couple $100,000, because that's what you can get paid as being a cloud engineer, once you got some savings, go do what you want to do. But at least you're gonna know how to feed yourself in case the entertainment business doesn't work out.
Give them a fish. They can eat for a day.
Come right after.
Teach them the fish. They can eat for a lifetime. Go ahead, Eric.
What lake are you fishing in? There's more than one lake.
I want to teach my kids to buy the pond. If I force you to learn something, you can own the pond.
What industry? Not one industry has capitalized on the market where all the money is there and it's nowhere else.
This is the most important.
Let's please let Aaron.
Whoa. I want to speak on this so bad right now because I'm hearing this.
I'm gonna get to you right after.
I'm gonna be real quick. I'm gonna break it down real simply. The one thing I think most parents fail telling their children is when you get a job, the job is there for you to make money. And then you are supposed to utilize that money to fund your dream. Not go get an education to get a job, follow your dreams. No, get a job that pays a lot of money. Use that money to fund your dream. We didn't get the second part. We only got go out and get a good job. We didn't get the second part. Use that money to fund your dreams. Don't be a struggling artist. No. If you have to be a struggling artist,
who's to say they're going to be a struggling artist?
We know
data.
The math.
Like K-So. I was about to say it.
Can I talk? Because I'm trying my best to keep quiet.
And a father. Look at Sir L and look at Chisholm. You see the big difference. Go ahead.
Genesis, what I'm hearing from you listen very carefully.
Oh, so let me
You're
go on
saying
mute.
that you're saying that what we're speaking, what we're saying don't make no sense. How would I put it this way? You're telling the kids, when you want to build your house, you don't need a foundation. Just build a roof. Just build a south.
No, that's not. Nah. I'm with you.
Hold on.
Yeah, Greg, y'all by yourselves. Go ahead. Canadian.
As a father, I'm teaching my son before anything, you need to build your foundation. You may have dreams. Yes. Dream with no foundation mean nothing at all. Period. When you have your foundation set, my wise old uncle, I learned from my elder. I learned from wisdom, not opinion. My wise old uncle said one thing very crystal clear. Whatever dream you have, you may have it. But until then, make sure you have a solid foundation. When things does not walk, and you're about to fall, you're able to stand back on your 2 front feet and keep it moving. Because you can have all the dream you want, but without that foundation, you lose all the support. When a storm hit, that dream of yours, it's a flimsy dream, it will fly away. That being said, you got to teach your kids to build the capital, aka foundation. When you have that foundation to do what you want to do, then you can quit it and do whatever you need to do. It doesn't matter. At least you have something to keep you afloat and keep you sound, keep you strong. The idea of, no, just chase your dream. Real men don't chase dreams.
Chasing your dream doesn't
No.
mean that you don't have income.
But
Chasing
there's no
your
money.
dream doesn't mean
That's
that
we
that's
had
what
this
you do.
conversation on Anton.
I'm glad you said that. There are too many aspiring rappers trying to chase the dream to be a rapper, but they're broke living their girlfriend.
Hold on, Black David. We had this conversation on Anton's show about this very thing. And Kayla was talking about kids should follow their dreams and they should get into art, into dance, into theater. And all this other stuff.
Give me a second.
And
Yeah,
and you can't listen. I'm not going. If my daughter is saying, "Daddy, my dream, I'm going to go be in theater," baby, listen to Pop. That just ain't. You're not gonna make a lot. I mean, these people.
Who are you to say that though?
Yeah, you can't do that.
Yes,
that
you can
already,
do it.
like,
Yes,
like,
you
you
can.
On them because
Yes,
you don't
okay,
believe
so
it's
this-
possible
Hold
for
on,
you.
real quick,
doesn't
guys.
mean it's not
Real quick, let me say this
possible
real
for
quick.
Oh no,
I want to address what Genesis said.
Hold on.
I want to address what Genesis said.
Okay, yeah.
Black
So
man,
during
please.
the
After you're
pandemic-
done, Black man.
Yeah, I got you next, Sir Hale. During the pandemic, it proved the point. During the pandemic, you couldn't go see The Lion King. You couldn't go see any of these things. These people were starving to death. Go look at some of their tweets. I can't wait to get back to the theater. Oh, I don't know how I'm going to eat. Oh my God, where's the money coming from? They had nothing. But guess what? The truck drivers were still driving. The cloud engineers were still working. The doctors were still working. The IT people were still working. Everybody was getting the bag, but everybody at their home talking about in the bathroom was not working. They were not
No,
working. They were sitting at home.
cloud computing and engineering went up. Income went up as well as opportunities.
Exactly.
It's still up.
It's still going up.
Perfect example. I have the perfect
Y'all
example
gonna
for
be
this.
biased. Y'all gonna be biased.
No,
Bias means it's devoid of facts. We're speaking data and facts.
Hold on.
I
So
mean, I keep on
those are
it.
not-
It's still
Hold on,
going.
one mic, y'all. We're gonna let Genesis go, then we'll let we'll get
manage
everybody else.
their
Go ahead.
money well when they were working.
Yeah.
They
No,
can have
what you're
savings
doing is
tied them
switching the
over to
context
and-
of what we're talking about.
not.
We're not
Because
just talking about
you all
saving
are-
money.
you all
We're
are
talking about
saying that
profession.
If they follow their dreams, they're going to be broke. That may be
That's not what we're saying.
reality, but
That's not what we. That's not what we said. We said build a
get the money
foundation
and let
first.
them- Let the money get the money first, and then let you use the money to pursue your dream.
Why
But
can't
don't go-
they? Why can't they build their dream around the money?
So
Why
Because
can't they
the problem
why can't
is
they monetize their
the,
dream.
the problem is because statistically, most of the time that does not work out. I don't know the exact percentage, but if I had to guess, I would say less than 10% of these people that are making it are the ones that are successful, and you have the rest of the 90% that are failing. That's why when Aaron said if you build the foundation of having that job that supports your dreams, that supports the things that you actually want to do, you can still do theater. But guess what? When COVID happens and the theater closes, you can go online and you can do cloud engineering, and then you can go right back to doing theater if that's what suits you. You know what I'm saying?
Plenty of parents that
I gotta
taught their
say- I got to
children
say,
that going
when
to
society
college and
was built on
finishing and
dreams.
getting the degree was going to secure their future. There's a bunch of college graduates out of work presently.
What are their
They're working
degrees?
jobs
That's true.
that don't require a
Yeah,
degree.
yeah. What are the degrees?
What are their degrees?
Just to even tap on this when he brought up.
Antonio got an excellent question. What is the degree based on?
I can't
Black
hear
David. So,
Genesis.
Greg been waiting to get a word in, so Greg, go ahead and get your word in, bro. My bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
It was a lot. I was trying to get in, but when you gotta first understand when you say build the foundation, what is building the foundation? That's key because
Money.
Okay, so I'm glad you said money. So let's take my son for we gonna take my son for instance. You say build the foundation. What if I already established my son's foundation?
Well, that's different.
Yeah, that would help.
That's helping.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. And then and so if a child has a dream to become something and you already diminish that dream from them, you then take away their confidence.
No, you don't.
If I'm
No, you don't.
them, that's different. If I got the money and it's fun, that's different. But if they
Wait,
play
no.
dance and shit, I'm gonna say nah.
No. Wait,
Get
this
to
is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. We dismiss that part. If I already got the money, we ain't talking about that. Right now, we talking about what the man said about if his child has a dream and he tell them, oh, that ain't gonna make no money, this and that. Like, you've taken that away from a child. How would you feel as a young child for somebody to tell you, "Oh, you ain't gonna come to
That's not what Aaron said. Aaron,
let me clarify.
No, listen, no.
One mic.
My man up there on top of me. No. Hold on. My man up there on top of me said, if his daughter wanted to become something, he told her that, it's not gonna make a lot of money. You shouldn't do that.
Yeah, that was me.
But, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like at that point, you just taking that confidence away from that child.
And my daughter come to me and say, "Daddy, I want to be a ballerina." I'm gonna say, "Baby, you need to get no. You need to be the person. You need to be the cloud engineer that's running the show. You need to be the person that."
But that's my thing. Why are you how you know that's something she wanted to do? Because, like you said, we done seen many cases. Parents push their child.
I got some good questions for you.
Hold on. Parents
I got some good questions for you.
Okay, go ahead. Because and just to touch on that COVID thing, people lost their businesses because the lack of handling their money. It wasn't just by a job. A lot of people didn't save up no money to be able to run through that COVID time. It had nothing to do with degree. It had nothing to do with the industry. When you mismanage your money,
yes, it did.
Y'all, I don't think y'all really sure, and I'm not mean everybody. I don't think you really understand when you understand how small businesses work in America. They are the biggest employers in America, but they don't have the capital. They don't have the capital to have a balance sheet of a Fortune 500 company. So like there's a lot of context that's missing. But let me just add a little clarity. The whole point that I said is, yes, you can follow your dreams, but we got to use this money to build out your dream. Yeah. So first, go get this bag here, and then follow. We didn't get that part. We got, to follow your dreams. And no, it should have been get this money to fund your dreams. It's a second component. The money funds the dreams. We only got go get the money. We didn't get the fund.
It's just not the cloud.
Let me go back again, because as parents, then aren't we supposed to set our kids up for success?
In two ways. Yes, in two ways.
Not unrealistic.
In 2 ways, yes. We're supposed to set them up financially, but we're also supposed to set them up with work ethic. Part of helping your kids to develop that foundation is giving them a sense of work. So because the worst thing that we can do is just give them money and they don't have the work ethic to keep it. So it's two parts. And that's what, when we talk about foundation, this is what we're talking about.
So you give them stores and you give them a couple dollars for doing it.
I got 2 points.
They gotta hold on to money matters when they get
older. But the large majority of people do not come from money. They don't have the foundation.
It's not about having money.
Fathers, this is why I encourage you fathers to be in the lives of your children.
Hold on. You have
fathers. This is why I encourage you to be in the life of your kids. Yes.
You're 100% right. It costs money. Well, I don't know why y'all keep saying money don't matter.
Go ahead, Aaron. After Aaron, Mandrill.
Yeah, money absolutely matters. Unless you have a couch, and I'm gonna tell you why. Unless you have a couch, like at Genesis, you have a couch for your 28-year-old son to sleep on while he's trying to build out his dreams, and hopefully he is not interested in no women, because that's the only way he's gonna have the singular focus to not destroy 9 out of 10 businesses that fail. Most people that actually start to build businesses are in their mid to late 40s. Why? Because it takes experience. You have to have something to actually sell to bring to market. But the odds of you being a 21-year-old business owner that is generating crazy money, that is so difficult.
I am the mother of a 22-year-old business owner.
Okay, so you're going to make it even worse by throwing that anecdotal experience out there.
I am the mother of a 22-year-old business owner, and she is doing what she likes doing.
I have a 14-year-old son who owns a business where he makes phone cases as well. But I still teach him to do the practical stuff so that he has the foundation. It's not just about dreams. We got to get out of this mindset.
Dreams, but it is possible to monetize your dreams.
We're not talking about possible. We're talking about foundation.
I'm not saying be the starving artist and on welfare and all of that stuff.
You did earlier.
Don't confuse what I'm saying for that. You just have to be.
We're not confused. We're quoting what you said.
Right.
You have to be strategic in the way that you're doing it. You are saying that if somebody follows their dream, then they're destined for a life of
No one
That's
has
what I'm hearing.
said that.
That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm hearing. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, let me tell you, Genesis and
That's what I'm
Greg.
hearing.
Hold
Me
on,
and Greg
Genesis
must
and
be
Greg.
hearing the same
Well,
thing.
look, I got you, Genesis and Greg. I have an eye and ear doctor thing. I'm going to recommend to you both because you're both hearing the wrong thing. That's not what we're saying. We're saying build a foundation. Foundation first. We want you to listen. We want you to go get your dreams. We want you to be happy and feel fulfilled and feel purpose. But there are a lot of people who strive for the dream first, who are living outside now because they didn't have a mom and a dad telling them, this is what you need to do to make sure you eat. That's what we're saying we're trying to prevent. Follow your dream, just have a ground to land on as well. That's what we're saying.
Right. So if my son comes to me and says, I want to be an actor, right? I am not telling him, don't be an actor. You won't make any money and kill his dream. I wouldn't do that. But what I would tell him to do is it's wise to go get this skill set, get this certificate, get this degree or whatever, have that foundation, have a job. Look, the reason it's called starving artist for a lot of people is because they're working 2 or 3 jobs to fund the thing they're trying to do anyways. So if I tell my son to go get this job, that's going to give him a lot more money that he could probably do from home. So he has a lot more time to do his own thing and then pursue the acting on the side. I don't see the flaw in that.
Right. I just want to point out.
Let me tell you something. I'm in New York City.
I own Chicken Coop, y'all. Holler at my Chicken Coop website, y'all. I got some chicken. I got 12 of them things, man. Holler at the boy. I got them chickens, man. That chicken going high.
I live in New York City.
I got you.
You said chicken coops? I might need one of them for real.
Yeah. I got.
I live in New York City.
We got 10,000 chickens.
We have Broadway, which is located in Manhattan. And what I do know that a lot of people, because of the pandemic, who are out of business, had to either work in a restaurant, work in a bar, if there's bar still open or not, or find another job. If anybody did their homework, if I remember did the number correctly, maybe 20 to 30 actors. Before they were actors, there were doctors, there were professors, there were scientists, and then some. They made their money first before they went into acting. And while they went into acting, they were not only highly successful as an actor, they were also wise with their money as well. Unlike some actors who have no foundation, after throughout their own acting career, they end up being dead broke. Right. For example, the woman who was acting in this more TV series called The Wonder Year, she's a math professor. A few other people work in The Big Bang Theory, they were actually scientists.
Blossom.
There you go.
The chick that played Blossom, yeah.
The Hangover movie, Doctor.
Yeah, the Asian guy.
Dolph Lundgren, he's a professor.
Yeah, Dolph Lundgren went to MIT.
These are people who got a real job, made their money, but even though they made their money, they were able to fund their dreams. And even though they fund their dream and became highly successful, are they broke? No. They got multiple businesses that not only making money for them, they don't have to worry about anything else because they know how to manage their money.
Oh, I gotta say something unpopular.
Go ahead.
I gotta say something unpopular.
Please. I could kill it if I hurt people feeling, but all the other people who used to be actors, taking their dream all their life and everything, you ever know they got money issue all the time? They always end up broke.
Same thing with rap artists. Is your conversation about money management or funding the dream? Because when you say
what I'm talking about is structure and order.
Yeah. Both.
People who are
but we also can, even with that connotation, you can look at so many celebrities and athletes who just went straight for their dream and they're broke or they got money.
Hold on. I'll tell you, I got 2 points to make here. Okay, listen. Like, perfect example is my sister, right? When it comes to your dreams and all this carrying on, like my parents, like I told you before, my parents told us they didn't care what we did as long as we did the best we could at it, right? But they also taught me when I was 13, I said, Daddy, I want an allowance because I went to school with white kids. They're telling me, I'm like, hey, how'd you get that? My parents gave me an allowance, that kind of stuff. So I went to my parents with it. My dad went, you do, huh? Yeah. He leaves out the house. A few minutes later, he comes back. He has a gas can. He goes to the storage room. He pulls out the lawnmower. He said, okay, what I want you to do is take this lawnmower and this gas can, Anybody's yard looks like it needs to be cut, you knock on the door, tell them you'll cut their grass front and back for $10. None. And so now I did that. Okay. Now when I did that, I was going all day. Came back as usual. The street lights come on. You got to be home. My mother worked at a bank. The money I made, she went with me a couple of days later and opened up a bank account. And when I had the checkbook, see, at that time, checkbooks had the balance sheet in the back of it. You know, she taught me how to manage my money. My sister, same thing. When I give you money to do chores, you have to wash the car. Wash my car and your daddy's car. My mother taught us how to manage the money. Now, when it came to my sister's dream, she's an actor, right? Now, our parents told us both, okay, if you want to make a lot of money, cool. Do what you do. But it's best for you to go to college to have at least a credential or qualifications to fall back on. So my sister and I did that. Now my sister's in New York working at 30 Rock. Okay? And so she has a degree. She was acting for years. She was going acting. And that whole starving actor's life, the whole starving actors thing, it's real. She went through it. And like Aaron said, she was working 2 jobs. She was working 2 jobs for years. And it got to the point where she's like, you know what? She told me, like, you know what, Carlos? She said, what? I'm sick and tired of this whole starving artist bullshit. Okay? It's over. If I get a big acting gig, I get it. If I don't, I don't. But life got to move on. I got to get this paper. So she said, I learned enough from that field to know I know how to produce. I know how to edit. I can do all that kind of stuff there. Applies for a job. Boom. Because of her experience in the other parts of acting, and she has the degree. She had built a foundation, and before she went to New York and went all in Los Angeles to start acting, she was working during college and after college. She worked for a few years first, then moved and sought that. Now I was in the military. I met people, made the right connections, did a couple of contracts in Afghanistan. I worked for the Department of Defense. Now I'm 43, and I'm starting my own business. Just like Aaron said, we followed the blueprint. This is real, people. I'm using myself and a close family member as a perfect example. We're telling you the truth. You have to have foundations. This whole thing of following your dreams, that's how you fall flat on your face and hit rock bottom.
That is not because it may not be
good way to do it.
You doesn't mean that it's not possible for
no. You got it wrong. You had it twisted. Just because your daughter was lucky enough to where it worked out for her, doesn't mean that's the way it happens. Doesn't mean that's the right avenue to go down.
She's not an anomaly.
Yes, she is.
Mandrell just hit back with the facts. That's a good point.
We have to
She's
add
not.
a component.
Mandrell is sitting here, but he's the one saying that he can't get a wife and he doesn't have children.
Oh, that's deflection. That's deflection. That's deflection.
That's not because you got to be well rounded, right?
My job, but the jobs I had, monopolized.
Yeah, that's deflection right there. Genesis, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. On national television on a Tuesday evening.
Once again, very crystal.
So go ahead, Aaron. Go ahead, Aaron.
Yeah, the reason why men are builders of the society. Period.
Yeah, let me add this component real quick because it might actually explain why me and Sarah we on this wave and the women might be a little different. And this is going to sound unpopular initially. Money matters to men more than it matters to women. So that's going to sound extremely unpopular initially, right? And when you extrapolate that information, you start to go down. You will not meet a woman typically. I know. I told you initially it's going to sound horrible. I know, but when you speak to most women, what you will hear is they never really been turned down from a guy because they ain't have enough money. You will never hear a woman say, "Yeah, I was too broke. He didn't mess with me." But you will hear that happen for men. So, but the point of it is, you will hear that happen for men, right? Because money matters for men more than it matters for women. Now, let's add on to that, right? So we're going to even add on to that just a little bit more, right? So think about it like this: women do not proudly take care of their families the way that men proudly take care of their family. So what does that mean? I'm gonna add
Aaron,
to it.
Aaron, he's gonna slap us like this.
I know. I gotta ask you initially. It hurts initially. But I'm gonna break it down, and y'all gonna get where it's coming from. Let me give you an example.
Speaking facts, man.
A woman will proudly take care of her kids, but she do not proudly take care of a grown-ass man. But a man will proudly take care of his children and his woman. A woman can provide for a man, but she don't do it out of pride and happiness. She does it with a little arrogance out of it. It irritates her to have to be able to provide for a grown man. The inverse is not the same. Men proudly provide for their family. That family means children and their woman or wife. It's not the same, the opposite way around for women. So when you hear why we think about money and these paths differently, it's those exact reasons. You want to follow a dream. Well, men know, money matter. We got to figure this out. We the most important component, because you said it, Genesis. Men are here to provide. You ain't put no providing like prerequisite on a woman, a girl growing up. There's no prerequisite to that.
If she doesn't bring some value, then she's a liability.
But Genesis, before you respond, can we all appreciate the facts that Aaron just spit? Like, can we just do that? He just spit facts.
Because you agree with them.
Because he's right.
What I think about the topic at all. So I was just going to say, like,
if that was the case, where in history have you seen a society built by women? Period.
Oh, black man, you gonna go there?
I am vicious.
I missed
that way I'm black at it, and I'm proud.
What society is in?
No gunshot. Put a grenade and rocket launch on that one.
I actually agree with
I'm
the
here to
men
blow
on the
things
panel,
up.
So you can't really say all women.
Let's see what Brianna has to say. I want to hear this.
Brianna didn't.
I actually agree with what the men are saying. So, like, to say that most women don't agree with it, I don't think it's true. I think that the original question, should children be forced to do things? I think that you should like see if your child has an aptitude for any kind of skill that can be leveraged into a good like career. So obviously, like if your child is naturally, good at some things, you want to try to guide them to leverage it to something that could be profitable for them. But I followed that plan as well. I became a nurse, and now I'm not a nurse anymore. But now I do all my creative art things that I've always loved doing, but they weren't gonna pay the bills. And I also believe that men do have the weight of duty more than we do. I feel like for me, I get a chance to think about how I feel about things. My husband definitely doesn't have that luxury. Like, we gotta eat. He has to take care of us. The burden of duty is on him. The duty to us is on him, I feel like, more than me. So I kind of realized I have a luxury of just being like, oh, do I want to wear pink hair today or purple? Like, it's just not a luxury he has. So
on behalf of men everywhere, thank you. On behalf of men everywhere, we thank you for your service. Absolutely, what you said is spot on.
They're ready to fight back.
So
scenario.
So S. Dot had a comment. Look at this.
Okay, sorry.
Oh.
That's due to female expectation.
Yeah, I saw that comment. Listen, I'm gonna answer that. It don't matter. It is what it is. Men have to operate what it is. No, I don't care how it came about. It is what it is, and men gonna operate the way that society is. We ain't gonna jump into no theoretical. What if we would have changed this spirit? Men accept reality the way it is, and we adjust to operate. So,
who makes up the majority of society? Let's take it there then.
Okay. Oh, I got to step out for about 10 minutes. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right.
And this is what I said again.
Genesis was about to bring. Genesis
from the beginning of the book of Genesis to now.
If your kid had a natural talent for cooking, and their dream was to become a chef, are you saying that because they chose to follow their dream of being a chef, that they wouldn't be able to provide? Or
no, but you're going to go to the Art Institute, okay, and get your degree and your qualifications, and you're going to get it while you're in college. You're going to work, okay, so you can get experience. So that way, when you get out into the working world after you're done with your degree in culinary arts, you can go and get a job at a restaurant somewhere, okay, and earn money until you save up enough money to where you can start your own restaurant or whatever it is you want to do. You see what I'm saying? You're not gonna make a lot of money as a painter. Like my sister found out.
This
whole acting thing.
That isn't the only career that is considered art.
Okay,
Because
name them.
fair enough.
Hold on 1 second, Mandrell. So as you name them, we'll have the panel give their facial expression or their gesture of if that would make money. So go name some art. Go ahead. Name one. Go
I
ahead.
just named a chef. That's culinary art.
You can make
They
money
don't
with
make a
that.
lot of money.
That makes money once you're properly trained on the
I
best
was
chef.
gonna say, they don't make a lot of
And
money.
you went to
And they don't
college
make a
for
lot
it.
of money
They don't.
until you own your own restaurant. You're not making money like that.
That's totally true.
Like I told you,
Very,
my
very
sister,
true.
when she worked for a while after college and made money, and she went off to New York and LA and back to now she's back in New York, and that whole she came to the realization. I'm so glad I went to college and got all her credentials and everything
Yeah,
first.
private chefs, but most people went to
Private
private
chefs
Here's the
chefs.
thing.
make
I know real
It's still a
chefs.
chef
You don't
nonetheless.
start off like that. It
Right,
takes
you
time
don't.
to build that up, as with anything.
Right.
My brother used to work for a restaurant in Manhattan called the Fresco Grill. Now, he first started working for the owner of that restaurant when he went to Bible College back in Tulsa, Oklahoma. And because he worked with the owner, him and his roommate, they were given a job to work in the Fresco. The Fresco Grill one, the high-rise restaurant in Manhattan, not too far from Radio City Music Hall. Now, for a plate of dish in that restaurant, you had to spend at least $100. Moving
The
and
Fresco
shaking
Grill
go to
you
that
said it
restaurant.
was?
Yes.
Yeah, I've been there before.
My brother
A
worked,
long
he
time
know the
ago.
owner.
Yeah.
And the biggest tip a waiter can get in one day was $1,000. That if it's on a good day. But the chef make way more. When I'm trying to point out, you can make money at the chef, but you gotta start from somewhere first. Not all the chefs make a lot of money.
Okay,
Only a select few.
start them when they're
Keyword.
young. If they
Yes,
have
you
a
start on when they're young, but
if they
who
have
would
a
they work
liking
under?
for when they're young, when they're
Yeah.
16,
Yeah,
then
but who
you
would they work
start them
under?
out at 16. They're
You
still
don't
under
understand
your
what it
roof.
takes to be a
They're
chef.
still under your roof at
Being a
16.
chef is
So then
not
they're able
easy.
to build.
There are some
They're
chefs.
able to build their
No.
clientele, hone their skills,
Doesn't
and
matter.
all that.
Doesn't
And by
matter.
the time they're adults, now they're ready to go out on their own.
Being a
Can I
chef
say
don't work
something
like
about
that.
Working to a
art careers
person.
though? Can I say
Being a
something
chef don't
about
work
very
like
big
that.
Hold on,
family.
Brianna got something she want to say, guys. She been
because
sitting back. So go ahead, Bri.
I went to art college. My brother also went to art college. But he's an engineer. So we all we have two talent kind of thing. I will say the good thing about art, because my 12-year-old is very talented in art. And, like, she's learning how to like mint NFTs, and like she's out of control. She already does commission work. She makes stickers and sells them online. The good thing about art is you don't have to wait till you're an adult to like practice it. So I feel like if she said she wanted to make art a career, like I would kind of, when she became like an adult, I would be like, but why? Like you've already been doing all these things since you were like 12. So like if you're gonna blow up in the art world, like, or if that's gonna be your path, I feel like you can kind of figure that out. But like going to art college, which is like crazy expensive too. Like it costs way more than you'll probably ever make your first 5 years. Like, so to say like I'm gonna go to college for art, like I just would not. Like I did that, I would not. I just feel like you could just be an art. You either are an artist or you're not. So
it's the same thing with the filmmaking school, because I'm a videographer on the side.
Hold on a second. Somebody got their YouTube on in the background. I hear echo.
Yeah, it's the same thing with filmmaking school. I even made a video about it of, if you should go to filmmaking school or not, because you end up in a lot of college debt. You end up, paying that off for years and years in the interest. And a lot of times you can actually learn by taking a course. There's several courses where you can pay significantly less than it would cost you to go to filmmaking school. But just as an example, as something that you don't even have to go to school for, you could still learn to do it, enjoy it, and even make a career out of it, if that's what you please. So I think sometimes too with the arts thing is sometimes people go to school for it. And I'm not knocking people who do it, but you have to understand you end up with this large amount of debt and you never end up making the money. So you never get a return on your investment. So that's just something to think about when it comes to a lot of art degrees.
Right. Like I was saying, my sister, while she was working 2 jobs, she was learning other aspects of the business, and that's why she's able to do what she does now. But she also got certifications. She went back to school and got a degree, you know, and actually got educated on video editing, on camera work, other aspects of the business that she could use to get a job, because she really likes editing. I don't know why, but it's something she really liked about the business that she said, okay, I can make money with this, because she found out quickly that acting has nothing to do with talent. Maybe 0.5% is dealt with in talent. Period. They go on for other things: look, height, the director's idea of what the character looks like, things like that. You know, because she's an extremely talented artist. She's booked jobs. She's done a lot of stuff for the, you know, Lifetime. She's been on Lifetime movies and Lifetime TV shows. HBO. She's worked for HBO. They've been in HBO movies, things like that. But at the end of the day, you know, she's happy she got the foundation first. And while she was working 2 jobs and booking roles, she's...
The heaven saved us? Oh, the heaven saved us. Woo.
Go ahead, Aaron.
That's that government internet right there, Cricket Wireless, boy, I tell you.
Mandrell.
They put a quarter to your monitor. I think that the hole in the quarter monitor, they put an extra quarter to get more meter. Then they take that little quarter, put it into the side of your monitor. They will give you more juice on your internet.
No, I think the panel handled that real well. Queso broke it down. Brianna broke it down. Look here. From what I understand, I do have a few customers that are restaurant owners and in that field, and I know how well they actually do, because I can look. If you don't have client lists, you don't have clientele, that private chef won't work. You need to build up a clientele list. Like it's a lot, and everybody got a dream. Everybody got a dream. Like if you, I don't know. Look, somebody said they want to be a chef. Listen, you're right. If you come from Genesis household and you come from a well put together family, sure, we can mold that. But a lot of these kids, let's be real, because we understand the economics of society, are not coming from environments where it's conducive to think like that. They are literally, most people are first-time millionaires. They're coming out from the fake middle class, and y'all know how I feel about the middle class. It don't exist, but we're gonna say, for the sake of these conversations, we'll create one. They're not in these environments to where they can have a fallback plan, have parents that can cultivate their actual artistic views. Like, no, you're working 3 jobs, mom. You're working 3 jobs to take care of them. You might be a single mom. Like, a lot of this stuff is more real than not. So we're speaking from a possibility of what we would cultivate with our kids. But when we put it on a grand scale, like, no, most of these kids are like pushing through. I like to think. I want to make
New York City,
okay.
Headquarters for food and restaurant. If your restaurant don't have a client and get that money, it will get shut down. Period. That is a known fact.
No. I want to hear any other art. I want to hear more art. Let her throw out some other titles out there.
Let's address my sister's comment first. My sister said, I like to think women help expand the vision and dream of their kids and significant others. All business and no heart can make for a unhappy humans.
Nah, Bill Gates. Bill Gates.
I think in my household, I am the space for the. Like, I do think in our household, like I am more of like, I'm the one who helps my daughter cultivate her like art and stuff more. My husband just ain't got time for it. But I do think that I do think it's our job, because we're like, I'm home all the time, so I'm with my kids. Like, I can see that talent and help them, and like I've helped my daughter with, you know, minting her NFTs and all that stuff, because I have time for it. So I mean, it kind of is true to some degree. Like,
get out of the NFTs.
What you mean? She ain't got to get out of no NFTs.
What you say?
If she sells NFTs. If she's selling,
she's drawing her own artwork.
Oh yeah, she's selling
NFTs.
Right.
She's not trading. She's minting NFTs herself.
Okay.
So this is something she's into, because she draws anyway. She's into digital art.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Cool. That's cool.
Go ahead, Zoe. We had Zoe, and then B9 is in the building tonight.
I'm being a little bit patient because I wanted to bring the conversation back a little bit away from the art. When Brianna had start talking about cultivating from a childhood level, for whatever reason, I started thinking about a about football in particular. So a lot of kids end up having that. We haven't really discussed the sports dynamic of chasing your dreams. I think that's important because you can use that same football to teach discipline. I'm trying to play devil's advocate. I'm very pro F your dreams, but I'm trying to play a little bit devil's advocate. You can use that football to
Oh no,
teach
we're laughing
discipline.
at the comment. My sister made another comment. Behind every great man is a great woman. No, laugh out loud, y'all fake. Raise your hand if you believe that comment.
I don't.
I do not. Let it be known. I disagree. I disagree
If
wholeheartedly.
he's married, if he's single, no.
Nah, don't put no
No.
So what do you think? Zo real quiet on this one.
Oh
Zo,
no, I
what-
said no.
Okay, so damn, that's no. Okay, so what about you, Queso?
I was trying to think about it actually. Well, every great man, no.
Exactly.
I think
That's
that's
where
I think that's the part that's throwing me off.
I argue most.
I'm
That's
being
why I said
too
not every.
specific, but I do 100% believe that a good woman adds immense value to your life.
Agreed, 1000%.
So that's a no for Queso, no for Zo, no for my man.
Yeah, and also I'd like to add.
Can I add to that one? Can I add to that?
Y'all dreams too, because we be making y'all think y'all superstars.
No, we ain't doing
No,
that.
I'll like to add to that. I'll say this: I've never met one.
say my
Kids.
piece on this?
I've never met one.
I don't tolerate liars. Don't gas me up.
Can I
Tell me the truth.
Yeah.
Tell me I suck so I can do something else or get better.
Come on.
Can I add to this?
Oh, we got the comments. The comments saying the same thing. Hell no. For Yella.
Can I add to
He
this?
ain't signed and said nope.
Can I add to this? Being from an African family, from a wealthy African family, where you have multi-millionaires, a lot of these big corporates I know back in my country was not supported or helped by women. They were built before she got there. So the answer is capital N, massive O. No.
Damn, capital N, massive O. Wow. Wow.
So one of my classmates, hear this.
Black
This is
David,
true
this for you,
story.
Black David.
This is a
This
true
for you.
story. One of my classmates took over his father's business. His father was a car dealer back in my country. He took his father's business before he met his wife, made it bigger than what it is. Now it's one of the pioneer company in Africa that manufactured trucks and cars long before that woman got there.
So why you
that
been
being
working
said,
in IT for 20 years since you came from a wealthy family?
let me tell you something. I
Where's the
chose
generational
IT
wealth?
against my parents. If you remember what I said earlier, my mom wanted me to either be a doctor,
So they cut you
a
off.
lawyer, or a
They cut
banker.
him off.
They cut you off from the
No,
generational wealth.
didn't know why. My mom said want me to be a nurse. I told her, why don't you be a nurse?
That's what you said to your mom?
That's talking back.
Hell, no, let me tell you why I said that.
Right,
First
because
and
that's
foremost,
your upbringing, right?
let me tell you. No, I know you want to bring that because it's the same women married to an African woman or a white woman, and I question it. Sorry, and I question them because it's the reason why I put that out there. I chose a career that was more fulfilling and more financially breakthrough than anything else, and would be long lasting. Because if you think about it right now, we're in the computer age. The computer industry is a multi-trillion-dollar industry, not the banking. Everything we use in this world is by computer, and I chose that field. It was the right decision. Cryptocurrency, which
Not everything.
cryptocurrency, which is making a whole lot of killing. What did it run on? Computers, chips,
The
and
blockchain and all
software.
that. Okay.
Cloud computing. So without
Sis,
those
if
four
you want to
things,
cam up, sis, come up for
without
about
those
10
four
minutes, sis.
things,
I know you're busy,
would there
but
be
cam up.
cryptocurrency being placed?
Right
Without
past.
the four things, would there be a TV? Without the fourth thing, would there be a smartphone? Hell no. Without computers, nothing would be existed to begin with. So I make a wise choice.
But the world was running before
If
computers.
you want to challenge that, be my guest. Pull the plug and see how you operate.
We still gonna operate
Boom.
without computers, though. It's just not gonna be as optimal and
The
as
first
efficient.
computer was built long before it came out here.
I don't know what that means.
The TV was based on the computer aspect of it.
That's a moot point. That's a moot point. You are right about
So
technology has enhanced our life.
if you
for
want to
sure.
go, I'm a science kid. I'm a nerd. I don't play around with facts and shoot. No hearsay, no opinion. If you can't deal on facts and truth, you lose the argument with me automatically. You lost already from day one.
I love how Canadian validates his point. He makes a point and he goes, I'm black and I'm a nerd.
Hold on. Highlight Sherelle's comment, Black Man. Highlight Sherelle's comment.
Let me make my point from earlier real quick. I want to get a little bit anecdotal and play a little bit devil's advocate to the F Your Dreams, because it was Rihanna and it was Greg who was talking about like even from childhood raising and I was going to use football as an example because my cousin's son, I still call him my nephew. We put in him early on to play football, and we used that to build discipline in a way that nothing else ever did. So we taught him coding, taught him different other things in his childhood. But the thing that sticks to him the most is football. He's a 2-time Pop Warner championship quarterback, and he's in high school now. And it's going to be pretty difficult to tell him, F your dreams if he wants to go to the NFL, and it seems that that's the direction that he kind of wants to go in. And
I'm still mad,
like an option for him.
Hold on, I'm still mad. So hold on, I'm still mad about these comments talking about you ain't a great man unless you married. Hold on. So is there any great women, or are you going to attribute their greatness to a married to a husband, a silent husband in the background? No, y'all not gonna say no craziness. That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Sis, come on, cam up, sis. Cam up, sis. Hey, listen, you gotta turn your camera on, but cam up, sis.
I'm watching.
He mentioned
Eli Musk.
Hold on,
JD Walker.
Can't see your face, so
Zoe gets done.
bro.
Go ahead, B9.
I said, Ern, you are dead wrong because Oprah wouldn't have been anything without Stedman.
Facts, you right. I stand corrected.
Stedman, you don't even see Stedman, bro.
Hey, Rihanna ain't nothing without ASAP Rocky.
Nope.
And y'all wilding, okay?
Beyonce ain't nothing without who? Beyonce ain't nothing without who?
No, he tell Rihanna, but technically Rihanna was not anything without JD. JD helped her to what she got. If JD did not find her, she wouldn't be what she is right now.
Mary J. Blige husband.
Move on to the next point.
Mary J. Blige husband. She wouldn't be none without him.
Man, look! Wow. So I'm trying to move on here. These dudes.
I tried to change the subject. It didn't work.
Go ahead, Zo.
Nah, I was just playing devil's advocate to sports. Like I don't know. Like I wouldn't know at this point how to tell my nephew not to play football, not to pursue the pros, even though it's not the likelihood. It's just because he's been doing so well with football that it's kind of like, well, keep on going, keep on pushing. It's a thing that kind of taught him discipline that we use that I'm proud of him for, that I can't look back and be like, well, F your dreams for real. Like I told myself F your dreams and it worked for me. But for him, I don't know how. It's a lot more difficult for me to have that conversation with him because it's not like we haven't tried to put coding on him. It's like we haven't tried to put different things in front of him to make him like lean into. And he doesn't have, too much financial things to worry about. And if he did want to pursue the NFL, he could. It's just a matter of what he's willing to lean into. So just a little bit of feedback on that, at least going up to the collegiate level and then possibly the NFL, because it seems to be his dream.
But we forget that a lot of people.
Go ahead.
We forget that a lot of people would pushing a kid into football and basketball. Not everybody's going to make it. If you keep forgetting about that. There's one particular rap artist from Dallas who, by all means, was trying to get into the NFL until he got an injury. Once that injury happened, his football career was gone. But somehow he found another outlet, which was based on his discipline, and he able to do what he needed to do because his parents pushed him. He's an African guy. He's from my country, but he's Igbo. But what I'm trying to point out is this.
So, Black David.
Nothing wrong with sports, but that not should be the only avenue.
I understand, Black David.
I understand what you're saying, Black David.
I understand what you're saying.
I understand what you're saying, Black David. Real quick, Zoe. I understand what you're saying, Black David. But damn, you can go be a cloud engineer and go to school for 4 years or go get certificates and make $200,000 a year. And you can go out and run an out route and make $30 million in a year. I mean, goddamn, you just got to look at these. You can't, if these men are super athletes, we can't say you need to do this when these guys have potential to be great. You know, just like Chad Ochocinco, he said it. Chad Johnson said when he was growing up, he wanted to play football, but he didn't want to do the work. He said, I did not want to go to school. I hate class. I hate teachers. I hate homework. I don't want to write. I don't want to read. I don't want to do nothing. And he said the coach told him, you don't got to worry about none of that. Just show up. He said throughout his middle school, high school, college, he didn't have to do nothing.
Where is he now?
I understand that though. Let me say this real
nothing.
quick.
Where is he now?
He's a multi-millionaire.
I'm very pro.
Nah, he's doing well.
Yeah, he's doing very well. He owns businesses and restaurants and all type of shit.
He's a smart guy. He's a smart guy.
Again, just because he was lucky enough to where it worked out doesn't make it the norm.
We're not talking about luck right now. We're talking,
I might have to disagree with that one.
Listen, there's okay, F your dreams, but if you have someone on a path that can go in that direction, what is the structured way to push them in that direction the right way? Because I don't want my nephew to be like Floyd Mayweather and can't read with be a multimillionaire. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but it's like
Florida billionaire.
He's way bigger than a multimillionaire.
Yeah, he's billionaire.
Way bigger than that.
But it's like I'm speaking structurally. I am okay with my nephew being a billionaire that can't read, honestly. But structurally speaking, like if we're going to talk about what the right thing to do is, what's the structured way to push someone to chase their dreams? What's the right set of rules to go in that direction? Because that's a part of the conversation as well. We preach F your dreams. He got through football and learned his discipline and understands that. It's just that in his mind, he's just like NFL still, and I don't know how to take his heart out of it.
There's no playbook, bro. There's no playbook. Like, there's no way anyone can tell you a playbook. This is why it's an open debate, because there is no structured playbook to how to do this thing called life, this parenting thing. It ain't no playbook, bro.
You don't think I take from the F your dreams argument?
No, I think F your dreams really just mean there are certain things you have to do before you can get to your dreams. Because let's be honest, this is the most important thing. There are 50-year-old people that don't know what they want to do with their life.
Right.
It's like, so when we sit there and act like, oh, this 22-year-old, yeah, go follow your dreams. They don't know what their dreams is. They just spewing out, oh, I want to do this, I want to do that. That don't mean that's your dreams. That could be a desire. So that's the thing. When we say these things like, yeah, we want our kids to follow dreams, the men are saying, no, we got to get this foundation under the books, because you don't even know what a dream is. We don't know what you're talking about right now. Let's focus on getting you right, and then you go build on this dream. And that's where the confusion is. 50, 60-year-old people that's lost in life, they're like, I don't know what I want to do.
And also, you have to keep in mind,
Aaron, that's for you.
Let me see what it say right there. Who do men think? Or who do men thank more when they become successful? The women.
No, they don't. They thank God first.
But look, that's strategy. That's strategy. That's strategy. Like, y'all know how to.
Nah, we thank our mama first, not women. Our mama. That's a whole different person. No, that's my mama.
Your mama is a woman.
That's my mama. You're a woman. That's my mama.
Mama is a woman.
Big difference.
And also,
you're a woman. That's my mama.
Mama is mama.
Also, Zoe, here's a point.
What's up, man?
I say if your son's really talented, if he has actual talent in football, right? Okay, I had talent in combat sports, karate, boxing, but boxing politics kept me from that even going anywhere. But nurture it, take him to summer camps, training camps, nurture the shit out of that, right? His talent, push it to his utmost limit, but at the same time, keep him focused on if that doesn't work.
Mandrea, don't read the comment, Mandrea. Don't read it. Don't read it, Mandrea. Don't read it.
That's the difficulty, Mandrea.
I 100% agree with her too.
It has to be about. It has to be.
Look at Mandrea's face.
I agree with her too. God is a woman.
I'm not going there. I can't go there.
Come back, Mandrea.
I got too much respect for you, black man. Okay. I got and plus you are a black man and that's a black woman. I got too much respect for you.
That is a man.
She can hold her own.
Oh, whoa! She said, "Hey, you heard her. You heard Genesis. She said my sister can hold her own.
She can hold her own. You don't want that smoke.
From
Nature is a
You want to
woman,
bring
God
smoke?
is a man.
Wait. You don't want to
Nature
listen.
is a
Hold on. First of
woman,
all,
God is a
you don't
man.
want to have a religious conversation with me. I'll make you an atheist.
He sound like Black David now.
I'll make you an atheist. You don't want to have
I'm
a
ready
religious
for it.
conversation.
If I was a
Wait a
woman,
minute.
I
I'm
would say
using that though,
crystal
Black David.
clear.
Capital N, massive O. I'm using that shit.
Yes.
That's
This
right.
this
If
cat
I
is
was a
ridiculous.
woman,
LeBron
what
attributes the success
society
to
in
his wife.
history was built by women? I will wait here until you find it. If you cannot, go back under the rocks. Thank you.
To the Jeopardy music.
Well, all right. So
So okay, you had some for me. You said that's a difficulty.
Go ahead, so.
No,
Keeping
well,
him focused on keeping him.
because
Let him know
you
that. Okay.
spend some because he's gone to quarterback camps. He's like it's been invested in him for him to be successful in football already, and it's been invested for him to be such a successful person. But he's just leaning so strong onto that football because the culture will drag you in. I know that.
Yeah.
And then just the success that he's had already so far. People are looking at him and scouting him and they're talking to him. People are in his ear now. So it's not just us as the adults in his life. It's also
The
the
sharks are
culture
at him
around
now.
him. And now, and not to say that that's such a big deal because I don't think that that's such the biggest deal. It's just that I also don't feel like as compelled to tell him F your dreams as I was able to tell myself. You know what I'm saying? And
I get it.
It's leading by example that I'm trying to do. It's like, by example, I know I felt like F my dreams, and that's what pushed me into success. For him, it doesn't seem to be the case, and that's where it's like difficulty as I'm not his father, but as a male figure in his life that helps support him, that help push him to where he's at, to be able to have that conversation with him because he still looks at me, he jumps on my back, and he's a big kid again to me, but he's in high school now, and he's hearing these things, and it is driving him in that direction. That's why I was asking if there's a structured way, and,
All right.
and Aaron was like, there's nothing there because it's like, what do you do?
Here's what you do. I'll say this much, and I'll defer back to Aaron. Okay, the odds of you making it into the NFL is less than 1%.
Yep.
You give him the real, give him honest, no BS facts about this. How hard it is, no matter how. Even as talented as he may be, he still may not even get drafted. He still may not make it as a walk-on. Let him know the facts of it, okay? And then, because he's in high school now, all right? So then you tell him, okay, make sure you have a backup plan. Get a trade, or if you're going to go to college and play college ball, get your degree at least, okay? Don't listen to the BS everyone else says. Now, once you give him the real, since he's in high school, you got to let him make his decision from there. And if it works out, fantastic. If he gets injured or something and it doesn't work out, them's the breaks.
Let me tell you why it's difficult because because now he's in a football high school now. He's also looking at some of the other top tier football high schools around the country. Now, with that being the case, if he's focused on something else at this point, like I'm glad we taught him coding earlier. But at this point, it could be like counterproductive to tell him to start focusing on this stuff when everyone around his competition is going all in at this point towards football, as far as high school level, going into collegiate level, trying to become five-star prospects. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
so I understand what you're saying, and we've had those conversations with him. It's just the more we go down this path is where I see that it's becoming a more and more difficult conversation because it's becoming more real for him than it's ever been for me. So I don't have the experience to tell him like, oh yeah, this is what you do. And then
if he's
go ahead.
If he's getting offers, and if you're like, because talent is noticeable, you can see it. We visually, like, if you see the talent, like because you will understand. You see sports, we watch sports, we know people who got it, and he's getting scouted, and people are recognizing, and they want to reward him for that. Then that might be a situation where you do go all out, because to be great in the sport, you do have to have a very much singular focus in a lot of the case. But I don't know the rest of his environment. Is it conducive to prepare him to be able to go all out for that and still be able to support him if that doesn't transition well, like God forbid a serious injury and he back down to square one. You see what I'm saying? But like if he has the talent and he's getting recruited and people are looking at him, I think that's a once in a lifetime opportunity, and that's not something that you shy away from. So I would personally say you definitely go all out for that. But it's circumstantial as well, because some people don't have the foundation, the family foundation, and they're literally coaches, are dragging them. You got to get the class. So it's I know Emmanuel. Oh God, Emmanuel, this guy. He don't stop. He gonna be coming up here yelling at us soon. But yeah, I just think that for sports, if he has the talent and he's getting scholarship or he's getting scouted in that kind of way, no. Sports should not always be the best.
I also think that too, when you're talking about like the NFL and NBA, right? Someone who aspires to do that, right? You can actually leverage trying to get to those things for your education. For example, if you are a good basketball player, right? That scholarship money that you can earn, and you can be going to school, getting a degree that's going to help you have high earning potential. And if it doesn't work out to where you don't go to the NBA, you know what I'm saying? You still have a backup plan, because I think
that we could do, honestly.
But I think what the issue is though, is that I think we're thinking that giving our kids the real of that fewer than 1% people make it to the NFL, like you stated earlier, giving our kids the real is a dream crusher, and it's not. I think it's just helping them face reality, because so many kids all want to do these extravagant things, right? And let's be honest, a lot of the kids aren't even doing the thing they need to be doing to even get there in the first place. You want to be in the NBA and you are playing 2K 3 hours a day instead of shooting in the, you know what I'm saying? So it's not even realistic. A lot of this is aspirational talk. It sounds good and it feels good to talk on dreams and what you want to do. And I want to be a DJ and, you know, whatever your dream is. And I'm not trying to crush people's dreams, but a lot of the dreams that people have is just based on feelings and no practicality. It's all talk. Yeah. I see it all the time where someone tells me what their dream is and they're not doing anything towards that dream. And then the other issue I think we have too is that we have one or two examples of people that we know that made their dreams possible, right? And we go, well, if they could do it, anybody can do it. And I'm not saying that I just don't like ignoring the statistics or the reality of a situation. If fewer than 1% of people making it to the NFL, I'm letting my kids know that if he has aspirations to play in the NFL. I'm not telling him
wrong mindset.
I'm not telling him that so that he doesn't try. I'm telling him that because he needs to know that he needs to have something else other than that, because it's likely that you're not going to make it.
And it might motivate.
But the cool part that y'all ain't.
Real quick. We got 20 people watching. Go ahead and hit the like button right now as we continue the conversation, and go ahead and hit the subscribe button as we have a goal to get to that 1,000 road to 1,000 guys. So please hit the subscribe button, hit the share button, and share the content as well. One thing I want to say about the NFL, that's fine. You don't have, you tell your kids whatever you want to tell your kids. But the thing now is, some kids that don't make it to the NFL can still become millionaires in college, because now the NCAA has approved college players to get paid to play. So now there are college athletes right now that have never touched a college field that have signed $2.5 million contracts, $4.5 million contracts, $6 million contracts. Offensive linemen over here making $300,000 a year for 4 years. I'm looking at him right here. Sean Shivers at Auburn is going to be making $4.3 million a year for 4 years. Even if he does not go to the league, he can invest that money and live for the rest of his life.
WWE just signed 10 nil contracts last week.
What'd you say, B9?
I said it's not just a contract that they can get from the college now. They also can get the royalties
endorsements
from that video game that K-Soul was talking about.
Yep.
So they can literally set themselves up for life.
And not even go to the NFL.
And so that's a game.
And not even go.
What I'm saying is correct under the traditional system, but when California passed that law,
shout out to Cali.
Governor, what's his name? Gavin, whatever, Mr. Gavin, Mr. Gavin. So once he showed love, it was a game changer. And so now that 1% is going to now go all the way up to 5%. But K-Soul is still right though, because we've gone up from 1% to 5%.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. I understand. See, the thing is, yes, we do talk about the numbers. I'm 100% agreeing with K-Zone. Absolutely. But if Queso's your dad, and let's just say, because hey, my house is pretty steady around here, my son is in a position to be able to focus on this one thing that takes immense amount of focus to be great in. And if it doesn't work, well, I got the structure that we can work on something else. There are people that don't know what they want to do. They're 30, 40, 50 years old. Why are we telling an 18-year-old kid, a 19-year-old kid, that they can't take this opportunity after all the hard work that Queso did to make sure they can do this opportunity? I'm saying, depending on your environment, depending on your structure, it may be very much worth that risk, because my dad is Queso. He got me. I'm going to figure it out, but I got to take this opportunity, because sports is the one thing where ages matter. But when you look in the corporate world, most of America is run by late 40s, 50s, and 60s and 70-year-old men, basically.
Yep.
The intelligence and all these is at the top. They can become great later in life, but that small window, I don't think we should be. If you set up a foundation, push them.
Oh yeah, I definitely agree, and that's why I said like sports is the one area where you can kind of do two things at once, because you can go to school and also be getting a whatever type of degree, the degree that's going to give you that high earning potential. So again, I'm definitely pushing my kids to do it, but I'm just saying we also just need to face reality. So I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I agree with you 100%.
Man, sports is more not reality than anything, man. And this is why I came up here. Yes, it is, man. And let me kind of say something, bro, because sports is one of the only like avenues where you can fail up. You don't make it to the NBA, guess what? You can be a coach. You can make connections. You can get to meet with a lot of people. And I would rather push my son full into sports and then instead of telling him that he can go be an interpretive dancer. You want to talk about numbers and percentages? I heard arts and stuff like that. I ain't gonna lie, I had a little comment in the chat for somebody talking about white people do this and white people got jobs as tasters and all. We ain't white people, dog. Stop trying to fit into their niche. Let's keep doing what the hell we do good.
Wait, who said that?
You want to sit up here and talk about the 1%? Well, guess what? 70% of the NFL is black.
It's still 1%.
Name three.
Fewer than 1%.
Name three black interpretive dancers that ain't at a church. Stop playing, bro. Like, quit playing. Like, no, because I mean, we be trying to. I hate the fact that it be like, oh, we don't want to be the entertainers and the athletes and all that other stuff. Quit playing, bro.
You keep making these arguments that I didn't make. I
ain't talking about you. I'm talking about period.
Oh, my bad. You're just speaking in general.
I'm speaking in general because
I got you.
It's the whole idea. Yeah, you don't want to push them to sports because that's mainly the idea. We don't want to keep making them athletes and entertainers. We want them to do something else. Fail?
There is more to do other than be an athlete or entertainer.
I know, but what's the point though? At this point,
because everybody's
what's the point of going into arts?
Or an entertainer. That's
what's the point of going into arts though? I would rather my son go take the opportunity to go be
to do so. Then why not?
I'm not saying a natural. I'm talking about to the point to where he can be successful. I'm not going to push him towards. I'm not going to take him out of sports. I'm not. But if he's naturally talented, if he's naturally talented,
be an illustrator, that's a form of art. They can make money.
Illustrators don't make no money.
Oh Jesus,
they don't. And I think it's
illustrators don't make no money.
My God,
our art is relevant because art actually helps define culture. It does. That's a fact. So art is relevant.
Love you, Jenny. Have a good night,
in today's society, I mean, you're not going to make a living off of it. That's why I said earlier that art is a hobby.
You're not going
That's to make what I'm saying, man. Too many people stay going into hobbies instead of shit that can actually make us some money.
For somebody else.
Y'all talk like we make 1%.
Don't say that somebody else can. You're not.
It's not about what nobody else can do. It's the fact that we want to talk about 1%, and we always trying to play the odds. As black people, we always playing against the 1%. Look at our small businesses in our community. We all got the same small businesses. Everybody got the same damn business. Everybody selling clothes. Hold on. Everybody selling clothes. Everybody selling plates. Everybody selling eyelashes. Everybody selling hair. If you doing something other than that, then you successful. You want to know why? Because you decided to be outside of the 1%.
So
That's cool. But my thing is this.
Chinese restaurant.
Quit playing, bro. Quit playing.
Hold on.
Quit playing. Most of them do. Most of the ones that's struggling all got the same
So I'll
business.
bring right
Yes,
back.
it
I'll
is.
bring right back. So
Yeah. Yeah, you can bring them back for me. I'm gonna let Zoe get on back for me. I just
So-
want to say this real quick, and then I'm gonna say this real quick. We have to stop downplaying Black people doing Black things. If we want to do
For
hair
real,
products, what we specialize in, we don't shame no other community for opening a Chinese restaurant.
Yes,
they will open 1,000, 10,000.
But guess what? They don't open two Chinese restaurants next to each other. You got
Even
three
in
chicks in the same
Chinatown?
circle that sell eyelashes. Who's gonna sell the most lashes?
You're wrong
Go
about
to
that.
Chinatown.
We talking about in Chinatown. They don't sell Chinese food. Who eats Chinese food in Chinatown? Like, come on now, quit playing. I don't even see the Chinese people eat Chinese food in Chinatown. Quit playing. 20 seconds. I don't never see them in the restaurant. You know who be in the restaurant? Some little old man making rice by himself.
Yo, Yellow is
But you
funny,
know
man.
why I see the why I see the Chinese food cracking at in the hood.
Bro, that's
You got to get out the hood.
I can't do this. I can't.
Quit playing. I don't live in. I don't just live in the
bro.
hood.
Thank you for having me up, bro. I'm gonna be watching in the background, supporting y'all, man. Do y'all thing. I appreciate y'all having me.
Eric, come on, don't leave, man.
I got to go, man.
Hey, don't leave. Don't leave on account of my
I'm gonna be
foolishness,
listening in
bro.
the back though, man. I appreciate it.
Don't leave on account of my foolishness.
All right, bro.
I'm just saying.
Before I go,
It sounds real messy what y'all talking about, man. Like for real. Like you know what I'm saying? Oh, this shit sound real messy.
Hey, hold on. Let Ego in.
E-Man, go ahead, E-Man.
So, first of all, I hope Yellow, you don't take this the wrong way, but you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Oh,
the,
damn.
the one thing that I hate
Shit.
other Black men on panels like this talking about we only do lashes. No, Black people have evolved over the last 20 years, and we in every single business that you can imagine. So when you sit here on this panel and talk about that, yes, you are correct that a lot of Black people go into hobbies, but we need to teach our kids that they need to be focused on something outside of sports. That's why sports should be a plan B, and our plan A should be a career. And I'm gonna explain to you what I mean by that when I say that our plan A should be a career. Matter of fact, I have a standard. If I had a son, he would not be able to play sports unless he was on AB, and I'm really leaning to an A honor roll because I know that I need to educate his mind because his body can fail him at any time. And so what we do is we keep telling these Black kids that you only worth what your body can do, and we don't strengthen this thing that's called the mind. And when yes, he can play sports. Yes, if he's gifted, he can go to go to college. But if he's going to college for football, the first thing I'm saying is, hey, we're going to get that degree. Yes, thank God that you was talented enough to get into college. Thank God that you was able to get yourself in the right situation. But I care more about my son's mind. I care about being able to put positive things into his mind. So if he was paralyzed tomorrow for football, he still had this together that he still can be successful. And I think we need to start focusing more on kids' mind than what they physically can do.
So, E-Man, let me ask you this real quick. So how do you feel about, because I'll use Master P's son as an example. Master P's son signed at Tennessee State. They offered him $2 million a year. And a local company there called, TMZ reports that rap mogul's son. Okay, so he got a $2.5 million endorsement from a tech company, a local tech company. So Master P said, this is what he said to TMZ. He said, when I was in college, I got $400 a month. My son will be making $4 million a year for 4 years.
Well, so the first thing we need to say, you know why Black people go, I'm about to go in. Hold on, let me get my camera right. You know why Black people always go towards sports and trying to get scholarship? It's because they got
Because we good at it.
No, because your parents can't pay for your college. That's why. If your
And
parents,
we good at it.
No,
oh, we got student loans. We don't need parents to pay for college anymore.
Yes, you do.
Come on, man.
That's the problem right there. The problem is when y'all sending y'all kids to college, they have to go through a football. They got to dribble a ball because you ain't do what you were supposed to do to pay for their college.
I didn't have to go. I didn't do any of that. Here's the thing. I boxed in college.
I get you, but when as a community we gonna start saying this right here? We gonna pay for our kids to go to college. So if you decide that you did not, we want to give you an option. If you don't want to play football, You still going to college anyways. I talked to so many young black. He said, if I don't run this football, I'm not going to college. My parents can't afford. It's his only option. Yeah. And that's why he fall in love with the sport, is because he feels that that's his only way out. As parents, we need to start providing our kids their other ways out, that they don't have to sacrifice their body. Now, I played varsity sports my 9th grade. And I understand my mom was a single mother and she didn't have the funds to do that. But we should not be repeating the same mistakes the next generation, telling them that they only good enough to be able to dribble a ball.
So
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. That's not what I said. That's never what I said. I didn't say that black folks was only good enough to dribble the ball.
You said
let me repeat what I said. Let me repeat what I said so it don't be no misunderstanding again. Let me repeat what I originally said. I said most of the small businesses in our community are the same as businesses. I didn't say none of the successful businesses. I said the small businesses. That's what I said. Second of all, I said, why are we shaming sports over arts that we don't even succeed in? I get it. But tell me this. You want to talk about the 1% of people that's in the NFL or the 1% of people that make it? Bro, quit playing. When we talking about the 0% of artists, that's super, the 0 point whatever percent you want to add of artists that make this type of impact on the world, bro, quit playing with me. I would rather send my child to school on a football scholarship instead of having to carry him into a school. I would rather him earn his way in like that. Instead of me, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to fork over this money, which I'm gonna do anyway. But guess what? If he gonna be something, he gonna start being something now. Because if you notice the rest of these kids, they starting to be something now.
Yella, the problem
they get to high school,
the problem with your art,
get to college.
So Yella, we just telling you it's another option.
I know it's another option. I'm not saying it's another option. I'm saying this, and this has been a horrible argument in our community. Stop trying to shame sports over art. It's both a coin flip. All I'm gonna say is this: if 2 out of the 4 major sports in our country is dominated by black people, stop telling people to not play sports.
Nobody said that.
Sounds as it did. You're telling them not to play sports over arts because there's other options. We know there's other options. We know there's other options.
What is CTE doing to our black people?
I was about to say that.
Making them millions. We're going to die anyway. Let's have something that's going to leave us with a fortune.
They making millions for the doctor. That's who they making millions for. Because that money goes to the doctor, okay? They don't get that money.
Somebody got to get paid, B9.
Hey, but the point of it is that
their expense.
Why not be you too? I can see if they was getting pennies.
If you trying to build generational wealth, and you made a great point when you said they can go into other things like coaching and getting into general managing and stuff. Well, when you get into that stuff, you still have to have the degree. You can't just be with a high school diploma and 1 year college and end up being a head coach or a general manager.
Why not? Time the fuck out. Hell no, you can't. How many player coaches is in the league now that just was players and went straight to coaching, bro? You don't have to go get no business degree. I'm a Bears fan right now, and guess who the GM is? Some light-skinned nigga they drafted a whole bunch of years ago that played like 10 years. He didn't have to go get a business degree or none of that.
Most of them went and got their degree after the NBA. Most of them go at summertime and they still get the degree. Most of them go to broadcasting school. The NBA and the NFL have a broadcasting.
You trying to tell me that Shaq went to broadcasting school?
I'm telling you.
You ain't gonna tell me that Shaq went to broadcasting school.
Shaq got a master's degree.
You're not gonna tell me that Shaq went to broadcasting school.
Let me tell you about Shaq.
I'm gonna tell you right now.
I'm leaving. I just want to say bye.
Good night, Brianna.
Shaq got a master's degree, by the way. Everybody sleep on Shaq, but Shaq, matter of fact, told his kids, if you don't go get a master's degree or higher, you don't even get your inheritance. That's how important he felt education was. So yeah, Shaq, you can say he talked slow. He talked slow with a master's degree. So these
I didn't say he was stupid. I'm just telling you, did he have to go to communication school?
Yes.
Did he have to go to?
Yes.
He went to school. Look up Shaq. Shaq is well.
So Shaq got a broadcasting degree.
Shaq got a PhD.
No, but he went to school for broadcasting.
I'm a PhD. I asked if Shaq have a broadcasting degree. I'm asking a very specific question. I'm asking a very specific question.
I'm answering a very specific question. No, but he went to broadcasting school.
What broadcasting school?
Where?
School of Broadcasting. It runs through ESPN. Look it up. Since
well, that explains a lot. The curriculum.
Since I got to prove everything to you.
No. I'm just saying. All I'm saying is the curriculum must have been shit because I don't see any broadcast. Nothing about Shaq says broadcasting.
Man, if you telling me that Ryan Hollins went to broadcasting school, come on, man. Damn. I'm just saying, B9.
I'm just saying.
Hey, I don't know nothing. You right. I don't know.
No. I draw what you B9. No. I draw what you B9. This is what I'm saying though. This is what I'm saying. You made it seem as if you got to go off and independently do that. That just to me sounds like on the job training. You got the job. Now guess what? You got to go train. To me, that does the equivalent of somebody standing at the counter, clicking a mouse, taking the test.
But my point of it is that you have to still have the mindset of having an aptitude of you want to do something besides a oblong football or a round basketball. You still have to think outside the box, even if you stay in that sport. If you're going to be a wrestler, but you're going to work for Jim McMahon, you're going to know more than just how to suplex.
I agree with that.
And that's all that I'm saying is that you have to. We keep making this argument about an or thing. Like if you have a basketball in your hand, you can't have a book or a pencil or something over your ears giving you audio book lessons. It is not an exclusive thing. And when you talk about the safety of your children with the knowledge that we have in today's world, on top of the math, because yes, 70% of our famous sports are black. Good. But that's 70% of 1%. There is still another 99% that we're not talking about. So why are we wasting our time talking about one fucking little piece of a car, of a tire, when the whole car is fucked up?
Well, B9.
I hear what you're saying.
So let me ask you.
I hear what you're saying. I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna leave it alone because B9 said it. B9 said it perfect, and I'm gonna leave it alone like this. It's not that. Hold on. Let me rock out, Zoe. It's not the fact that it's 70% because you put it perfectly, and I want to just kind of go on that. It's not the fact that it's the 70%. It's the 1% of the 70%, right? It's the fact that I don't understand why trying to push the other percent into places that we don't even look like. At least if representation is so important to us, why do we try to fit in spaces that we don't belong, right? If we're not going to make it all the way to the top.
Well, I think the reason it's important is that I think as a community, parents need to be the biggest examples in their kids' life. They need to stop looking at athletes in sports and saying that that's the only level of success. That's the only point I'm saying is if you create success and you teach your kids that you can get success outside of sports, it just gives them a different avenue. And we saw that with Master P's son. Master P showed his son success outside of it. He could have went to school to be a really good basketball player, but he understood that he can get money a lot easier without sacrificing his body. That's all we're saying. If you want to send your kids to school, that's cool. I know Zoe had a question for me. Let me stop real quick. What's up, Zoe?
No, really, because the thing is, the initial conversation that I brought up was about my nephew was that we've taught him coding. He doesn't really take to it too well, but he's learned it. He's learned it from the age of about like 9, 10, 11 up. But he's also really leaning into football. So the older he gets and the closer he's going to the college level, to the high school level, the more he's getting more into the football culture, the more difficult it is to actually push him in the direction to say, yeah, here's your backup plan. He has one set ahead of him, but it's like once you get into that college level, it's not like it's going to be, there has to be a sacrifice made. Am I going to split football and school, or am I going to go all into football? Because the people who are succeeding in football are going all in.
But that's not true.
The thing that unless you're so talented that you can be an NFL level player as well as be able to focus on IT or focus on a high earning career as well.
This is the point that I'm trying to help
you
you
always
guys.
go one after the other, even with Shaq as your example. Was did broadcasting after whatever degree he got. That wasn't he wasn't playing for the Lakers and then going home and saying, "Oh man, my test."
No, don't get me wrong. Now, if they get to the NBA and that's their career, that's the only thing they need to focus on. I'm not telling them to get to the NBA and try to finish school. But what I'm telling you is, if you really start studying how recruiting works, they're not recruiting these kids that's failing. They're recruiting the cream of the crop. We're talking 3.5, 4.0. They're not recruiting stupid kids. Right. And so that's what I'm telling you.
No, whoa. Real quick, let me interrupt, bro.
Does anybody watch sports?
You can get on your laptop right now. I want you to do this, and I hope he ain't watching. No, I ain't gonna say his name. But I know a relative of mine that went to the NFL, played running back for the Jacksonville Jaguars for 4 years, right? You said they're not recruiting kids that are ignorant.
No, hold on, black man. I'm talking about the majority. If we was to take the majority of the kids that are getting recruited, these are intelligent kids. I'm not saying 1 or 2% of the people are not falling through that are ignorant. That's not.
Hold on.
Yes, they are.
If you look at in our communities, half of the dudes that are superior, that have a superiority about them, that are huge football players and very athletic, those boys are reading on a 10th grade. Hell, right now, you can watch the NFL and look at some of these damn interviews they doing, and they'll say, "How did you enjoy the game?" Well, I was out there and we got the 20-yard line, and they not intelligent. They just good runners. They can run fast. They can jump over people.
Listen, when we start talking about the positions that pays, when you start talking about quarterbacks, you're talking about the wide receivers, you're talking about the positions that pays. These guys are very high.
You trying to move the goal? Nah, you're wrong. You're wrong. A lot of them grades manufactured, bro. How did you play football and don't know this, bro? A lot of them grades is manufactured.
Right.
A lot of them grades is manufactured.
Yes.
That's a fact.
Ask them through.
Listen, just answer this question. What quarterback reading at a 4th grade?
Bro, you're moving the goalpost.
Fuck a quarterback, man.
Out of 50-some positions on the team. You can't move the goalpost like that. It's 50 spots on the NFL roster, and you go for the number 1 spot. What you said was
break down. Tommy B, I was going to break down each position.
Right? I understand that, E-Man, but what you said was the majority. You can't start off at the quarterback position. That's a special position where, yes, you do have to have brains. But when you want to go to wide receivers, you want to go to defensive backs, offensive linemen, none of them motherfuckers really need brains like that, and most of them grades is manufactured.
Amen. I know for a fact, bro. I know. Hey, dude, listen. When my cousin went to college, bro, he went to college broke, family broke, like you said, didn't have the money to pay for his college. When I tell you Nick Saban came and sat on his couch and on that raggedy couch at his house, and everybody was over there, Nick Saban came, ate them collard greens and that damn homemade cornbread. And when he left there and agreed to go to LSU, bro, he wasn't a smart. I mean, when I tell you not smart, I mean not smart at all. And he went down to LSU, motherfucker, came back in a goddamn brand new Dodge Ram, brand new goddamn Dodge Charger, got a black car, spending money on whatever he want to spend money on. He out there just balling out. And then he said it. When in class, I never had to go. They would put me in private classes and have those white girls in there taking the test and shit for me.
Black man, you don't even have to give. Hold on, E-Man. Black man, you don't even have to give your anecdotal experience. Watch the fucking podcast. They're literally telling you on a podcast. They're telling you.
Tommy B. What we're talking about here is strengthening the black community, and we understand that doesn't strengthen the black community. If we educate our kids, like you wouldn't want your kids to be a dummy that goes to the NFL.
I agree.
So I agree. When I'm talking from my perspective, I'm not telling you like yes, these things happen, but we're talking about how can we make a stronger community. And if we talk about making a stronger community at whole, what we need to do is start teaching our kids that the brain is the most important function. Just because they can run, we should not just give them excuse. I don't care if my kid is gifted. If his mind's not there, I will pull him personally.
Oh no, I agree with you, E-Man, but I'm gonna be honest with you, E-Man. A 9.99999% of the chance you ain't raising a professional athlete, and it's not a knock to you. But if you think about it, if you're gonna make your kid make the sport a plan B, dog, it's already hard enough if it's a plan A.
Damn right.
It's okay.
It's already damn. No.
Right.
Ain't no taking your head. That's a fact. If it's plan A, if you got parents that's putting money behind you, full-fledged going at it, it's already hard enough to make it there. So if you got your kid making it a plan B, then you might as well. I mean, if he enjoys the sport, that's one thing. If he's in it as trying to make it as a professional, you might as well just go ahead and knock that dream off. You can't have it as a plan B, bro.
That's
it
my
just
point.
can't happen. Not with the odds it is to make it.
Brother, can I tell you something?
Go ahead, bro.
I have a background in Jiu-Jitsu or karate. Now, when I came out here, when I heard about the UFC audition out here in New York City, I tried to get in. You know how many people would line up for that thing? Even though I missed it a couple of times. Now, I did it back in high school. There's some people that mixed mud as a little kid and they're able to get in. But even though they don't make it to UFC, you could be a stunt double, or you can train the military, you can do all lot of other things, etc. Just like another sport as well. Not too many people that just, okay, I'm just going to try to do it. If you don't have the discipline to get into this thing, it's no different from football, no different from basketball. Everything comes with a discipline. I fully understand that. Like Tommy just said, if the parent is not putting the money in and not investing to make sure you go to the practice and that you train day in, day out. In my country right now, we got to call soccer school now, which is copying Brazil. Brazil is known for producing athletes.
But can I respond?
They build schools. They build schools for those things. They build schools for soccer. They build schools for boxing, and they build schools for MMA. My country followed that blueprint and did the same exact thing because, like I said, nothing wrong with sport, but the parents not fully supportive 100%. Taking out the time, going to your game, making sure you go to the training, making sure you go to the ritual. It's a waste of time. I'm not a man of, I don't follow dreams. If you're gonna do something, I will support you. But if I see your work ethic, it's not about it, I'm not wasting my time with it.
Okay, so before you go, I gotta respond to Tommy B before I get. Tommy B made a really good point that most of us, I don't want to go over our head. He said, not just me, he made it to me. 9 times out of 10, the people on this panel is not raising someone who's going to the next level. 9 times out of 10. Well, really, it's really 10 times out of 10, right?
I am.
Okay, all right. Well, black man, you.
I can send you footage. I mean,
hold on. No,
my son a dog,
let
bro.
me finish.
Let's do this, black man.
Go ahead.
So the one thing that I'm saying is, you said you are the one, right? The 1 out of the 10. So you the one. You the exception to the rule. If that's the case, that majority of us will not raise athletes that are talented enough to get to the next level. We all need to focus on their mind. We all need to focus on them being the best. Now, we're not going to kill their dream. Now, I'm have standards. I think that's the problem in our problem in general is that we don't have a standard. Hey, you need to be on the A honor roll. You know, you need to be on the AB honor roll. You need to read a book a day if you're going to play these sports. I'm just saying that you got to have a standard for your kids because it's your responsibility to protect your kids when they can't protect themselves. My child will not going to be able to tell me what he ain't going to do living in my household. That's not going to happen that way.
So, E-Man, your son, hold on. Let me say this real quick.
Changes up as it goes.
So I'm going to let you cook. I ain't going to say nothing else. So if your son went to college, E-Man, and he was there his freshman year and his sophomore year, and he was doing pretty good, and he's a great athlete, right? Almost like number 1 in the country. And they come to him and say, hey, listen, it's time that you take advantage of this number 1 spot in the NFL draft next year. What you gonna do? Do you want your son to take that position or stay in school until he finishes, then go?
So my plan for my kids is from 0 to 18 till they get out of high school. I feel like when he get to college, he have the right to make decisions on his own behalf because he's a man now. So I don't want you to think that I'm gonna tell my son I'm pulling you out of football because you failed in school, because I am just going to instill principles all the way up to 12th grade for him to be able to think. Because the thing is, if I put the right things in his mind, when he get to college, he's going to think like I think. Like that's why our kids think like us. Like, believe it or not, if you think broke, your kids think broke. If you have a wealthy mindset,
like themselves.
That's on a macro level. That's not like on the. It narrows down the closer you get to college, the closer you get to the NFL, the closer you get to trying to get to your dreams. Because I'm not saying that he has the best chance to get in the NFL. I think it's easily understood. I'm just saying, comparatively speaking, from me to him, and from his dad to him, it's like, yo, I've never made it this far when it comes to sports. You're getting attention that I don't know how to really apply the whatever the standard is to any further past this point. The standard are going to get you so far. He knows how to coach. He knows how to do different things. It's just football is what he leans into. So he may not. He's likely not going to make it. I'll accept that. It's possible. It's from a possibility standpoint. But he is doing everything he can to decrease him being a part of that 1%. He's doing everything that he can. So the conversation I have with him now, or whatever, I'm going to be down there at the end of the month. The conversation I'm going to have with him by about next month will be a lot different than the conversation I was having with him when he was 8, when he was knocking kids off at 8. It's like, dang, you're great at football. To me, it was just like, okay, you're going to get disciplined. You're going to become better. You're going to. We like how like you the way you consider things, the way you're playing things. Now you're playing quarterback. Now you're doing this, and this. Like things are falling in line for you on the school thing. He's doing everything the right way, but now that the odds are looking better for him, it's still a very slim chance. So it's harder to have that same conversation with him, man. That's the kind of the point.
No.
And I'm more leaning into just pushing him. Like, all right, go for it. If you fail, you fail. But at least you're going in a direction. And I'm not telling you to shoot yourself in the foot by having a plan B that's going to be counterproductive to everyone else who's not using their plan B. There's everybody, like what Tommy was saying, that made my point, was that everyone else is going so hard that it's their plan A and that's it. The plan B at a certain point isn't really that viable to push them into.
Zoe, this is the point.
And he has the skills.
But Zoe, this is the point we really got to start teaching to young people. Hey, check this out. When you are on the football field, when you are training for football, I want you to be only focused on football, and I want you to give it 100%.
Mm-hmm.
When you are in a classroom, I want you to completely focus on your books and give it 100%. I'm not saying that he have to do one or the other. Give it your 100% whatever you do. But I expect the same standard that I expect you to give 100% on the football field, the same standard I expect you to give that same 100% in the classroom. And that's what I'm saying. That balance comes where I'm not going to let sports completely consume my kid's life where they cannot focus on anything else. And as humans, we got to really think about this. As humans, our mind can think on multiple levels. And the great thing about focus is people ask me all the time, how do I run as many businesses as I do? Is because I know how to focus. When it's time for me to do certain things at a certain time, I cut off everything else, not only focus on that one thing. And I'm not talking, I just want to make this last statement. I'm not talking, I had a partial scholarship to go play soccer and I turned it down. So I'm not telling you that's something I think. I'm thinking about something that I actually practice in my life.
If I was your son, E-Man, I came to you and I said, Daddy, I know you want me to have a plan B in life. I want you to think about something else, but Daddy, you know I'm a good athlete. I run well. I'm a track star. I'm a football star at the school. Daddy, tell me something that you can tell. Give me something, a plan B, that you would like me to have that I can make as much as I'll make playing football.
So, Black Man,
what would you say?
This is the first thing I'll ask my kid. I say, hey, Black Man, your son, have I ever said you wrong? Have I ever gave you bad advice? Have I did what was best for your interest my whole life? And some people can't have this conversation with their kids, but I can tell you when I get old enough, I'm gonna be able to have this kids. When my kids get old enough, I'm gonna be able to have this conversation with them. And what I'm gonna say is this right here: you got the scholarship. We know that you're going to this. Let's sit down and let's pick you out a degree plan that is going to actually go towards your ultimate goals of being successful. And we're going to sit down. Not only me, I'm going to try to get people who know more than me, advisors, to sit down. And I'm not letting him get a Baskin Weaving degree. I'm not letting him get a communication degree. I'm going to allow him to find a degree that can help him get to his ultimate goal.
What if his ultimate goal is football and that's it?
Yeah, I think so. Hold on.
One track in my house like that.
No. But I think if that is the case, I think what I would do personally is start to look at options as far as coaching. So I would explain to him, okay, your main focus is football, is playing, cool. But what we're going to do is we're going to learn this game inside and out. We're also going to make connections with these coaches that we're coming in contact with. So if this doesn't work out, because if you notice the kids that make those connections with the coaches and stuff, and they do know the game inside and out, it's not hard for them to transition into a coaching career. It's really not.
Well,
that's what I was trying to focus. Go ahead.
The problem with the NFL, see, I know this because
you saying NFL. NFL ain't the only level of football, bro.
No, I know. Listen, but what I'm making my point about is about the NFL. You could in the NFL, it's the good boy old system. You could be better than the Rockets.
But
hold on, let me finish.
You could get a bag in college, is what I'm saying.
Right.
I get what you're saying. As a player, the NFL is the top spot. But that's why I said focus on being a coach. Because if you learn the coaching thing, you can be a college. Nick Saban makes more money than some NFL players.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I get that, but what I'm saying is being a coach, I think, is harder than being a player. In my opinion, being a coach is harder. It's harder to get a coaching spot than it is to become a. So the point. No. But let me finish my point real quick, Tommy B. The point that I'm saying is that it's not about my kid being good enough. That's what I'm saying. It's not about that. What it comes down to is if a team decide that they know B9 Sons and B9 Son got connections through his daddy, he's playing regardless how good my son is. And so when I tell that I want my kid to have a steady pen, because I know right to say if he did everything that it took, if he did everything it took to become an NFL player and he wasn't successful, and he did everything it took to become a brain surgeon, he passed all the classes, he passed the bar, I know that one is it's a probability that he could do it because he checked all the boxes. I just don't want to put my kid's future into somebody else's hands. That's all I'm saying.
And you know what though?
You know what? I think the problem that
I want to ask you a question about what I was telling you came to me about how good you can be in the NFL. I would let you know that you can be an investor. I would let you know that you can go into banking and go into other fields. And I would let you know that the average NFL salary is $350,000 a year. And I can give you jobs that are well on par in the medical field, in the engineering field, in the architecture field, in the banking industry that will get you on the same level as getting an NFL average salary without going through the knee pain, without going through the concussions, without going through all of that. Now, would I stop you from going to the NFL? No, I wouldn't. But I would also use the NFL to teach you other things, because if you're training to be an NFL player, that means that you are at least lifting weights 4 hours a day. So I'm going to teach you every muscle, every medical term for the muscles that you are working on. You're going
I ain't trying to hear all that, Daddy. Daddy ain't trying to hear all that. I just want to play football. I know I can do all that. I don't want to do that. I want to play football.
You eat my food. I don't give a damn that you bigger than me, Black Man Unfiltered. You came to your pappy on this one, and your pappy is telling you that you can go to the NFL, but you still gonna know what I tell you to know. And it's just that simple. And especially when I'm giving you actual educated data to go along with it.
So, can you answer this question?
We have to be able to take that spoonful of sugar to make the medicine go down. If you never become an NFL player, if you never become a wrestler, as a parent, you need to understand that that is the vessel that you use to make sure that your child is successful. End of story.
Can I ask y'all guys a question? I want to open this up to the whole panel for them to answer this question. Who do you think makes the most money over 25 years? An NFL player or a doctor?
Shit, an NFL player?
You're 100% wrong. Over 25 years?
Shit, Tom Brady just retired after 23 years. I guarantee he made
most
more.
doctors don't make that much money, bro. I found that out. Most doctors, especially if you're talking like family practice, they don't get that much bread as we think they do.
Over 25 years, NFL player, average NFL player, once again makes $350, and the average NFL player only lasts 2.5 years in the league. You have to last 4 years to get the pension. So they make sure that you're out of the league by 2.5.
And that's what, right. And that's what I just said about my cousin. He was there for 4 seasons. He tore his ACL, and now he sit on his ass at home and get $250,000 a year for the rest of his fucking life.
But most
and for a doctor, unless you understand the level doctor can go to, there's some doctors are making million. Managing
but he
multiple
been in it for a
hospitals.
long time, though. He been in it for a long time.
In 25 years, you know how much doctor pulling?
Right, but don't that take at least 10, 12 years to get to that point, though?
It's not even that. Hold on. Here's my problem. Here's my problem.
You ain't gonna
come on, man. You ain't jumping out the gate making millions, though. Hold on, y'all. When we talk about the NFL, when we talk about the NFL and we talk about the NBA, we are very, very quick to talk about the odds. And when we're talking about those odds, that's literally the complete top. And when you talk about the NFL and the NBA, that's the very, very top. So let's look at the fucking odds again to the top of these industries that y'all bring up too, because y'all not talking about the middle, y'all not talking about the bottom, y'all talking about the top. So what's the fucking odds of you getting to the top of being a doctor, the top of being an engineer? Let's look at those odds. And guess what? They ain't that good, because guess what?
Right.
Average would be a whole lot higher if they was.
Hey, but hold on. The only flaw in your argument, Tommy, is that it's more than 1%. That's the argument, because it's fewer than 1% that even make it into the NFL. No, hold on. It's even less than 1% that even make it into the NFL, right? So it's even fewer that are at the top. It's a lot higher in engineering and in the medical field.
No. The NFL is the top of football. Period. Put a period on that.
Yeah. I thought you were saying.
No, listen to me. No, I'm not talking about the top of the top. I said the NFL is the top.
Right.
Period. That's the top league. Now, when we're talking about doctors and stuff, and y'all start talking about people that make equal money to that, look at the odds of becoming. He just said $860,000 a year.
Well, I wasn't. No. That's not the argument I'm making. I'm talking about.
Hold on. The NFL just signed a bargaining agreement, so yeah, it did go from 300,000 to 800,000 a year.
So
it's 860. Yeah,
it's 860
he
now.
said $860,000 is the average NFL salary. What's the odds of when you become a doctor, you're going to make $860,000 a year? It's very fucking low. But we never point that out.
That's not well. All right.
And the amount of time that it would take to even get there.
Did someone forget about the pharmacy? No, hold on. Did anybody forget about the pharmaceutical company that required doctors to be on site to monitor certain things? And how much does pharmaceutical company pay the doctors? Oh yeah, let me know when you find out about that information.
Hey, but I'm saying,
hold on. Let me just say this.
That's very few and far between, though, Black Day. I know you hate NFL. I know you hate these sports, but that's few and far between. These doctors ain't you. You got 2 or 3 doctors in there. You ain't got every doctor that come out. Dude, it takes years to establish your practice.
Here's the point. Here's the point I was trying to make. I was trying to say that you can say that yes, they're making more, right? But what I'm saying is the percentage that makes that 860 or more or makes that high salary is a lot lower than people who make a great salary, even though it's lower than 860. Hold on.
How many people on the panel know NFL player?
Y'all got it.
So
what? How many people on the panel know NFL player?
I don't know nothing, bro. Y'all right.
I'm asking a question.
I can't.
Now, let me see this live.
If I can't. First of all, I'm not making the same argument E-Man is making, but y'all are throwing this like.
But okay, so how many people on the panel know
Dr. Miami got millions.
How
Dr.
many
Miami
people on
got
the
millions
panel
cutting
know a
on all them
millionaire
booties.
doctor?
You gotta lift butts.
I don't know a millionaire NFL
Yeah,
player.
Dr. Miami, because he cutting on them
No,
booties.
no, no,
That's
no.
why he
That
making
you
all that
know.
money though.
That
I
you
don't.
know.
I
Oh,
don't
that
know
I
an
know
NFL
personally?
millionaire.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on. One mic. Queso, he talking to you,
No.
Queso.
Nah, bro, y'all good. Y'all right.
Hey, go
We should all go to the NFL. Y'all right. Y'all got it.
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is,
No. Wait, hold on. Queso, like, I ain't trying to be like that. I
I'm
want
good,
I had a
bro.
question
I'm
for
good,
you.
bro.
Hold on, bro, because I don't want it to be like that. Right? Just check me out, right?
I'm gonna mute my mic. Y'all go ahead.
This was ultimately my point, right? Man, somebody got some feedback. All
Okay,
right.
you good.
This is ultimately my point, right? Since doctors in sports is the thing that we balancing right now. I just give you the best example, right? My point is going to be an athlete and going to be a doctor, you got a different type of fail rate, right? So look, if we use Tommy's example, right? If the NFL is at the top, right? And being the best doctor you can be is at the top. Like, if you fail at being a doctor, where do you go?
You don't fail. You go to the military.
I'm just saying, if you
usually the failed doctors end up in the military. To answer your question, but
military.
Yeah, but the problem.
All right. So all I'm saying, hold on. Okay, I'll rock with you. They go to the Army, right? So they go to the lesser leagues. All I'm saying is this: it's a lot of ex-athletes that don't make it that trickle down to do other stuff. I like, B9 know I rock with wrestling. Most wrestling is ex-athletes. Most of these people that stunt doubles is ex-athletes, bro. It's a lot of fallback on that, bro. It is.
That's not the point that
it's other genres and stuff like that. It's a lot. I mean, if we want to go into other stuff, you want to be like that, we could use some more black stunt doubles. Maybe that'll open up more roles for black actors.
Yellow, let me ask you a question.
Let
me ask you, if you wanted your child to have a 40-year career, would you tell him to take his chances with the NFL, or would you tell him to take him as a doctor? If you could choose.
You want my honest answer, my straight up answer, and I ain't even gonna bullshit you, E. I would tell them to go be an athlete. You want to know why? Because we sitting here talking like doctors don't accidentally kill people and lose their job. We want to talk about, what if you driving in the car and you have a crash and you fucking die or you lose your legs? What if you kill somebody? Okay. What if you was hold on. I'm saying no. Hold on.
You're right, bro.
Don't everybody back out. Don't everybody back out of shit that makes sense at once.
It don't make sense,
So it don't make sense.
That's not why I backed out, bro. E-Man made an argument, and then y'all asked me to validate it. That wasn't my argument at all, and then I couldn't even finish saying what I was trying to say. So that's why I backed out.
On that. But I'm making the equivalent. That's just me, because I know, I you know what I'm saying? I seen stories of doctors that kill people, bro. Malpractice suits is out here. All right.
Well, I just want to say, this is the problem with the community. Since y'all want to talk about the community the last couple, this is the problem with the community. Instead of us telling our kids to have a 40-year career, we tell them chance it for a 2-year career. And I get it. You
can do other stuff. If you don't, my thing is this. If you don't succeed in the NFL, you have the ability to do other stuff that you have trained for. That means you have earned the right to go other places. You don't have to sit up here and make the decision on somebody's life. Because me personally, I wouldn't want that. I would never be a doctor because I would never want to have somebody's life in my hands. So you ask me my personal question. I don't give a damn about the fucking community if my people is cool. Let's get to a fucking point. Like real shit. I don't mean to get super hyped with you, but fuck the community at this point. Because we need to start at home. If you want to talk about at home, I don't give a fuck about my neighbor. If my neighbor don't want to be successful, fuck them. For real, bro. Like I ain't even on that. Like I'm gonna need to tell y'all some real shit. Start working on you if you want to be like that. You want to make the community better? Make sure your son go to the fucking NFL so he can come back and get a street named after him so he can have millions and fucking help people. Instead of sitting here hoping that your doctor's son don't fucking fail or fucking flunk out of school or some stupid ass shit or whatever. So don't sit here and talk about the community, bro. If you ain't sitting here trying to make a whole different ass fucking path. Because guess what? All them people y'all talking about that's the 1% have made this fucking generational wealth myth that everybody sit up here and talk about actually fucking happen.
You know what? I gotta say this. I want to just interject. You made a whole lot of sense right there at the end when you got hyped. Like perfect.
No,
bullseye.
I wanted to bring
you have them. If they go into the NFL,
I wanted to ask him something.
Hey, hold on. Real quick.
I want this.
A comment from the Facebook group says, I know a lot of streets that are named after Ray Lewis, named after Chad Ochocinco, named after Cam Newton, named after Tom Brady. Name 3 doctors that have streets named after them that they've donated millions of dollars to help young people and young adults.
I just looked up the average doctor salary in California, not y'all states, California, cream of the crop, $68 to $300K a year. So when y'all start talking these 800s and these y'all out y'all fucking mind again. We're really slow to point out the odds of you being a doctor and making that kind of money, but we real fast to point out the fact that it's rare when you're an NFL player.
That still is different when we look at a 30 to 40 year career. That's all we were saying. We said if you look at from a long term, a doctor typically would make more money than the person who get hurt in 2 years. That's all we were saying. But you're right. Y'all right.
And that person that get hurt in 2 years can turn around and be a commentator. That person can get hurt in 2 years and be Jay Williams, who hurt himself, who played for the Bulls, and he tore his leg up. In the second year, he was on his motorcycle, and guess what? He done made a whole living of being a commentator.
And that's what I was gonna say, E-Man. It's a gang, and when I say coach, you guys are just looking at the head coach. You got assistant coaches, you got coordinators. It's a lot of ex-players that run these positions that didn't make it. That's why I said when somebody said if your kid is only focused on football, if that's what that seems like that's their passion, cool. Then it should be easy for you to learn the game in and out because that's your passion. That's not even work for you. So if you do that, chances are if you know the game like that, those coaches that you interact with are going to recognize that. And that's all you need to get put on if you don't make it in the league. Hey, coach, I want to come back and coach. It's a shitload of ex-USC players that coach at USC, LSU, all of these places that you have no idea that's there. And they work their way up the ranks. And next you know, you go, oh, shit, he got a coordinator position? How'd that happen? And you don't even know he's been working his way up the ranks on the low, behind the scenes and stuff. So it's like there's a
plan. All the time.
And you know what? I'll give you the perfect example, Tommy B. I'll give you the perfect example. Tyronn Lue was trash as a basketball player.
He wasn't trash. He wasn't a superstar, but he wasn't trash.
I mean, he wasn't no. Come on now.
I
know y'all say don't call a professional athlete trash. I'm sorry.
No, black man. You're comparing him to the top of the top. Like
right. You're right. But look at him. He became the head coach. Shit, he didn't won a championship with LeBron and everything. Shit.
I just want to make sure y'all. Hey, can y'all give me y'all picks for y'all kids? Hold on. I want to know what y'all pick. So y'all, because it sounds like y'all pitching y'all kids that sports is more important than any other career. So let me hear y'all pitch.
No. What I'm saying, E-Man. I'm just not on the train to act like sports is just like this evil shit that we should stay away from. Right. Now, me personally, I'm probably gonna steer my son away from football because of, like y'all said, the head injuries. If it becomes a passion of his, and I'm not going to even let him play tackle until high school if he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
But my thing is, if it becomes a passion, then we'll do that. And like I said, then I'll try to figure out a plan for him through that. I'm not knocking any other profession. My thing is, like I said, we'll be quick to say, oh, if you're a doctor, you can make $860, you can make $1 million. But then you don't point out the fact that that's the 1% as well. We don't point that out. But we're quick to point out that, oh, the NFL is the 1%. Like, okay, and being a doctor and making that kind of money right there, that's the 1%.
But
99.9% of doctors ain't making no $850.
But Tommy B, the problem with your argument is that you're taking the top 1% of the NFL and comparing it to all of doctors. You got.
I am not. I know. E-Man.
No, that's not what he said.
No,
not at all.
E-Man. I said, if you make it to the NFL, that is the top of the top league. If you make it,
But Tommy B, the problem with your argument is that you're taking the top 1% of the NFL and comparing it to all of doctors. You got.
I am not. I know. E-Man. Listen to what I just said. E-Man. I'm just not on the train to act like sports is just like this evil shit that we should stay away from.
No, that's not what he said.
Now, if you make it I ain't saying if you become Tom Brady, if you make it, you've made it to the top of the top. Once you make the NFL, you can pretty much go back to college and become a coach and work your way up the ranks.
Okay.
All right, now let's
bring this to Mandrell real quick.
Let's break down what Tommy B just said.
Because it was BS.
If you can make it to that level, that means you are and do the
Guaranteed.
math. No, that's 50. There's a 53-man roster, and there are what 30 or 32 NFL teams. 32. So 53 times 32. Now, all of these other jobs that you're talking about, as far as coaching, broadcasting, Jay Williams, all of this stuff are branches of that 1%. Just because those jobs are created, they're still the same exact 1% that's working those jobs. So what you're talking about is an ecosystem built around sports that's only taking care of that 1% from 18 all the way till 70. We're still not focusing on the other 99%. That's the problem in the argument right there.
B9, there's ex-college football players that's in there as well. Everybody in make the NFL that literally commentate on college football.
That's only 1%. When you understand how many billions of people are in the world, the whole infrastructure and ecosystem of sports adds up to 1% of that entire world. And that's including coaches, that's including broadcasters, that's including trainers, that's including cheerleaders. That's a very small niche of people, especially when you're talking about on the collegiate and the professional ranks.
Well, to answer your question, what do we do about the other 99%? Okay, well, now that we know you're not making it to the league, finish up their college education or go to trade school or whatever it is you're going to do. Go get your qualifications, go get your certifications, go get your credentials and start living life. It's not genie stuff. It's not genie. It's not genie shit. It's not magic. It's life. Okay, that didn't work out. Guess what you got to do? You still got to work and provide. Go get this shit.
But remember the narrative that we were talking. It sounds good if you, once again, had good parents like us on this panel that made sure that you had an education while you were learning sports. But what about these other athletes like Black Man Unfiltered was talking about, that they just got gifted these grades and all that they had banking on was the NFL or the NBA? You don't, and that's why I did the genie thing to you, because you're genieing a brain into these people that all of a sudden they care about something that their whole life they didn't care about before.
Well, here's your answer. That's life.
And that's why they failed. That's why they're
okay. They're gonna fail. That's what it is. That's what it is. Some gonna make it, some not.
Let me completely destroy this point. I just looked it up. The percentage of the United States that are doctors, 0.29%. 0.29%. Chew that up. 0.29%. I just looked it up.
Do you want to know the point? So hold on. Do you know the percentage of people that make it to the NFL?
There has to be a risk that's going to be taken. There's going to be a sacrifice to be made. Like I was going to ask Mandrell about his military experience, because even for me, when I started thinking about personally, when I went to boot camp, and it was me, a couple of other guys, and then everyone else was going for pararescue. And right at the beginning, in my flight and my brother's flight, that's like between like 112 people, like 105 of them were going for pararescue, and they said only 2 of y'all are going to make it to pararescue. The rest of y'all are going to get washed back and put in something else. And lo and behold, everybody kept in contact to a certain degree. One person made it for sure. The other person, nobody's really sure if he made it or not. Nobody heard from this to see if he did or not. He likely didn't make it. So when you're going into like even military, it's like there's going to be certain things where the risk
same shit with the SEALs and the Rangers.
No matter, I think it was New Growth who made that point in the chat. Like you're going for something, you have to at least be able to go all in and be able to take the chance that you're going to risk failing hard, and I was going to ask
E-Man
about his point of view on that too.
E-Man,
It's directly correlated.
hold on, wait a minute, E-Man, you can't make that argument because nobody's denying that it's hard to become an NFL player. You guys are acting like it ain't hard to become a doctor. That's the difference.
So the problem, Tommy B, the problem with your argument is that you brought in failure. You brought in other places that they can go, whether it be coaching, this and that, or whatever. Not being a doctor still creates a whole ecosystem of nurses, of anesthesiologists, of other hospital staff that would not be a hospital without that 2.9%. So it creates a whole ecosystem of people that might have wanted to be doctors or this or that.
No, it doesn't. And I'll tell you why.
It's harder to become, from what I understand, it's harder to become an anesthesiologist than a doctor.
I was asking Mandrell for his experience.
There's one fact. Based off the U.S. population, for you to become an NFL player, you got a 0.000000515% chance.
Nobody made an argument that it's not hard to make the NFL.
No, but listen, you just said that it's less than.
If I didn't look that up and I came here and said it's 0.29% chance to make that as a doctor, all of y'all would have called me a lie. If I didn't look that up.
It's still millions more people that are doctors compared to NFL. Millions.
And it's still less than a 1% chance of making it.
All right, Zoe, what was your question to me?
Just your experience as far as making it in your what was your career for the military? If you don't have for the Army, if you don't have
Army Special Forces, yeah.
Special Forces. So just being in Special Forces career, I remember that much. I didn't want to ask like which specific Special Forces you were in, but for me, because when I went to boot camp, I had to deal with pararescue, like people who were going out for pararescue, who right at the beginning of boot camp, they were telling me, and they were going through additional boot camp aside from regular boot camp at the time to even qualify, that only 2 out of the 100+ people that were in between 2 flights were even going to possibly make it. And I only know one person that did, and the other person nobody's even really sure. And the person that everybody thought was going to make it, this Hawaiian kid, swam for years, didn't even make it. Like the difficulty is you have to be able to take the risk, regardless of how small that chance is, because all those small chances are, it's always going to be relative. Like we talk about 1%. 1% is the entire U.S. versus the rest of the world as far as wealth population or wealth to population or whatever. You talk about less than 1% to make it to football, less than 1% to make it into a doctor's field. Even in the military, I wanted to see like how you correlated you making it in the Special Forces, because we don't have any NFL athletes on here. We don't have anybody else. We do have someone who made Special Forces, that how difficult it was for you to speak to you making it versus the people you had to see not make it. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. I can answer to that. I'll put it to you this way. In the first day 1, right? Get out there for PT. There's over 400 people there trying out. This is just Special Forces selection.
Right.
The tryouts, right? Tryout at that time, Special Forces SF selection was 14 days, 2 weeks, right? No one has any clue what's coming to us. We have no idea what to expect. Nothing. So, the first 5 hours of day 1, out of 400 and some odd people, we're down to less than half. In the first 5 hours of day 1. Okay? Week 1. 7 days down, right? We're beat up, we're tired, we're hungry, we're thirsty. We were down to less than 100. End of the whole thing, day 14, 12 people left. 12 people remain. They chose 8. 8 of us out of a class of over 400. Because you can make it through all 14 days and still not get selected. That's why they call it selection. They handpick people. After that, you go to the Q course. And the Q course, that's about 2 years of training. Navy SEALs is about 10 months of training. Army Rangers, about the same thing, about 10 months. Same thing with pararescue.
You can get washed out of those as well, too. So
you can get washed out of those as well, too, right? Easy, no problem. Like with SF selection, if you want it out, all you have to say, I quit. And they'll say, okay. That's it. Either you injure yourself or you just say I quit.
And even if you black out, you only have a certain amount of times you can black out from swimming, from anything that before they just like they medically disqualify.
If you're unconscious for a certain amount of time, they automatically they send you to the medic, and you're out. They get you medical attention immediately. You know what I'm saying? But if the doctor says, nah, no more, because you have to train for the rest of the day. You know what I mean? They're not going to stop you. Say, okay, take a rest for a minute. No, you get up. He's like, all right, is he good? Good. Okay, get back out there. No, get back out there. That's it. And it's like that with NFL, with NFL and sports too. You know, some people don't have the discipline because you need discipline. You need mental strength. You know what I'm saying? You have to. What got me through is I had the understanding from day one. I'm like, what's the worst they're gonna do? They can't kill us. It was my mindset. And the people who make it to the NFL, they have to have a certain mindset. I want it, I want it, I want it, I want it. So they're going to go to the gym and do the extra lifting weights. They're going to go out to the field and run extra laps. You know what I'm saying? They're going to study the playbook a lot more than everybody else. You know? Me, I pay the fucking attention. And I look for anything. Because they'll do stuff like this. They'll say, they'll write, they didn't say shit much to us. They write on a whiteboard outside, and they'll go like, okay, uniform, skull cap, PT uniform, quarter canteen, right? You go in there, you change clothes, you come out, you look at that blackboard again, BDUs, combat helmet, rucksack, boots, and you go back at. Now the time you need to make a formation is still the time, but they may change that time 3 minutes before formation. You know what I'm saying? So you got 3 minutes of time. You changed 12 times already, and you still got to come back. They play mind games with you. It's insane. You know what I'm saying? It's just like you have to just stay. You have to take it as I did. I just I took it as a joke. I thought it was funny, and it became a weird nervous tick for me. Like anytime I'm stressed, I laugh, which makes it hard for me in relationships because when a woman's upset with me or whatever,
I go through the same thing.
Yeah, or if she says something that pisses me off, I'm pissed off, but I'm laughing at her. You know what I'm saying? So, and it worked the same thing like in combat. I'm in a gunfight and I'm laughing my ass off. You know what I'm saying?
I know what
I'm
you're
in
saying.
a live gunfight and I'm laughing my ass off.
When it comes to like the people that failed, did you? Hello? Oh,
go ahead. So
I was just saying that Mandrell's point was good because, and you got it after this, so I just wanted to point this out. Mandrell is that it comes down to brain versus brawn at the end of the day. And we have respect for the brawn. We have respect for the NFL. We got respect for our go hard soldiers. We got respect for all of that. But most of us are going to get ahead with our brain. The same parallel comes with a woman. We respect the models. We respect the actresses. We respect all of these debutantes and ones that do this or that or whatever. But most of these women aren't going to make it to that level. They're not going to be on the cover of the magazine. And that's just the reality of it. So we have to understand and really think about the other 99%, because most of that stuff, even though you have to work hard for it, most of that stuff is touched by God. It is given you. Jordan worked hard, but Jordan was Jordan. He was touched by God himself. Now, did he do the extra work? Yes. But most of us aren't going to have that type of blessing. And that's why it is a 1% thing in sports. That's why it's like you say, the numbers are few when it becomes being a Ranger, a Navy SEAL. When you talk about being the best, being an IRS agent is an elite position, ladies and gentlemen. You're talking about the elite of the elite out here. And that's all.
Would you tell your kid not to strive to be an IRS agent? Would you kill that and say, hey, this is an elite field, don't look to this? Have a plan B?
Not only would I not say that, but I was laughing at your comments because never did I say that I would crush an NFL or a sports dream too. I said that I would make sure that while you're working on that 1% as your father or as your mentor or as your football coach, it's my job to worry about the other 99%. So if you understood and was actually paying attention to what I said, New Growth, instead of trying to come up with a talking
point. What comment did I make, B9?
That leads me.
B9, what comment did I make?
That leads me back to what I was going to ask, man.
What comment did I say?
Well,
you put the comment black man, about my son being Bill Gates or something of that nature.
I'm gonna wrap this up with Mandrell in the meantime, and then y'all go back and forth. But with Mandrell, I understand what
I'm glad B9 speaking about it because for people who don't talk on IT,
Canadian, let Zoe go. He was just talking.
Oh man, let me collect myself. Well, what Mandrell said. Well, I get the laughing at the women part. I get that, but what I was trying to get to was aside from that, now we're scaling it down to that 99%. What did you keep in contact with those people who were failing out of the 400 that or with any of them, or did anyone keep in contact with you to see that you were succeeding like how I was doing with the guys I went to boot camp with, to see where it was that they landed when they were not making it to where you made it as far as special forces? I know guys who made security forces who got reassigned to different places. And I think that's the same thing that Tommy was trying to describe with as far as being an NFL. Maybe you don't make it to NFL, maybe you make it at a certain level in college. You still have other jobs that you can go to, the same way people are trying to make the comparison for being a doctor. Because I've seen that myself personally in the military. And these are guys who, even though they didn't make it special forces, they still might have backed out and went CIA. They still might have backed out and went FBI. They still might have backed out and just went to security forces or to some other job relegation because they're still contracted to the military. They're still within that network and within that culture, which is the same thing I believe for football, is what Tommy was explaining, and the same thing for, I guess, medical practices as well. But from your experience, I wanted to ask you. You're muted, I think.
Yeah, I'll respond to that. Some of the guys, some guys went back to the same track they were on to go do their job, but other guys kept in contact with me, and they gave them the option to reclass into other things that were related to. You're not SF, but you're in that same field, right? And like what SF translated to is like, I mean, and I came around the right time when I got out. I was able to get a contract in Afghanistan like that. When I was getting out, the CIA, we had 2 CIA agents right there in the out processing center actively recruiting me. You know what I'm saying? How the hell they knew I was getting out? Because they were looking for me. How the hell they knew I was going to be there? I don't know, but they were there. I was getting but I took a contract overseas. I said, okay, it's time to make some money with this shit now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I did 2 contracts. It also helped me get my job with the Department of Defense. You know, so just because I'm not SF, I was there a minute, but then I was able to transition to other things, like you were saying with the NFL.
But I think it's a difference
with the NFL.
Mandel, I might be wrong, but it's a difference between being already in the military and making it in football. Because once you're in the Army, they can still stay 20 years in their perfection in a regular unit. So I think that's 2 different tracks. So
here's another common misconception, dude. Those jokers will kick you out of there.
What? No,
you get a selection and you're a dumbass and you start you messing up bad enough, they'll boot you out of the Army. They don't put dude. Your life is in their hands.
No, what I'm saying is, Mandel, you have a person go to selection. He fell out because he get hurt, or he fell out because he got a permanent profile. Let's say he get a permanent profile for whatever reason. You saying that person can't?
I've seen a guy. I know what you're saying. I've seen a guy. I've seen not one guy. There was a couple of guys that got booted out of the Army for incompetence, unsafe practices. I've never seen it. I've never heard of anything like this before. 3 days. Wait, 3 days, dude. 3 days. They were cleared, stamped out.
I get that.
3 days.
The majority can go back to the Army, right? Or you don't think the majority go back to the Army?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, so I get it. It's those special cases. Like, I'm not saying that it's not special cases, but if I know people who went to selection, they failed selection, they went back to their unit, they went back to their job, and that's the normal thing that happened.
Now, that is the norm, because most people go in there. You've been through boot camp. You might have gone through you might have went to Robin Sage or something like that. Whatever the case may be, you know what I mean? You know how to handle a weapon and all that. You know how to be safe on a range. You know what I'm saying? But if you got a weapon and you're on the range and you're pointing that weapon at somebody,
but that person shouldn't even be in the regular army. I get it, but I'm just saying that person, if he don't have basic weapon understanding, he shouldn't even be in the regular army. He shouldn't even.
That's why he kicked him out. That's why he kicked him out.
So yes, I'm not saying that, but I think it's a difference when we try to call that being in the military, because you're already in, compared to trying to make it to the NFL, because those two things is two different things.
I agree with that, man.
But if a man don't make it in the NFL, he always can go into the military, right?
Because I was sure gonna ask, man, Drew, how many of your special forces, how many of your special forces members was former athletes?
Not many.
Oh, I mean, the ones who made it, you mean?
Yeah.
Almost all of us.
No, not NFL players. So you tell NFL players went to
hold on. Pat Tillman was an Army Ranger.
I get it.
He was an NFL player. I mean, and also that guy. You remember when Colin Kaepernick took a knee? Remember that? Okay. Now, before Colin Kaepernick took a knee, we all know that he used to sit on the bench during the national anthem, right? You know who told him, no, that looks bad, start taking a knee? One of his teammates who was a former Green Beret.
Yep, exactly.
He was a Green Beret first, then he went to the NFL.
No, see, you're doing it backwards, Mandel. Mandel, he's saying people go from the NFL to the Army.
They do. And they also go from the Army to the NFL.
Yeah. David Robinson went from the Navy to the what was it? Spurs?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm telling you, the chances of somebody going from making millions of dollars. Now, I get it might be one or two, but the chance of somebody going from making millions of dollars a year and say, I want to go serve my country for $30,000, it's high.
I'm just thinking about the dude that don't make it, though.
I'm just saying, the guy who told Colin Kaepernick, as a former Green Beret and an Army veteran, he said, sitting on the bench looks bad, take a knee. The former Green Beret recommended that Colin Kaepernick do that.
Well, the problem with Colin Kaepernick, in my opinion, I know a lot of people's not going to listen, is he wasn't listening to his boss. And in any job, when you don't listen to your boss, it typically turns out bad.
No, but you're talking about NFL players like his boss and employee.
It
to
is.
a certain degree, it's a contract. It's not set up like a 9 to 5.
I think you're getting off track.
No, it's definitely set up like that.
My point was this: people go from the NFL to the Army, but they also come from the Army and other branches of the military and go into the NFL. There was another guy, a running back, who played back in the day for Denver. He was good. I don't remember his name at this point, but he was really good. But he was in the Army first. Then he went to the NFL.
I agree with that point. I'm just saying people typically ain't going from the NFL. And it is just like a job. When you sign that contract, it's 100% like a job. They're telling you what you can do, what you...
Yeah.
Have y'all ever read it?
So guys. Thank you. Hey, listen, man. I want to thank everybody that's watching right now. If you're just coming in, please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button to get those likes up. Hey, listen. So the people in the comments have a concern, guys, and I think we can meet it. So they got here. Some people got here late. Some people got here late, including some people on the panel. But I do want to know you guys' thoughts, because E-Man was cooking earlier about this subject as well. But I do want to know how you guys feel about the topic of the night before we get out of here tonight. I do want to hear. E-Man, you say you want to go first?
I said anybody. I just want to know.
Oh, okay. So yeah, let's get back to the topic. I know K-Soul's still up in here. K-Soul, where you at? It ain't time, is it yet, K-Soul?
Nah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. So come back in, K-Soul. I want to see you, man, because man, y'all got my brother and turn his camera off. He's tired of hearing. God damn it, K-Soul.
Hold on. I took my headphones off. I stopped listening for a second. Hold on.
While he do that, I want to talk about modern day parenting, right?
Yeah,
I think modern day parenting does create a lot of entitled kids for the simple fact that people just feel that their kids can do whatever they want to do.
Yep.
This is a perfect example with sports. How do he feel? What is he going to do? It is my responsibility to guide my child while my child is in my house. And now when my child leaves my house, I just pray that I gave them enough strength and to be able to help them get to the next level. But I feel that we need to have a standard, and we need to hold our kids to that standard. And we pray that that standard goes with them after they leave our house. So that's kind of the goal that I think from modern parenting. You put the standard, you say what the rules is. I mean, we should have so much restrictions in the fact that with my daughters, I know through Apple how much time they on each app. How much it's a standard that you can't be on TikTok over a certain time. It's a standard that you can't be on Instagram. It's a standard that your homework must be done. You keep a certain grade point out. And there's consequences if you don't meet those standards. And I think so many modern day parents are trying to be their kids' friends instead of actually trying to be their parents. Because once you teach them standards, not only you put those standards in them, it makes them a better person for society, in my opinion.
What about you, Tommy B? Tommy B, you there?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Okay. We'll go to New Growth. New Growth?
Yeah, as a modern day parent, I guess. Yeah, I agree with E-Man to a certain degree. We definitely have to have structure, discipline. Those are the backbones of society growth. The things they'll learn at 5 and 6, that discipline, that rudimented, discipline is what they'll still have with them. Those are the developmental years, so they have it with them. They 16, 17, and so forth is the career. I feel like if the kids say, hey, if they have a passion, say, I want to be a ballerina. If that's what you want to be. That's what you want to be. But guess what? We take you going to ballerina class at 4 o'clock in the morning. You waking up. I'm homeschooling you. We doing this. We doing that. And I'm gonna see. That's gonna let you know if they want to do it or not. For example, like Richard Williams, he homeschooled Venus and Serena. They practice 7 hours a day.
Ooh, they sure did.
They practice 7 hours a day, so that lets you know they wanted it. See, a lot of time us as parents want our kids to want this as bad, and kids want to please us. So we just have to put it in, like E-Man said, guide them, not push them, guide them. And if they want it, he gonna say, hey, Daddy, let's go. Can I go this? Boom, boom. And then, or you might say, hey, can we go to the art museum? Or can I build a computer? So you push them to everything. And I don't want us to look down on careers that we dominate, occupations that we dominate. Football, basketball, music, those aren't bad things because we dominate them. Because it's a black face that represents them. We just have to dominate behind the scene.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate that, bro. All right. Well, I guess we'll go. That's New Growth. So go ahead. Who was that just popped back in here? Tommy B. All right, Tommy B, go ahead.
And Tommy B, can you please address this statement talking about raise your kids poor? I'm curious to see how you feel about that.
Somebody said raise your kids poor. I ain't see that one.
Here you go. I got you for you. 3 and 2, 1 and go.
I raised my kids poor with poor state of mind. Oh, that's different. That's different. Jesus Christ. I get the sentiment though, because no. The poor mind state I don't get, but the raise them poor I kind of get and when I say get, don't mean I will implement, but I kind of get is because
the entitlement.
Yes.
Yeah, the entitlement. Like most millionaires created today pretty much come from nothing. So it's that and if you notice, most people, if you look at and athletes are the big shining star, most of them, or I ain't gonna say most, a lot of them, once they get the money, you see the drive lowers. Mm-hmm. So I think when you get kids, if you raise them, and I tell people all the time, it ain't my job to give my kids what they want, it's what they need. A lot of people say my kids don't want for nothing. No, my kids gonna want for something, because if they don't want for nothing, then that means they don't have a drive to go get nothing. They'll never need anything, but want, nah. It ain't my job to get you every fucking thing that you want in the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to earn some of that shit. But as far as this like forcing your kids thing, my pops always told me he would never force me to do anything, only for the simple fact that I have to live with the consequences of those decisions. He doesn't. So I agree with I don't know who went before me, but I agree with them with saying I will more guide than tell them what to do, only because at the end of the day, if I demand that my kid does something and it doesn't work out, they got to live with them consequences, not me. And I don't think any of us at this point in life got life figured out. We all have an idea. I mean, we all on this panel pretty much, you know, are talking about the same thing. We had different opinions about it, and that's life. It's cool, but I think it's very difficult, whether it's your kid or not, to actually force a human being to do something, especially if it's like against their will. If it's something, you know, say if they're not interested in this, you go, oh no. Like I've heard people say, you know, no, my kid's going to get into science, engineering, technology, or else da. And I'm like, I get the sentiment, but if they go in that and they fucking miserable on that shit, they got to live with that shit, not you. You know what I'm saying? So that's pretty much what my dad's sentiment was he would never, whenever he would give me advice, it never came from a point of view of telling me what to do. It was more guiding me. Hey, look, this is the pros, this is the cons, this is consequences, yada, yada, yada. I would advise you to do this, this, and this. And then from there, I would make my decision. So that's more kind of what where I kind of stand with it is, I don't think I would make my kid do. I mean, unless, you know, of course, it's safety or something like. But, you know, I don't know if I would make, quote unquote, my kids do anything. But I would definitely try to guide them and strongly suggest stuff for them to do.
So can I respond to that, Black Man Unfiltered?
Say what?
Can I respond to Tommy B?
Yeah, go ahead.
Dope sentiments, Tommy B. Before E-Man started. That was dope.
All right, so the first thing is, I ain't raising my kids poor. I don't even want that in their mindset. I want it to be as far away from their mindset as humanly possible.
No, I agree with you. I said I understand it, but I agree with you.
And the one thing I'm gonna say is this, right? My kid can get anything they want from me as long as they work for it. I strongly believe that. No, we shouldn't just hand stuff to them without any effort. But if my kids say, hey, I want this brand new car. I want this car that's $5,000. Okay, you want this $5,000? Let's put a plan. I got you. You're going to do $5,000 worth of taxes before you get this $5,000. But I'm not going to just say, oh, you need to have a poor mindset to be humble enough to make a whole bunch of money. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever, in my opinion. No, just like Black Man Unfiltered is a perfect father that showed this example. What he did was, it touched my heart when his son came to him and said, hey, we want to start our own, his son and cousin, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're right.
They came to him and he got them a lawnmower. He got them out there. They pushing that lawnmower. They making that money. It's teaching them an entrepreneur and a business mindset, not a poor mindset. We got to get out of this when we start teaching kids to be poor so they can be humble. Man, forget that junk. We need to teach them how to be go-getters and entrepreneurs, in my opinion. I just want to say that.
Man. So we got K-Soul with his closing thoughts. We had E-Man come up after that. You know what I'm saying? We had Tommy B, New Growth, right? And so Yella, what do you got on it, man?
As far as modern parenting, creating entitled children, I think the people who read too far into trying to be modern parents, parenting is hard as it is. Modern, old school, new school, futuristic, cartoon, upside down, inside out, pink, blue, whatever, however parenting, whatever word you want to put in front of parenting is hard.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to kind of conform to a world that's already ever changing, just try to keep it simple. Don't try to keep up with shit, because I think that's what parents kind of try to keep up with now, like trying to be progressive and, you know, not disciplining your children like you should. And I ain't talking about like physical discipline, but like some of these parents don't give a damn. You know what I mean? is zero discipline. I'm just like, say something. You see him running around Walmart. Say something.
Mm.
You know, but it for the most part, man, I think it's just we gonna be cool, man, because those are just pockets of people. And like I said, for the most part, most people is raising their kids in some sense of like traditional normalcy. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't trying to be like that, and I don't want to make nobody feel no type of way about what they consider normal. But at the end of the day, it's got to be avoided, because the internet and all that other stuff and the modern things is creating this like wall that's blocking the kids' growth. It's a good thing and a bad thing. So I don't know. Honestly, that's honestly a confusing ass question, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So go ahead, Zoe. You'll go. Yeah, go ahead, Zoe.
Well, Black David had his hand up. I don't know how long.
Oh, okay, Black David.
What I wanted to speak on though.
I would say this: as a father and a grandfather, my responsibility to make sure not only my kid has structure and order, but also has survival skills to know how to manage their life. Because you know, as a modern parenting failed, they don't teach them the basic skills for them to survive on their own when they get out there. And I see that firsthand. A lot of people that go out there, okay, mom washed their clothes all to the point when they went to college. Mom helped them manage their bank account. But the moment they're on their own, they don't know exactly what to do. They don't know how to prioritize what is more important, what is not important. To the point they end up being bankrupt and they're living in their mom's basement or their grandma's basement. That's what modern parenting produce. Unresponsible individual who cannot handle situation, they fold under pressure. Now, when you raise your kid under structure and order and you raise them with guidance, now, I don't believe those do what they not know. I sit down and have a conversation. One of my pastors told me something. He said, speak to your child like you're speaking to an adult, but do it in a way that you train them to use their mind better, how to rationale better, how to make better judgment, how to judge between the pros and the cons. Yes, you can let them express themselves, but teach them the logic of the expression. Teach them the sound, understand what they're saying, because it's not wrong for your child to express themselves, but they need to understand the weight of what they're expressing on. Because if you just say, "Oh, let them express themselves," and they say what they want to say without knowing the context of what they may say may either be wrong or may be right, you allow them to say whatever they want to say and believe their own nonsense. I don't believe in the let them dream. Yeah, everyone have dreams. How many people in today's society fulfill those dreams? So I'm not into the ludicrous ideology that has no weight. I had to ask over 100 parents long before I became a parent to pick their brains. What I did is to seek wisdom. I didn't go to no loony bin to tell me how to be a parent. I refuse to do that. This is why I'm not doing no shot fire. I'm doing no rocket launcher grenades. I'm dropping them bombs. So to all the false ideology, I'm here to destroy it. If you don't like it, oh well. It's called reality check. Thank you.
Man, thank you, Black David. I appreciate it. So we got E-Man, we got Yellow went in, we got K-Soul, right?
No, K-Soul ain't went, man. Stop trying to skip over my brother.
Yeah, it's my brother. I ain't gonna skip over my brother.
Speak,
I'm gonna let him go last. B9, what you got?
I'll go ahead. Go ahead, B9.
I concede my time to my brother K-Soul. He's been patient. Y'all have gotten my man out of his character, so I concede my time to my brother. Rock out, K-Soul.
Nah, man. I wasn't.
I don't want the last word. I don't want the last word at all. I'm not a parent. I had general stuff to say. I do not want to be the last word on this topic.
Oh, okay.
Nah. I wasn't mad at anybody. I just got frustrated because I was trying to make a point and I didn't get to make it. But it's all good, man. you know, I got love for everybody on the panel. But I kind of spoke on the topic earlier, so I'll just add to what I said earlier. I think that I know we didn't really have a clear definition on like traditional parenting and modern parenting, but I think one thing that is important is to, one, be better parents than our parents were to us. Because I think a lot of times we look at how we were raised.
Yep, we copycat.
And we try to copycat. And one thing my dad has always pushed with me is to be better than he was in every aspect. And when I do things better than him, he always gives me props for that. And I think one thing that a lot of Black parents did growing up is we silenced our kids, right? And now you have a lot of adults who don't know how to express themselves in a healthy manner, in a healthy dialogue. I've seen in the workspace where people they don't even know how to talk to people because they're talking to someone as though their parent, the way their parent used to talk to them. However, with that being said, I stand by my original statement that I am not in this to be my kid's friend. I am my kid's parent. I do agree with what Tommy B said about, not giving your kids everything they want. And I also agree with E-Man's sentiment. Well, if they want something, you make them work for it, because that's what my parents did with me. And I think that was something good that I can kind of improve on. Anytime I want my first pair of Jordans that I got, I had to work and get them. My parents made sure I had shoes. You know what I'm saying? But I wanted the $200 shoes. They made me work for them, and it taught me work ethic. So I think it is important to be your child's parent. You could be your child's friend when they get older. So that's just my opinion.
Wow.
So before you move on, K-So, looking at the generation today, my question to you, do you feel that us not having that silence, because I feel like the kids nowadays are very disrespectful because they can express their feelings. So what is the boundary between not being disrespectful and silencing your kids? Because I know my parents, they didn't deal with that talking back and all that kind of stuff.
Hell no.
Yeah, mine too, bro. So what I would say is, I'll just say what I've done with my son. When I tell him to do something or give him some direction, one thing he knows from the very beginning is that I've laid down the law. Like, that's what you have to do. However, if you have a question about why I'm making you do something, even if you have a disagreement, I give him the space to express that. However, I will tell him. So let's say I tell my son, do this. And he's like, well, Dad, I was thinking maybe I should do it this way because da 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 da. And I understand what you're saying. The reason I'm telling you to do it this way is because of this. Now you still got to do it. You know what I'm saying? One, I've taught him not to come at me a certain way. And two, I've taught him that my word is the final say, because they got to get into the world. I don't care how high you go in life. You have to answer to someone, and you have to teach your kids how to navigate that relationship, because I know a lot of people who don't get promotions, who can't move up the ladder, and it's because they don't know how to talk to people because of the reasons you said, E-Man. They're disrespectful. They do this thing where they talk aggressively, and they say, well, that's just the way I speak, because no one ever told them you can't just do whatever you want to do. You have to, the way you are in the world, you have to be mindful of the way you're addressing other people and the way you're, you know what I'm saying? So I think it is a fine line, and I don't think there's this is how you do it type of playbook. But I just think you have to teach your kids to respect you, but also let them know when it's okay to express themselves and how to express themselves. Because they can't express themselves all the time. Sometimes if I tell you get out the street because a car is about to hit you, I don't need you to argue with me. You gotta get out the street. You know what I'm saying?
I think the difference, K-So, is the listening. Like, a lot of our parents, they didn't listen at all. It was their way or the highway. I think I don't think it's necessarily them expressing themselves or them letting you talk back. I think it's more sitting down, listening, and explain. Like, when I went through a lot of shit I went through, and my dad is like yours. Like, my dad always told me, take the shit that you didn't agree with me parenting, take that out and improve on the stuff that you did agree with me on.
Right.
And that's kind of how I try to parent. And he also gives me kind of stuff that he feels like he could have done better. He kind of gives me pointers like that. But I think it's more when I was coming up, my pops never sat down and was asking me, why are you acting out like this? Why do you feel like you need to do this, this, and this? And I think in our community, that shit sounds soft or it sounds stupid or you sound like you're trying to be your kid's friend. But in actuality, I'm a kid. It's a lot of the shit that I was doing that I didn't understand. I didn't necessarily understand why I was doing it. And a lot of our old school parents just took it as you being a badass or this, that, and the other, when actually it's a lot deeper than that. And I was telling people a couple of shows ago that I was listening to the culture clinician, and he was talking about the Tasha K situation. And he was giving like some clinical diagnosis of what she could possibly be going through because of the way that she acts out. And when he started naming off some of this stuff, mind you, he's talking about Tasha K. I'm looking back at my childhood like, God damn, this shit is like matching up like a motherfucker. And it's what's up?
I said, can I give you guys a different perspective? Because I like K Solar's perspective, but I think things should happen a little bit different. Have y'all ever heard of an AAR before?
No.
So AAR is an after action review, right? So what an AAR is that I tell my child, hey, you need to go clean up your room. It's no time for us to talk about it then. After the task happened, we should sit down and talk, and they should have a chance to voice their opinion. So I think you should. Yes. I think you should separate the two. After you tell your child something, you can't let them immediately question what you say right then and there. But you also need to block out a time that y'all guys can have a discussion, maybe over dinner. Say, hey, do you got any questions about you cleaning up your room or taking out the trash or me telling you why you're going to do this? And then you give them the room to be able to respond to that a little bit different. So
you know what's funny about you saying that? You know what's funny about you saying that, bro? I like that happens a lot in this household. Like right now, and if I tell my son, hey, I need you to do this, this, and this, and this, he'll do it, and then he'll come back to me, and then we'll talk about it. So I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, that's how I do it.
I think you know, and I base that off of even like your comments in the thing, like when you were saying, I make my kids go to school. Well, come on, bro, that's common sense shit. I was talking about parents that are telling their kids what to do for their future. If you tell your kids to go clean up their room, it's common sense. Every parent's gonna do that. And then if they have a question on why, I think even that's common sense. Like, do you want to live like a pig? Like, that's elementary shit that like you go into as far as telling your kids what to do. I'm saying as far as like most parents going to have conflict with their kids when you're acting out. That's when you have that's when you have these things. And then when you have to discipline them, what I'm saying is there was never a discussion after that disciplining when we were raised. It was, like I said, my way or the highway. So if you acted out or whatever, and I think a lot of what we learning now is that acting out isn't just acting out. It's caused by other things. And that was never, like I said, it's a lot of shit I went through in my childhood, and I don't think that my parents were equipped to deal with the shit, but that was just never even talked about. Like one of my best friends died in a car accident. We seen a nigga dead in the car. We never sat down and chopped it up about that. You know what I'm saying? It just dealing with deaths and shit in general, because of where I'm from, we dealt with a lot more death than hell. Most old people didn't know as many people died that I did at that age. But it was never like a sit down and how are you doing? Like now, even if they have a school shooting at the school now, they bring counselors up there. We didn't have that shit. We just went to school. It was another day.
Yeah, and Tommy B, I'm just letting you know that my household was different. I never got whooped and didn't talk about why I got whooped. So I get your perspective, and I do got to understand that we're looking at things totally different, and our past is dictating how we see things. But I get what you're saying, but that happened every time in my house. I never got disciplined. My mom was really big on, we're going to have a full conversation about what happened. So you don't make the same mistakes. And I think that's why I didn't make a lot of same mistakes that I made in the past, because we had conversations on why I was moving the wrong way.
Also,
So
I
do
think it's
y'all think?
important to ask your kids why. Like when your kids do something, because Tommy B spoke on something important when he said like sometimes a kid is acting out and they don't even know why they're doing it. When your kid does something, I think it's important to ask, why'd you do that? Because what you're making them do in that moment, and they might not even be able to fully understand it, but you're making them think about why they did something, and you're kind of showing them to have a thought process behind their actions and what is happening?
Okay, so what you just
Black,
did, right?
Black David
Okay,
sound
so
like he at a carnival.
Yeah.
no, my wife watching the movie. What you just said just now, that's what I said much earlier. I said when I talk to my kid, I talk to them as if they were an adult, but what I do it in a way whereby I challenge their thinking process. I wonder the rationale of their activity. I wonder the rationale of their action. I wonder the rationale of their choices. But you just said I did a thing to my son a couple of years ago when he was acting like I asked him, why were you doing the thing you do? What was the reason behind it? He said, I don't know. Don't tell me you don't know. You have to know what you're doing it for. It has to be something that linked to it. Think back. What made you act a certain? What made you act out? What made you feel that way? What was the cause of it? And I did that so that he can take the time out and start looking into himself and see what made him feel that way. Then that
At
we
what
can have
age
the
are y'all
conversation.
talking about though? At what age points are y'all talking about?
I started
Because
around.
until a certain age, the kid's
I thought
brain
with
is
him.
not even able to
I know.
rationalize to that degree.
I
But
thought
go ahead,
around we were 6 or
Kennedy.
7.
Well,
But what I normally do is little by little. I
Okay.
interact with him. I talk to him. I let him know.
so I got a
Like,
question. I got a question for the parents. So I was talking to my
I feel
nephew.
you. I feel you, Canadian.
So I was talking to my nephew because do you whoop a child for this? Because I was talking to my nephew. I told him not to do something, and then he did it. And we sat down and had a conversation. And he said, "Uncle, I really forgot what you just told me." He was like, "I got so excited because
Yes.
I got the plan and I forgot." And I just think, how do you do that? Because as a grown man, I forget things that happen. So at what point do we understand that their brain is just not developed?
E-Man, you hit it right on the head,
Not as
bro. 'Cause I get
disciplined
so
as it
sick of that. I've seen like
Yeah.
parents whoop a kid for like
Yeah, I
spilling the
remember
drink.
you talk about that too.
Yeah.
Shit, my bad. I'm just too late, Tommy B.
Tommy B.
Yeah, I had a homegirl. I had a homegirl that her kid spilled the sweet and sour sauce, and she just went off on him. And I'm like, dog, anybody could have did that shit. Like you're holding your kid to a higher standard than you as
Yes.
an adult. I had
Yep.
another friend, his wife whooped her daughter because she lost the keys, and I'm like, but you lost the kids. I mean, you lost your keys last week. So should my homeboy have whooped your ass?
It's
Like,
the
how do you
trauma,
hold
man.
your 8-year-old kid to a higher standard than you as a grown ass kid?
It's the stress, man.
And-
Like a lot of us are not going in it wanting to be straight up parents. We like the idea of having kids, but we don't understand the sacrifice. You're gonna lose a lot, especially with these modern day kids, because what I'm having a hard time realizing is keeping them motivated on one thing with so many outlets that we didn't have when we were kids. Like they got so many things they can look at it. Oh, I want to do that. Oh, I want to do that. And it's like you do it for 5 seconds and I don't want to do it no more. And it's hard keeping them focused. So like I think Yella said it, that we're dealing with a different generation of kids.
And
Also, you got to remember this too. A lot of people do things out of anger. Like a lot of people get angry. You know what I'm saying? They get angry and they react. And my mom, I remember because I had my child when I was like 20, when I shouldn't have had him. You know what I'm saying? And I remember my mom taught me something and my dad did too. And they were just like, don't discipline your children when they're your child when you're angry, because you're not thinking rationally. You're just you're reacting, and sometimes it's almost like revenge. You know what I'm saying?
And that's something I learned from my church a couple of years ago. My pastor talked about that.
Yeah.
He said a lot of parents within the black community, we punch our kid based on our emotion and anger, but you never punching that kid based on rationale. What I normally do, what I tell my son and to my daughter, the reason why I'm punching them for. What are the consequences? I let them know.
Punching what you punching them for?
Punish.
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 And I say,
It just sounded like you said punching.
I know I'm heavy with my accent.
Yeah, well, we got 9 minutes, look, guys, before the show.
So I would say this.
Let's go ahead.
As parents going forward, I learned this a year ago. You don't want to be a person who move by emotion too much. Learn how to control your be rational when you're dealing with your punishment or consequences to your kids, because what you do to them will be a repeat of a cycle that we will do to the next generation.
Do y'all apologize to y'all children when y'all act? I have no problem.
I had
with
pushback.
Doing that, but
I had a pushback by
that.
E-Man don't look like you do that. E-Man, you apologize to your kids?
No.
Nah, I think it comes down to if I feel like I do something wrong, I apologize. Yeah, so I can't say that if I feel like I do something wrong, I apologize. But I'm not pulling the black man and getting on my knees. Hello, I gotta say this. I'm not getting on my knees begging for their forgiveness.
No, nothing like that.
Hey, Zoe, look at the chat, Zoe. Uh-oh.
Hold on, Sherelle. What you talking? Hold up.
She already called me out for having a Valentine.
Let me put it this. What
So,
Iman was trying to say,
how old is your
there's
son?
a situation that happened when I punched my son for something that wasn't his fault. And I had to, you know what? I was wrong. And I had to be responsible about it.
Right.
That was my way of letting my son know I was sincere. I don't just I'm sorry. No. I had that type of parent who
And
would tell me,
guess what,
I'm
Canadian?
sorry, but it wasn't sorry to begin with. I can tell.
And that teaches them to do that in situations like that. We their biggest role models. I don't care about the sports athlete. When you do that, your kid looks at you and say, "Wow, I see my daughter. I apologize to her." And when I see her apologizing to her sister.
Negro, you said that you would get on your knees.
Who said about knees?
Black David. I'm telling you what Black David said. He said he got
Yes, I did it.
he begged his kids for forgiveness. Negro,
I was wrong.
He said, "Who said about knees?"
I only get on my knees for
No, because the situation that happened in my household, I punched him severely before that. When I found out I was wrong, I had to beg for forgiveness. I was wrong to do that.
Canadian born is dramatic, man. So
no, he literally said,
"Oh man, New Growth said I ain't getting on my knees, bro."
What about Tommy B? Tommy B, you getting on your knees?
My oldest daughter is 10, bro, and honestly, she don't do shit. So I rarely even have to discipline her. And then my other two is 1 and 2, and I ain't apologizing to their ass. So they need to apologize to me for terrorizing my ass. Shit.
Nah, I would apologize to my kids for doing if I did something wrong for sure.
Are you gonna get on your knees, Queso?
I'm not getting on my knees.
Yeah, like if I accused them of something and they didn't do it, absolutely I'll apologize. I don't know about the knees, but yeah, I would definitely apologize. I have to. Like, I mean, and to be honest with you, that's a lesson in itself.
Yes.
Because that's a huge part of what we miss in this society is fucking accountability, bro.
Yes.
And I think that's right where it starts at. A lot of these parents won't be accountable for they fuck up. You know, so I think that's a huge lesson in itself is accountability and humility. You know,
and the first thing I teach my kid, I haven't told, but the first thing I teach my daughter, I don't really care about school and all that. That's important, but you being groomed to be a wife and a mother. That's the most important thing to you. That's what God made you for. All this other stuff is added on. But that's what I teach firsthand. So I know a lot of us was talking about careers and how much money. It don't mean nothing because a lot of people got careers and money, ain't got no husband, ain't got no wife, don't know how to be a wife, don't know how to be a mother. First things first.
Yeah.
I just want to do a temperature check. So Mandel, if you had kids, are you getting on your knees and you apologizing?
Yeah, man, Drill, getting on his knees. No, I'm just joking. I know you ain't, bro. All right, I can answer that for
not
you.
happening.
I get your Mandel now. Hell
no.
Mandel gonna say hell no.
Mandrell said no before you asked.
Black man unfiltered. You never told us. You getting on your knees and begging for some forgiveness? I'm just curious. I know you're trying to raise some athletes over there.
Hell no.
I'm sorry to laugh at you, Black David.
I think there's levels.
It's all good.
I'm not gonna be in there. I'm not gonna be in there groveling at their feet.
Right.
Though. They're just man. I ain't.
And once again, let me correct the situation. There was something that happened a couple of years back that I severely disciplined my son for.
Sherelle, you laughed.
But when I found out that he was not the one responsible for it, I had to apologize because he felt like he was beaten for no apparent. He was punished for no apparent reason. So I had to get my knee on that particular situation. Yes, but it's not an everyday thing.
So
there's level to situation, to level to punishment. If the punishment was too severe, whereby it wasn't his fault, I had to make up for that. Period. But not all the time I go on my knees and ask myself for forgiveness.
I got you. Okay, so but listen, we only got 4 minutes before he kicks us out because he's sleepy. He got to go to work in the morning. So I got to ask this question because I did this and I told somebody about this, and somebody said I was crazy. I feel that parents, I'm not going to get on my knees to apologize, but I believe at some point in time, especially men, we should wash the feet of our kids. We should show them that we serve them. How do y'all men feel about that?
Nigga, what?
Wash the feet.
Hold on, I wait a minute. He's not giving y'all context because it's a biblical thing.
Somebody need to give it to me.
No, but
man, Dre, you not watching the feet of your stepkids?
Yeah, my wife will tell you. Not only my kid, I watch.
So hold on. Let me give y'all a little bit of the context. Hold on. Let me give y'all a little bit of the context.
So K-So finna give us some context. Go ahead, K-So.
Just a little bit. So in the Bible, right? Jesus washed the feet of his disciples, right?
Yes, exactly.
And one of the reasons he did it is because he was trying to show us that that as a Christian, we're supposed to be servants of others. Right. So sometimes in church they have feet washing services and things like that. I've never done it, but I don't have a problem with someone else doing it at all.
Washing your feet?
No, I wasn't saying it like that.
Are y'all men?
And
Just before you y'all are too prideful to wash somebody's feet? Are y'all really saying that?
No, I do it. I do it, bro.
If it's necessary.
Hold on, I want to hear B9.
What you talk about me being on my knee?
That was not
really?
a Christian sentiment because Christianity didn't exist when Jesus was alive.
Oh, you get deep.
I didn't say Christian. I knew B9 was that's why I didn't get the details.
E-Man on demon time tonight, dog.
No, I want to hear. Go ahead.
Two out of it, it was actually a tradition that everybody did because you weren't allowed to enter someone's home.
You're right.
Wash the feet.
I did learn that. I forgot about that.
And so it's not as biblical or as humbling as we try to portray it. The certain stories the minister has gotten hold of and has added a little sauce to it just for
So hold on. Not to like, I'm not pushing back on you necessarily, but do you think it's in the Bible for a reason though? Because why would they put that in there?
Yes, I do.
Because like 99% of the Bible is
no, Mandrell, no. Don't. I already know where you headed.
But no, so y'all missing the context of what happened in this scripture. I wasn't gonna bring it up because I knew everybody was gonna rebuke it. So the disciples told Jesus, they said, "No, you are the Messiah. You are the greatest person to walk earth. Do not wash my feet." And he said, "Even the greatest ones of us must serve. So sit back, let me wash your feet to show you that I'm willing to serve you, so you should serve others." And as leaders of the house, we need to show that we have that servant mentality and stop just barking our orders.
The servant mentality is when that mortgage paid, when that food on the table.
Somebody give me some on that
let me say this. Hey, black man, we gotta split this platform. I knew what he said right at the top of the hour. We had
wait, E-Man. Hold on, bro. We gotta no, this is comment here. I'm sorry. Listen, somebody give me some context on that. Can I get some?
I think he's just being funny.
It's metaphor.
But black man said he had to go. But I think we should really like thumbtack that because I really think that men need to get more humble. They're so prideful.
How humble can you be when you come home and work all day and you pay the money, you take them shopping, and you get their toes done at the Korean shop and everything?
See, but it's a difference when you serve them. Paying a bill is not. Hold on, let me tell you the difference.
Uh-oh.
Because you about to fuck up. Go ahead.
I'm not. No, see, and this is the problem, is that we so prideful that we think we above all these tasks.
No.
We literally talking about serving the people in your home. Now, let me tell you, in my household, I don't cook, I don't clean, I don't wash any clothes. And you tell me I'm gonna be too prideful to wash their feet one time?
So if I cook and I clean, I ain't gotta wash feet, right? Because I cook and I clean, I wash clothes.
That's what you do.
Wait. Okay. Do you pay the bills in the house?
Me?
Do you pay for the insurance? Somebody goes to the hospital, you pay for that and all that shit, right?
Right.
Okay, then you don't have to wash fucking feet.
So hold on. It's not about. I was gonna say it's not about washing the feet. It's just a sort of a metaphor or a symbol or a gesture to show. You know what I'm saying? So it's not necessarily about that. And if someone doesn't operate under the Bible or Christianity, I don't expect them to like do it or want to. You know what I'm saying? But
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about, K-Soul, because I'm born and raised Christian now. Okay. And I was Seventh-day Adventist Christian, and we had that whole foot washing thing. You know what I'm saying? Of course, we took part in communion and everything else. But the foot washing thing, yeah, we had that, and I've done it. You know what I'm saying? And they had father and son do it. So my daddy washed my feet, I washed his, and all that. I never got it. And I even asked the pastor. I was like, "What is this?"
Well, it's supposed to be an act of humbling yourself.
There you go.
As a symbol that I am a servant. Even, bro, so I'm a Christian, right? Mm-hmm. Everything that I do is supposed to be servant driven. Even me being on this panel, I'm here in service of Black Man to an extent. I support him, right? Yeah. I'm tired right now, bro. But if I see one time I was like, I'm not gonna get on tonight because I'm tired or something. And Black Man was on there and there was no one else. And I was like, I cammed up right away, right? And that's just how we are as Christians. That's how we're supposed to be. You know what I'm saying?
You, brother.
Oh yeah, bro.
I just want to say, I definitely want to say this right here, is that it comes down to one of those things that I know you can teach your kids lessons by telling them something, but what are you teaching your kids by your actions that you're doing? Well, I think what that tells them is that when a man teaches that he's not above serving, everybody else believes that it's their natural responsibility to follow the leader when it comes down to serving. And I know some people might feel, oh, that's so extreme, but sometimes for us to save our kids, we got to be extreme. So
I feel you, man. That's dope. But I don't see how you can talk about Black David, because being on your knees literally means to be underneath to be underneath someone. So him getting on his knees and asking for an apology is the same thing as you washing toes.
No, it's not.
No, Jesus washed feet.
No, that's not. Yeah, that's not the same. So let me.
Every time someone brings it up, it makes me laugh.
So is it beneath us?
No, they watch Jesus.
I'm just saying, Jesus washed feet too. I mean, so does that mean he's beneath us?
What Jesus was showing us that we was equal and we can have the same power as him.
Can I ask a question here?
I guess you're right.
Since you mentioned that,
after all, he did
when Jesus was watching the feet, what was he doing around the
same time? And we do the same thing. So
on his knees.
We do have the same
Thank you very much, my brother.
But we didn't do it on our knees. We had the
when Jesus was washing his feet, how was he sitting Indian style, or was
he was sitting on the stool?
Bro, I hate y'all so much right now.
Let me tell you how Jesus did it.
Okay. E-Man, you was there?
Let me tell you.
E-Man, you was there?
Tell me,
oh man.
I'm trying to tell y'all what Jesus did. He had like a little stool, right? It was a big old. It was
Don't
a big
say
old.
it like you from the hood.
Hey, listen.
Y'all stupid, man.
He had a little stool, right? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, while we at it, did he smash Mary or not?
Oh, y'all like it.
Oh, wow.
Yes, he did.
Hey, so
Yes, he
first,
did.
hold on. First, this is what we gonna say. Thank you guys for coming onto the platform tonight. we want you to like, subscribe. We ain't gonna even speak in blasphemy like that. So
It's not blasphemy. Why would he not? He's single.
He asked, did he smash his mother?
The word smash, it just makes it dirty.
You said he smashed Mary, his mother?
He said
No, Mary Magdalene, the whore.
But the word
Come on, E-Man. What we doing, E-Man?
All right, cool,
Mary Magdalene, the whore.
I think we appreciate y'all guys.
So he came down to earth to experience.
I'm not gonna let y'all speak in that blasphemy about my God. No, I'm not gonna let y'all speak.
I'm not human. He's a man.
Black Man Unfiltered, come back. Don't let them speak blasphemy of my Jesus Christ. It's my Jesus.
And him being the Messiah, I'm sure she offered it to him for free.
I'm not gonna let y'all do that.
Not my Jesus.
Okay, so
nothing. You heard it right. Yeah, I might not be y'all Jesus.
Hey man, I am not touching this, bro.
Yeah, me neither.
Hey, even you know better, Mandrell.
Hey guys, hell no, y'all not finna do Jesus like that.
Thank you, Black Man.
Y'all not finna do Jesus like that because listen, man, I'm gonna tell y'all this, and we're gonna end. My son came to me one day. And he said, "Daddy, can I ask you a question?" I said, "He's 9." I said, "What's up, son? What you need, man?" He said, "Dad, I'm gonna ask you a question, but you can't get mad." I said, "I don't get mad. What is it?" He said, "Daddy, did Jesus fart?"
That's a brilliant question.
And I was like, son, he was like, Dad, like, was he sitting around the disciples healing people and Putin and stuff and farting? And I was like, oh my God. He said, Daddy, like, and then he just started going like y'all asses are going right now. That's what reminded me of it. He was like, Daddy, so what if he was healing the blind and he pooed it? Like, did everybody laugh? Was it funny back then if he farted? And I'm like, son.
They lied about who farted.
No, Black Man, you have to answer that question. That is a brilliant question.
Well, first of all, Jesus would not lie. He would say, "I did it. I am the one."
Yep.
I don't know. I think he looked around and pointed at the person who the blind guy.
But the follow-up question was, Daddy, do you think Jesus could point at people and make other people fart there around him? I was like, son, listen.
I was a magician.
Yo, I love kids, bro.
My son's 9, bro. He had me about to pass out.
Listen, man. The man turned water into wine, man. He had some player in him, man.
Yeah, I mean, come on now. Yeah. You know what? If you did think about the story, though, the story's kind of gangster, though, because he was sitting at the table minding his business. His woman and his mama came up to him and said, "Hey, son." He said, "Woman." He's like, "Woman, what you want?"
This party dry as fuck.
This party getting, man, everybody trying to get, lit. You know what? We ain't got no more wine. Man, go get the water.
That's not what happened. I ain't gonna let y'all be doing all this.
What happened?
Black Man Unfiltered. Please
No, I'm not doing no. I'm just summing it up. I'm shortening the story. That's all.
Give us the abridged version.
So yeah,
the abridged version.
Yeah.
But y'all, all this blasphemy y'all got going on tonight.
It's not blasphemy. We're just asking questions.
Man,
I'm just letting y'all know.
That's where you need to go,
if
man.
I ever
baddest girls in the church, man.
I want to make this statement. I'm letting y'all guys. If I ever decide, because somebody asked me, would I ever have a YouTube page? If I ever decide to have a YouTube stage, I will mute you and not allow you to talk. And you talk about blasphemy of my Lord and Savior. I will put you.
You'll be blocked on the first day.
I'm telling you right now. I will put you in the black page. I will filter you. We will only push one message about Jesus.
I have one question for you, though, E-Man. I have one question for you.
Oh, God.
I get the Lord part. You choose to serve him. That is your choice. That is your right. Fair enough. But what the fuck did he save you from?
Good question. I'm glad you asked that question.
Oh,
good. I'm starting to regret it already.
Mandrell, here's a better question. How did he sacrifice himself when a nigga knew he could come back in 3 days? Is that a sacrifice?
What's the sacrifice?
All right, so I'm glad that y'all asked me. Because I truly and honestly believe the reason people don't believe in Jesus Christ is because they don't understand.
Man, I really go down this rabbit hole.
Don't do it. Okay. I'm about to say I was going to.
It's about faith, man. The biggest part about it is faith. You can't question a man's faith.
That's it. That's what it's about.
All right,
your relationship with God is completely different from mine, and I'm okay with that because everybody's their own unique individual person.
So Mandel,
so God is going to communicate with us as individuals.
So, but I got to ask Mandel this question: do you believe in Jesus or do you not believe in Jesus?
I believe in God. Yeah.
No. That's not the question I asked. Do you believe in Jesus or do you not believe in Jesus?
Yeah, I believe Jesus existed.
So you just wouldn't classify yourself as a follower of Jesus Christ?
I wouldn't say that because I'm still a moral man. And my morality is rooted in Christianity. Mm-hmm. Christianity, morality as it's defined by Christianity. However, I'm not I'm not a Christian. I can't do that.
So are you?
Fuck that.
So you saying you believe that it's a God out there? You just choose not to follow His way. Is that what you're
it's
saying?
not that. I just don't trust the Bible.
But Mandrell, is it rooted in Christianity? Or is it rooted in common sense? Because a lot of the shit that I agree with in the Bible is common sense.
There you go. Common sense. Just don't be a dick.
So
That's
you
what the Bible's telling you to do. Don't be a
Hello,
dick.
so Mandel, I got some questions. I got give me 2 minutes, black man, because I got to ask this question.
Oh, okay.
So my question is: so first, do you believe that since you said you believe in Jesus, do you believe that it's a heaven and it's a hell, or you believe that those things don't exist?
I don't know and I don't care.
You don't know, you don't care.
Yeah.
And my last question that I want to ask you is that do you believe that it is a God? You believe in Jesus Christ, but do you believe that God have any effect on our life while we're here?
Absolutely. Other than us existing, nothing. He has nothing to do with it.
Right. So you don't think there's no higher being that you have to answer to?
I didn't say that.
So who are you talking to?
What do you mean who I'm talking? I'm talking to you.
I'm talking about the higher being.
Bro, that was the funniest response.
That's probably the funniest shit I've seen on the stream in hella long.
Bro, that was fire. I'm talking to you.
See, that's who will tell you where your wife at. See, you need to talk to that higher being.
A higher being. I mean, what's he gonna do? He can't. According to God's own rules, he cannot intervene with our lives in any way. He cannot, according to his own rules. He cannot intervene.
I thought it said give you free will.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But if he intervenes in any way, he is then, therefore, taking free will away from someone or something.
That's not right. No.
Yes.
No,
I think those are two different things.
Yeah, and that's not right. So what the Bible tells us, and I know you guys don't believe in it, but what it tells us is that he turned the world over to us. And what?
Hold on. Let me give some clarification. Before you go there, let me give clarification, okay? Because I have a bad habit of this, okay? All right. No, he doesn't intervene in our lives. And yes, he takes. I think you can't do that with free will. You have to let what's gonna happen, okay? You have to, in order to make it fair and balanced.
So wait a minute.
Someone does something good. They're like, thank God. Okay. What about the poor bastard who lost? God just forget about him?
So I'm gonna give you a fake scenario, right? Let's say you almost got hit by a car and God intervenes, and it's a miracle that at the last second the car swerves out the way, doesn't hit you, right? And let's just say God intervened. That's not imposing on your free will.
But can't so. What if that car missed you and hit somebody else and killed them?
Right.
But the Bible said,
God
reigns on the
wait.
just and the unjust. So
Hold on.
Let me say something very simple here.
It has to be fair.
But wait a minute. But what does that have to do with free will and intervention?
Hold on.
Are you asking me like why?
Because if God blessed you to make that car miss you and he hit somebody else and killed them, he essentially made that car take them out.
Let me give you guys a easy phrase to understand. God loved everyone equally, but favor people differently.
Then why would I worship that?
I'll say it again. Let me say why I said it. The Bible make it very clear. He loved everyone.
And that's why I don't believe
but
in the Bible.
He only favor those keyword who serve.
It's not fair. It's not balanced. It's not just. And I'm
So Canadian David. Why he don't favor them kids with brain cancer? They ain't do shit.
Or even half the
where the fuck is the favorite?
Hold on, Black David, because you can't.
Life is fair, okay?
It's not fair.
Going off of the fair thing, there would be no infants or children or anyone young that would pass away before their time, in our opinion. So we have to throw fair out of the window here when we're talking about life, period. Whether you believe or not, a fair is not an argument that you can have when you're talking about life, period.
Agreed.
Also, this is just something to think about too, right? One, I don't try to explain God's reasoning. I feel like man just can't understand it. But here's the other thing too. When you bring up that example, like the cancer example, right? I would ask you, because God gives us free will, who created cancer? Where did cancer come from?
Come from nature.
Is that it? But is that a result of what man has put together?
No.
No.
What?
No, AIDS.
Interesting.
Not cancer.
Interesting.
I just want to say this. I want to say this right here. I want y'all guys to look at a window, right? So if it's a window and it got, let's say, 100 panes, you know how like have individual panes on each window, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And what happened is, as humans, we only can see out of the one frame. We don't see the hundreds of things that God might have stopped us from. We don't see all the times he did save us. We try to focus on the one time that it didn't save us. And my personal opinion when it comes down to those things is we don't even know how many times God has stopped us from doing things or stopped certain things from happening.
No. Then I'm not going to hell then. Wait, but by your logic, then no one's going to hell.
And by Christian's logic, hold on. And by Christian's logic, he's perfect. So don't give me no excuses. He's perfect.
No. So how do hell work? Let's talk about that. Hell first was designed for demons and the devil. It wasn't designed for human. And there's only one way that you go to hell. You go to hell if you do not accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. Have nothing to do with acts.
Come on, man. Stop it.
For real. It have nothing to do with acts.
What rule is that?
I'm just telling you.
But Mandrell, why such a kickback to a man's faith?
Hey, Mandrell, not God.
If you don't believe that, that's cool. But why such a kickback and laugh at somebody else's faith?
I'm not laughing at his faith.
But new growth, that's an everyday thing. Like if I'm not talking about anybody on the panel, but like if I was like Muslim, I would get a lot less pushback than if I was Christian. And I understand that, right? And I think some of it is too how Christians have been in the past. Nope. So I'm not really tripping when people do that. I don't mind having these conversations at all. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not tripping. I want to tell Queso this. It have nothing to do with how Christians perform in the past. People criticize the truth more than they criticize the lie. So if it's a lie, a lot more people roll with lies than they roll with the truth. So
now he just shitted on every other religion but Christianity.
No, I did not. I said simple. When the truth is coming forward, crucifixion coming.
Okay, I'll sum it up like this. I'll give you a lot of some more context. Okay, when I was, of course, experiencing war and everything like that, that's what, like when I figured out that everything I had grown up learning was a lie, I was crushed, beyond heartbroken, and I was in a place on earth and where that was the wrong place to have that revelation. Period. But at the same time, I know for a fact that I'm human and I'm not indestructible. And I've experienced things to where I'm like, okay, that's impossible. That completely defied the laws of physics. That doesn't happen. What is it? You know what I mean? So that's what I'm saying. I can't dismiss God out of hand. Can't do that.
Are you agnostic?
Right. You got to come convinced of it. Yeah, I'm not the religious part. The religion, I'm not convinced.
Let me try something.
Yeah. Hey, listen. Yeah, there's something out there, man.
And I'm not trying to like convince you or change your mind. I just think sometimes these discussions are healthy. Questioning the Bible, in my opinion, is actually healthy. There's I don't know if you've ever looked into like Christian apologetics, because I went through a journey where I had a lot of questions and I kind of got into that. And that's kind of where I've learned a lot about why I've been even more grounded in my faith.
Yeah, let's do a show on it, Queso.
Yeah,
I'm down. I'm down for that.
I'm not even sure, Queso. Yeah, I'm one of those people where even I'm like, I'm not supposed to be here right now. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't walk away from something like that.
Right.
Well, like I said, I've experienced that, and I've seen other things, freaky stuff, like freak accidents happen. I'm like, what? When you see it, you're like.
So, Mandrell, do you have more problem with the people you encountered in the religion, or just the idea of the religion? Like, is it the people that you encountered?
It's a combination of the things that are taught in church.
Okay.
And some of the stuff in the Bible, a lot of stuff in the Bible too. You know, I take issue with. Like, there's some things that God has done that I'm like, okay, you're fucking evil. You're an asshole. Why would I worship you? If you really did that, and that's supposed to be some lesson to teach somebody, you're supposed to be this all-knowing, all-powerful God, but that's the best idea you can come up with.
Mandrell, do you feel
Why would
like
I worship
I would
you?
say this for a guy who lived 7 years.
There's a
Hold
story,
on.
Mandrell, where things that were done in a certain time, God's reaction to it was something that had to do more with what was going on at that time versus now? Because it sounds like what you're saying now is like a Tuesday morning quarterback. Like, he's not flooding the earth right now or whatever, and he promised not to do that. So that's not happening again. But there was a time where such an extreme measure was necessary. The same way for you in your own life, you can look at yourself and say, there's things that you did before where you took extreme measures, and now it's like, oh, that's not necessary. So if you look at it as a story, you don't have to worry about.
Nigga, according to the Bible, it's gonna happen again with fire.
I would just say this.
I'm gonna do it twice.
Out the butter hold on.
But I'm perfect. And
You
I
got
need
that,
to
Tommy.
do it twice.
As a brother who lived in Nigeria for 7 years, and I've seen things that are hard to fully explain that beyond the supernatural.
I'm with
If
you.
we're
I'm
le-
with you on that. I'm with you on that.
Because I
Sure,
tell
man.
people this in my country, either you're a full-time Christian or you're full-time Muslim. You cannot be in between. When you're in between, there's certain activity will draw you out and you be scared for your life. Trust me when I say this. So you better have a faith foundation in my own
Yeah.
country.
Because
You
that's, I
don't,
mean,
you
that's
ain't
the
gonna
thing. That's
survive.
why we lost here, man. We're not following anything in particular. We're leaning like the Bible said, leaning towards our own understanding. So we doing things. We good people, but we don't know. We don't have no guidance. So we have to have something that guides us.
I think what happens is when you really experience a miracle. See, a lot of people haven't experienced a miracle, so they don't understand. I know people who went to a doctor, they showed them the x-rays, they showed them the MRI, they had cancer, they went home, and a pastor came and laid hands and prayed for them, and then they came back 2 days later, and everything, nothing, science couldn't explain how all the cancer left his body. Science, it was another example where a guy had AIDS, and then he came back a week later, and the AIDS was gone.
That's worse.
But
That's so much
Mandrell just said the same thing because he said there's no way he should be alive right now. So
And I mean,
he's
seriously,
experienced miracles.
I can think of almost 10 incidents where listen, word up, I'm supposed to be dead.
Right.
Period. End of story. I'm not supposed to be here.
So why you still think you here? Why you think you still here?
Fuck if I know.
That's what I'm saying. So you gotta have. See, that's what I'm saying. We lost. We lost, and that loss and confusion gonna.
Well, that's
Negro.
That's why he said he was agnostic. So he believes
But
in
Negro,
a higher
you gotta
power.
understand, Negro. You need that. Everybody don't need that.
Hey, black man up
You don't think you need that? Nah.
Yeah, you know what, man?
We
So-
gonna need more time.
Yeah, we're gonna need more time to talk about that, guys. So what I'll do is, y'all want to do this next? Y'all want to do this Friday? Y'all want to do it next Tuesday?
Either or, for me.
Hey, on Friday, let's start it off with talking about LBJ. Becoming an all-time leading scorer. I just want to sit down with.
Or are we gonna talk about how they 5 games in the 500?
I don't care.
Or are we gonna talk about his whip ass nigga trying to have a parade 2 years after a fucking bubble ring?
Y'all done woke Tommy up. Y'all done woke Tommy up.
Talk about his full MVP.
Go off, Tommy.
We get to speculate on what
Why is there so much hate for a man that created such greatness?
No,
the best regular team record team in the in NBA history in the finals. We can talk about that
because he snitched on the nigga.
Hey, Catherine, how you doing, Chuck?
He took his ass to the media and suggested a nigga get suspended. Sucker shit. And I dare somebody say it ain't.
Right.
Y'all got Tommy started.
It is.
What they got to do with the?
But
with
E-Man,
the
he played for the Lakers. That's the sucker side. We don't fuck with the Lakers. You feel me? I ain't got no problem with LeBron, but when he went to the Lakers, he went to the Ops.
So you're a Golden State fan?
Hey, nigga, ever since Run TMC, buddy.
Yep, I'll say this, man. I appreciate all of you being on the panel, man. I got to get up in the morning and to deal with the old kiddos earlier than expected. I got to pick this big old project up and carry it to the back of the car and sit it back there to keep it from destroying itself.
Appreciate the conversation, big bro.
You said what?
I said appreciate the conversation.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. No problem, man. Y'all know I got love for each and every one of y'all. B9, thank you, man. Mandrea, always, brother. E the Man Williams. Go check out his website, man. E the Man Williams. K Soul. Go check out his platform as well. Tommy B. Go check out his platform.
New
B9. Go
New
check out
Grove.
his platform as well.
We're doing the podcast tomorrow. Tap in.
Okay, I'm gonna go.
Yeah, hey, it's a reminder set up.
What's up?
Fellas.
I've been trying to find your podcast forever. I'm doing something wrong.
It's We Argue Sports Podcast. It pops up now because I'm at like 119 subscribers.
Oh yeah, okay, come on with it, boy.
At 8.
Tommy B, what time?
Hey, I gotta thank What the Folk about that though. He got me on the hump. I appreciate that.
Black David got some hair in his throat.
Sorry.
Black David got some hair in his throat.
What's up, Black David? Hey, that's Valentine's Day. I know what you was doing, player.
Tomorrow at 8:15 a.m. Eastern Time, one of my videos coming out live to let you know.
Oh, okay.
Rap
video.
Hey,
For sure.
Tommy B, can you say it one more time?
We Argue Sports Podcast.
And what time tomorrow, bro?
5 West Coast.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
You
come
be
get
letting
that
people-
work.
You be letting people come up?
Yeah. Oh yeah. We do our little. We go over our things, and then my boy Bengals fan, so he gonna be depressed tomorrow. I ain't gonna lie right now, boy. My co-host here, Bengals fan, so he probably gonna be sad now.
Canadian boy, Black David. You got a YouTube channel? What is it?
Canadian born Nigerian. You look it up, you'll be able to find
That's it right there. That's what it look like.
Canadian boy in Nigeria.
So I do doing some tech talk. The next thing we're working on.
You see it, E-Man? We Argue Sports.
That's what I put.
I don't see it.
You gotta put podcast too.
Podcast.
Me and my coworker, we did a lot of IT contract in the past, so we sharing our experience and our knowledge about what's really going on out there for small business as well as medium-sized business. So we can do different videos in different areas of the
Hey,
business.
Rilla, what's going on, man?
So the first one is cybersecurity. What we'll talk about next one after this will be about either if it's a good idea to have custom-made PC for small businesses and medium-sized business or not, the pros and the cons behind it. Because a lot of us IT, especially, we were saying that a lot of business waste money on brand names. So what I can save money with a custom-made PC. We're trying to figure out why they don't go that about what the pros and cons behind it as well.
Because they don't know anything about it.
Hey, Tommy B, drop your number because I can't find it.
Drop me a link to your YouTube page, Canadian Black David, because I can't. I'm looking it up now and I can't find. It's not taking me to your page. But also make sure that you put in your YouTube page. Don't follow that BuzzFeed video about how to build a PC. Don't do that. That guy just got so much wrong.
Hey, Black Man, can you put your picture up again? See if I can see it one more time.
Oh yeah. Hold on, yeah, no problem.
I cannot find this for some reason.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna share the screen. Shit, what am I doing that for? I can share it. 1 second.
Y'all looking at it on Apple, right?
It's in the back chat, E-Man.
Yeah, the thing.
Oh,
I'm not gonna post a video about.
word.
I'm not gonna post a video about building a PC because there are people out there who only know like.
It's in the back chat, E-Man.
When you have J2 Cent, you have Limus Tech, and you have Jimmy Necker, who does the big individuals. Now, for me to teach about building a PC was based on
There you
the
go.
educational knowledge behind that.
Oh, it's on YouTube. It's YouTube?
Yeah.
I was looking on podcasts. I was on my phone trying to find it on like the actual podcast.
Nah, it's YouTube.
Oh, my bad. I got you guys.
All right, I got you. I got you, Black David. I just subscribed and I turned on the reminder for your broadcast tomorrow.
Yeah,
tomorrow.
What I'm trying to do, for the past couple of years, is trying to educate people about IT because right now, it's funny how people think they know how to use a computer, but have no idea how to protect themselves from virus and attack and many other things as well, or how not to be scammed or the bad deal or a good deal.
Don't know what not to click on. They click on everything that comes on. I mean, it's just
Pretty much.
ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that too, Black David, because I had a homeboy trying to tell me to build one, and I just went and copped a little cheap Apple one just because it was a little more convenient. I wanted to start my YouTube shit up, but I'm gonna watch that because I do want to end up building my own.
Building a PC is so much better, man.
Yeah,
so much better.
I do like Apple for multimedia purposes, though. I'll say that.
I hate
I
Apple.
would say this. Everybody jumped on Apple for multimedia a lot, but they don't realize the price you pay for a Apple PT for multimedia. You could build a better PT for less the cost. And people don't notice that.
Do you like
I don't know about the M1 Max. I don't know.
It's nothing. That's nothing, dude.
I don't know.
Intel and AMD make better chips.
When it comes to rendering, that's where it wins.
That's a video card. I got a video card that can render. They can smoke yours.
No, Black David, do you think the Alienware?
If you
What do you
see
think about
some of the
Alienware?
PT, some of the crazy ass PT better on YouTube do, like do way better render than an Apple PT, you will drop your jaw. Trust me when I say that.
Drop your jaw.
Apple gang cut. Apple gang cut.
Black David, what do you
I'll
think
give you a
about
perfect example. I'll give you a perfect example.
B9, what happened? He say drop your draws?
Oh, is that what somebody said?
You said you'll drop your jaw.
Hey, Black David, what do you think about Alienware?
Huh?
Not his
What do
jaw.
you think about Alienware?
I was I didn't hear draws.
Alienware, aka Dell wannabe. No.
You don't think Alienware is good?
Gamer Nexus created them worse.
It's
You know that thing called
overpriced.
Gamer Nexus?
Apple gang cut.
No,
No,
Alienware is
E-Man.
severely overpriced.
You don't have to take my word for it. Look for the YouTube channel called Gamer Nexus. Everybody who know him, you call him the ultimate freak.
Now you talking about freak.
He don't play around. He will play with liquid nitrogen, pour on a processor, play with his hand, let you know what he's doing. This is no. Dude, I'm talking about
So
extreme.
what kind of computer I need? I need a computer. Somebody tell me what kind of computer to get.
Go to Newegg, buy the components.
Don't listen to them. Don't listen to
I
them.
can't
Yes,
deal
you
I would
with
say
no
that.
computer.
Now, if you want to ask me about a computer, I will ask you what you need it for. That's number one. What the purpose is going to be like. What the requirement you need on it.
I
Now,
just need
based
to
on
check
those
my
things,
emails. I need
email.
to check my emails, and I need a good camera.
Oh, holla at me about the camera. Holla at me about the camera. 100.
You can holler at K-Soul
So
for the
just checking
camera,
your
but
email.
You know what, K-Soul, I need a camera too, man. I need some help with that too, bro.
Talk to me, bro.
Your email,
Okay,
what
okay.
I bet people cost between $500 to $700. That's it.
Hey, black man on filter said let him go to sleep.
I bought
Hey
an
man,
air
listen,
fryer
yeah.
because of
So
y'all.
listen, bro.
Try to
Before
help
we
us out.
leave, man, I need y'all to do me a favor before we leave, bro.
It's only 11:30
This is for 11:30. Where?
on the West
Not-
Coast.
Not in
Oh.
VA, in DC.
So, this I want y'all to do me a favor before y'all leave.
I'm in New York.
In
For the-
Atlanta.
For on the way out, I need y'all to go ahead and get y'all buy some of this magic oil.
Yeah.
And I told you guys, the Nigerian embassy sees it. The one they cut first before I tell
E-Man,
anything.
E-Man, look at E-Man, you ready? E-Man ready.
Even you were not here on Friday. They were trying to roll me to the ground.
E-Man ready.
Hold on, I gotta ask my wife, baby, what happened to my baby oil?
So I had the embassy call me up and say, if I
She
hear
took the
anybody
baby oil.
trying to sell no Nigerian magic oil, but I gave them my cut, I just see their property. I said, okay, I ain't doing nothing no more.
Yeah, I'm mad with it. I'm mad at you about that, black man. Because I came in when you was playing that music in the introduction, and that was hilarious.
Get your B9 about to die. B9 killing
I told Jenny Mike about it. I said, Jenny, I know you very well. If you watch that clip, you will pull off the
B9
chair.
disappeared, man. B9
Yeah.
fell out the chair, man.
Hey, Canadian, I've been doing push-ups for about 3 weeks now. I still can't get my chest to jump.
You gotta do diamond push-up. You gotta
push-up.
I was doing push-up for many years. So like, I was
You got to dabble that oil on it. When you dabble your oil on the pecs, it'll jump by themselves.
Here's the thing. When you're doing push-up like crazy, I was doing
B9
like 100 a
disappeared,
day
man.
at a time, or 200 a day for many days and many years. It adds up.
Okay.
So we
I'm just
sold,
trying to get my pecs to jump for my wife. You know what I'm saying?
we sold out of the baby oil. It was a one-day exclusive, but don't worry, Friday we have another black man.
Oh my God.
Hey, Iman,
feel
you don't want the
so
Nigerian embassy come and chasing your house or take everything from you. So be careful with that.
Oh my
I ain't
God.
worried about them. I'm in America.
Tell
They
me,
don't
man.
care.
At least you sold out.
They don't
we
care.
sold out. Matter of fact,
Don't you look a Black Panther?
if you looked at YouTube, it was nobody on YouTube yesterday because everybody was using the Nigerian magic baby oil. Everybody was
God.
using it. They used it for lubrication. They used it for massages, and we sold out. But don't worry, this Friday we got a new product for you guys.
Oh my God. Here we go. This is how it all started, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh boy.
This is how it all started.
Pecs.
This is how it all started. Let's get Black David up here. Let's just fast forward a little bit. Let's start it right about.
Oh, you put it up on your page? I gotta go watch. I gotta go like and subscribe to that one video.
This is I don't know if you see this video yet, brother, but watch this shit.
Hello.
Okay. Look at Jedi Mike suited and booted.
No matter what, he has to stay out of it. He has to stay out of it. This is why top business guys have drivers, because they can't afford to get in a car accident.
It's sexy.
You know.
Hey, Sir Hell didn't make it no better. Hold on, let me go back. Wait, come on, damn it! It's too late at night for this. Oh man, it always do this on this one damn video. I don't know why. He don't want to do
Lord
it.
said,
Video will play.
leave my son alone.
Black man.
Huh?
Black David keep telling you you're an IT nerd, dog. He done fuck with your video.
I think it was a camera trick. That wasn't real.
I'm mad at that music though. You keep playing, Black man.
That music is fire.
One more time.
Hey, refresh the whole page.
Yep.
Go past.
There we go.
This is why you keep those barriers. This is why he talks about a gatekeeper. No matter what he
what the fuck?
I told you the Lord said, leave my son alone.
You gotta go
blow it up or something, man. Blow up the picture.
Hold on.
Sir Hal is back.
Oh no, here we go.
I don't know why you trying to go too far back. You gotta go to about halfway, like what? Right there.
You just came back on the chat just to throw another jab at me, Sohail? Really?
E-Man was there. Tommy was there.
Yep. Hell yeah. It was a pack house
They
that
saw
night.
it live. Wow.
Man. And we were talking about something serious too.
Civilized.
Man, that shit was fucking hilarious.
Maybe you gotta watch this.
Here it is.
No matter what, he has to stay out of it. He has to stay out of it. This is why top business guys have drivers, because they can't afford to get in a car accident.
Here it is, though. Check your boy out. Look at him.
Watch Sir Hell. Watch Sir Hell. Sir, watch this.
The struggle pet.
Can you explain to me a little bit about civil liability?
Hey, go back 10 seconds. Just 10 seconds. We gotta see this chest vibration one more time.
Sir Hill's made the situation no better. You were right.
Oh my gosh, Sir Hell was rolling, bro.
He made it no better. No better.
Man, Sir Hell was rolling, bro. He had to turn the camera off. He was laughing so hard, man.
He's in his clean suit and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, the fact that they're called struggle pecs is hilarious, bro.
Right.
I would get Nathan for that later.
I would give him a shirt made. It's
Bro,
struggle pics.
I was just about to say someone needs to put struggle pecs on a shirt for sure.
I'll get Nathan back later.
He said, "I'll get." Black David got a list, dog.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I didn't. E-Man was rolling too, man. Yeah, boy.
was there. The whole game was there.
Man, that shit was. I don't know why I keep loading. Okay, here I don't know. It's gonna load up or not here. I don't know. Here it Watch Sir Hill.
Okay, with the struggle pecs.
He almost almost fell off the chair, man. You see that?
Mention a little bit about civil liability.
Bro.
Even my wife thought them titties was funny.
I was gonna say, did your wife just come over to watch? I saw her walking away. Yo, shout out to Mrs. Williams.
Oh my God, boy, Sir Hell's like big sexy. That's how I started right there. Big sexy, man.
I'm telling y'all guys, you run some baby oil through those things, but I'm telling you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as we leave tonight, before we go,
one more time
for yours truly. Ladies and gentlemen, the man that used to strip in front of giraffes, in front of rhinoceros, in front of hippopotamuses. He used to slap zebras and ride the backs of lions.
You gotta
show us Nigerian
There's no evidence on that. There's no evidence. Don't mind them.
Nigeria.
Next thing I'm going to say, I'm going to go hurt them, which is not true.
Everybody say Nigeria. Yes.
I thought he was really representing.
That thing me without going on his show.
It's not every day that you see a celebrity on a show. We wanted to give
I didn't sing it, Black David.
To the Canadian-born Nigerian, we thank you. We thank you, the man that rode the backs of lions and slapped zebras. We want to thank you, Canadian-born.
Can you show us how they do that in Nigeria? I just want you just show us one more time. Let's make sure it wasn't a
character. Make me look like a YouTube legend.
So let's see if we can get it back. Is he still here? Let's see. Hold on a second. Let's see.
Let's see it.
The man who gave lap dances.
Ladies and gentlemen,
lions.
Yours truly. It's not a ghost. It's not a spirit. It's the flesh of Black David. Man, he auctions off snake skin. He jumps on the backs of crocodiles. Yes, he shakes trees and monkeys come out. Oh, give it up, give it
up. African noises.
Y'all ain't shit.
Y'all racist as hell.
What did Tommy B say? What you say, Tommy B?
Goddamn Trump supporters.
Hey, Sir Hell said this is the worst, best thing I've seen this year. Dude, y'all should have seen B9, man. B9 almost fell out of the chair laughing a few minutes ago, bro. That shit was hilarious.
This is the reason why I thought Hell is not on the cam, because you know he will fall off the chair too.
Hey, man, if y'all want it, man, listen. If y'all want to hear a bad, if he come up real quick, we ain't signing. If he come up, man, we ain't signing. Got the best instrumental opening ever when he come through. We ain't signing. Yeah, you know he in Shanghai, China. Yeah.
You gotta tell Sir Hills to stay longer than he does, man. He dips out too quick.
Oh man,
I like Sir Hills.
Man, Sir
Hills.
Hills.
Come up when we have our religious talk.
Oh yeah, we need Sir Hell here for that.
You're gonna need because y'all not enough.
Yeah, we ain't signing. I need to come through for like 30 seconds. We ain't signing. 30d seconds. So I can get intro in.
That's messed up.
No, but
you're not enough.
I didn't really participate.
Y'all gonna need to come in full power for that one.
Nah, I don't argue, bro. When someone goes hard, I'm just saying, like, sometimes people like, you got to do more than that. It's like, I'm not trying to do anything. I'm just having a conversation. You know what I mean?
So, Black man, I got a question to ask you, Black man.
I'm need more than that, man.
20% of my full.
Black man, I got a question to ask you.
I was at 20%.
Go ahead.
With the two videos you have on me, which one have the most views, the Peck video or the Kim K video?
Oh, the Peck for sure. Oh no, well, it's kind of because you said was Mandrell on the show for that? Mandrell, was you on the show for that?
Yeah, pa.
I'll show the hell.
Which one?
Guys, here we go. Hold on. Ladies and gentlemen, all the way from Shanghai, China himself, We're going to give it up for yours truly. We ain't signing shit.
Y'all crazy. Motherfuckers, to the Spade Bash.
Ni hao. Ni hao.
We ain't signing. Tell everybody. I want you to do it in your language. I want you to tell everybody. Welcome to the Black Men Unfiltered show, where it goes down.
All right. Okay. I got a new intro for you.
Okay.
I've been thinking about this. All right. 当du妈妈你好，岁爸女儿你好，欢迎光临，你们听着那个 Black Man Unfiltered， 你可以坐一下，喝水，吃少吃。谢谢。
Fuck you say about my mama?
I think I heard a couple of niggas in there.
He definitely said something about our mama.
So this is what I said. I said, shout out to the drunken baby mamas and to the Pookies and Ray Rays. Listen to Black Man Unfiltered. Get a drink.
We ain't signing. What am I saying? One.
You're saying good night.
Good night, motherfuckers. I see y'all guys later.
I thought this nigga was ordering food.
Hey, but you know what?
You stupid, Tommy.
Hey, but you know what? E-Man, before you go, one more time, brother. This for you, Sir Hill.
Oh, wait. Hold on. E-Man, before you go, quick question. So who taught you that? Or you just looked it up on the internet?
YouTube. I've been looking at YouTube. I'm about 7 words. Give me about 2 weeks. I'm gonna be able to hold 5-sentence conversations.
I just know Gung Hoi Fat Choi.
That's Cantonese. I don't speak Cantonese.
I've been holding that shit since elementary school.
but E-Man, since you do business, this is a great phrase for you to learn. Tomato, 我的钱在哪儿?
Tomato, 我的钱在哪儿?
Watamada, right? Watamada.
Nothing.
That
I'm
means
feeling good.
motherfucker. That means motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I thought you were asking me what's wrong.
What the
Say it one more time.
Guatemala. Guatemala means motherfucker. That's what he just said.
What's the matter with you?
Simple one. You can just say this.
Mandrell, you ain't shit. I'm telling you.
You can just say this.
I know, right?
Tamada, right? Tamada means motherfucker. And then you can just say, what the chen sayonara? Where's my money?
That's Japanese. You just said sayonara.
No, I said tamada, what the chen sayonara. That means motherfucker, where's my money?
Okay.
Oh yeah, you make sure you have my jank. I don't want no Mandarin money. I want some US dollars when you go to
LeBron ain't even making the playoffs. Sit down.
That doesn't even matter. Me and you bet it. That you bet it.
Yeah, Curry.
Oh, don't y'all do it. Don't y'all do it. Don't y'all do it.
No. I'm happy Tommy B's on the line. I just want to verify.
Oh, don't wake up Tommy B. That's a sleeping giant.
No, listen, Tommy B was there to witness our bet. If Golden State does not win the championship, we ain't signing. Make sure you hit me in my cash app.
Make sure you hit me before the parade. Make sure you hit me up before the parade.
Well, hey, LeBron trying to get a parade before they win the championship this year.
That weak ass bubble chip. All I know is a Laker fan just go ahead. All I know, a Laker fan paid for me a steak and lobster dinner. You feel me? After we whooped that ass the other day. Hey, how about that performance at the free throw line for LeBron? Let's give him a round of applause.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
that shit was beautiful.
As soon as y'all be talking sports and I see that unmute button go off on Tommy's show, I'm like, here we go.
Hey man, that Lakers shit ain't
Hey, listen, Sir Hill said, as I'm trying to rest, I now have the African rhythm stuck in my head. Ancestors speak to me. He said black people are always learning cuss words in other languages.
Well, I mean, you got to know cuss words here. You got to.
Ain't no people. It's black people. Be specific. My first Mexican words I learned was all the cuss words.
Oh my goodness!
Everybody learns the dirty words. Everybody learns the dirty words.
Tommy B, I got a question for you.
Who's at it?
Who you got, Spence or Ugas?
Say it again.
Who you got for the fight, Spence or Ugas?
I think Spence got it.
Same here.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to see him and Crawford go at it though. I want to see.
Oh, shout out to Stylebender too. Stylebender went in
we
and had
ain't
the business
signing.
this weekend too.
Hey, we ain't signing after the championship. I'm gonna be like Nishula. You know what that means? Nishula.
I lost.
You lost, motherfucker.
Hold on, wait, E-Man. Let's not get it fucked up, dog. We got the buyout market, we got Draymond coming back, and we still got Wiseman coming back. And don't blink, but Clay's back. Ask LeBron. Clay's back.
Yeah,
put that 30 piece on that board.
Hey man, Clay put it on him the other night, boy.
Put it on him.
Oh my God.
Curry didn't look good that game though. Just to let y'all know.
Hey, but he went for 30 the next game. No, he went for 30 the next game. Know that.
I'm just letting you know. Curry showed us that he ain't dependable.
Hey, you know what? Hey, what?
He ain't dependable.
He ain't dependable.
Come on now.
Boy, come on, man.
And hold on. Let's not go to that layup in the clutch that he made when he took old boy off the drill. Like, stop it, man.
Hey, let me say this, bro. I'm gonna say this, man. Name a team right now that can go 7 games with the Warriors and win.
Only the Phoenix. Only the Suns.
Philadelphia is taking it.
Philadelphia just lost by 50 tonight, nigga.
They lost by what? By what?
50.
Oh my God. To who?
Hold on.
Doc Rivers have an Doc Rivers has an excellent track record of choking on big games.
130 to 79 with 2 minutes left against the Celtics, dog.
Wow.
E-Man got quiet as hell. Hey, man.
You know what, E-Man? I would happily pay you 100 if Philly won. I would happily pay you that. But Doc Rivers ain't the coach to take the win. Hold on.
Not to mention James Harden.
Hold on, Tommy B. You know, when we talk money, I want to make sure I get my money right. So we ain't signing. You said if Philadelphia takes the whole thing, you're gonna give me $100. That's what you're saying?
No, I ain't say that. I was just talking theoretically. I ain't paying shit because
I thought you was talking money. You talking theory? Okay. I thought you was talking
right, but it don't matter. Golden State is gonna be hoisting that trophy as long as Ayesha Curry can keep her legs and mouth closed.
I don't know about all that. You kind of went left.
But we was hoisting chips when she had her mouth open and her legs. So I mean, I don't know about that.
Because they're talking about she has an open relationship now. So
and she already shot that down.
Okay, cool. Because I know Curry was in the slump for a minute, and they were saying that's because she was,
Nah, he already explained why he was in the slump.
Do you guys think that she's attractive?
Hell yeah!
No,
the fuck?
No.
Hell yeah!
Nope.
Y'all out of y'all motherfucking mind.
Show the hell is.
You know what?
If you ain't signing, we ain't signing.
You better show me you smashing somebody to look better.
I said we ain't signing. We ain't signing.
What's up?
Team G.
Well, I don't know what you're saying right now.
Stop it.
I'll be quiet. Or be quiet.
Stop it. Team
right.
G.
So hold on, Black David. You don't think she's attractive?
I also don't think she's attractive.
You don't think Steph Curry's wife is attractive?
The thick version of her was attractive. The skinny one who's trying to compete with all these ID model, I think something's wrong with her.
Steph Curry, you talking about the light skinned chick?
When she was regular, what she trying not to compete with what's out there, she was looking attractive ways. She just got slimmed down because she feel like
she started fucking working out. Are you kidding me? She had a baby and started working out. Like, what are we talking about?
Y'all crazy.
I know that. But there was a time when she was batching the chick on the IG and everything. All the time she did 180 degrees.
Oh, you talking about her like being in the bikinis and stuff?
She posed nude for a magazine, I think.
No, I think she posted some pictures in a bikini on her IG, and that's when they started getting at her.
And now she posted nude on the magazine.
Yeah, she did. You show her right too, bro.
Oh no, I ain't know about that.
She did a.
So-
I mean, she's covered. You can't see anything, but she was naked. But it's all covered. You know what I mean?
Either way, or I'm saying this right now, she flip flopping. One moment she against those things, all of a sudden.
No, but that has nothing the way she looks. That has nothing with the way she looks, though. I mean, I just think she's all right. She's all right. She's not like.
I think she's pretty
gorgeous. She's just all right.
What y'all got to understand, and I ain't make no excuse for it, but y'all watching people grow up in the public eye, bro. Like when y'all first met this chick, she was 27 years old. A lot fucking changes between 27 and 37 years old, bro. Like just being real. And people don't seem to understand that shit. Like you don't think the same at 27 as you do at 37. You're watching these people grow in the public eye right in front of your face. And with that, and without context. Meaning you don't know none of the behind the scenes shit. You just know what's in front of the camera.
They all fronting, Tommy. They all fronting. We all know.
You already know, though.
Man, is you doing a Ricola commercial?
Or Ebola?
What the hell?
What do you say? You something? You what? What?
Nifola. You crazy?
Oh, Nifungla.
Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot the G.
Yeah. You gotta excuse him. He's using Google Translate. They can't pronounce the words properly.
Yeah, like what the hell?
No, but I mean, Google Translate can't pronounce the words.
But the thing about with Ayesha Curry, there's a lot of everyday women that look better than her.
Y'all crazy. I see y'all lady. Y'all delusional. I see y'all crazy.
Again, when guys make statements like that, just let the chick that you banging look better than her.
Say it again. Yes.
Get out of your motherfucking mind, bro. Are you fucking serious?
You out of your mind? Yes.
What are we fucking talking about?
She's all right.
My wife said I can't have an opinion on this one.
If your wife don't look better than her, you don't have the right to be saying all right. Come on, bro.
My wife looks better than her. My wife fucking looks better. Yes, she does.
All right.
I don't speak on other men's. I don't speak on other men's wives.
We got a screen share on here. Put the money on the wood.
Nah, don't do it, bro. I don't speak on other men's wives. Don't do that, dog. I'm including him too.
Well, the guy that I'm talking to is speaking on another man's wife. You not speaking on another man's wife.
That's what I'm telling. I'm talking to him.
I was about to say, to his credit, K-Soul really hasn't said.
No, K-Soul has it. I'm saying he didn't already did that. So put the money on the wood.
Bro, she's all right. She's all right.
Tommy B got a point.
Aisha's beautiful.
I'm just saying, if we gonna make statements like that, then show what you're working with, and don't come up with excuses and start stumbling. Oh, but nah. If you ain't working,
nobody's stumbling. Nobody's stumbling. I'm just saying she all right. I'm keeping to my thing, right? She all right.
Like I said, there is a something on here where you can go ahead and share. Go ahead and put the money on the wood.
I mean, see, the point is, bro. I mean, look, like I said.
And there go the stumbling I was talking about, y'all.
Dog, I'm sorry. That's funny.
I'm saying no, because we go over this in the sports group, and I tell these cats in sport, like it's a specific dude in my sports group, and I ain't gonna put him on blast, but he was giving her hell, and I looked at his wife, and I'm like, bro, that ain't it. Like you can't, you can't, you have the audacity. I don't give a fuck if she spit out 150 kids. If you sticking your dick in there, you have no right to be talking about a lady that looks like that.
Oh my God!
Like that shit. My God! And that's the internet for you. Like, oh, she okay? She okay? You know, the women always talk about it. Oh, guys talk about women, yada yada yada. And then you see their baby mama. And I'm just saying, if you're gonna talk about a woman that look like that, you got to back that up,
bro. Like I said, she's all right. You acting like I said she's ugly.
And you might as well.
I'm just saying, because the reason why that comes off as ugly, the reason why that comes off as ugly is because the consensus is she's better than all right.
Stop it, black man.
Black man, don't do it like this. Don't do
Black
it
man,
like
you're gonna get me in trouble.
Sons of heaven.
Now that is a
got a lot of guys in trouble.
No comment.
I just want to tell. I just want to say, if my wife is watching, my eyes are closed right now. And I promise.
Hey, all of a sudden I went blind. I don't know what happened.
My eyes is wide. Matter of fact,
wait, K-So. This is the work of God.
This is
the work of God, K-So.
Don't you do it? Don't you do it, Mandrell.
This is a little known Black history fact, guys. This lady right here, when she walked out on the tennis court with this on, all the white people had a meeting and they said she can no longer wear this ever. Look at B9.
What does she have on? Somebody describe it to me.
No, look at it. You're wrong on this one. The tennis court, so it's not that bad. But this is the work of God.
The Lord is my shepherd. He knows what I want.
I mean, I mean, like, come on, man. She's the go to tennis, man. Come on, we gotta respect her a little bit. She's the go to tennis. Come on.
She played tennis.
Yeah.
It's Tommy stupid, bro.
Can everybody look at B9 face right now?
Come on, man. She's the go of tennis, man. Y'all ain't right.
Is there a racket in the picture?
Yep.
Wow.
There's a racket there.
Oh, if it's for sports purposes, I can look.
Oh yeah.
There you go, K-So.
There you go. Loophole.
Black history.
Oh, it's for sport. Okay, here it is.
Black history.
Here you go,
No,
K-So.
look. When he posts a picture, look at this. Now that, my friend K-So, that is Black excellence.
Even further, K-So, it actually goes to the subject of the video about parenting.
Look at this, man.
Hey, all jokes aside, y'all want to know who my celebrity crushes are?
Who your celebrity crush?
Megan Good.
Oh no.
Regina King.
Too old.
Not Regina King. Regina Hall. And I actually like Tori Kelly.
Oh, me too, boy. Tori Kelly.
I think those are beautiful. I'm not saying I would marry them. I'm just saying I think they're beautiful.
Tori
women.
Kelly.
Who's Tori Kelly?
Who's Tori Kelly?
I'm finna show you.
She's a singer.
Oh, I'm finna show you.
She's also white.
Yeah, she is.
But I agree with you on Megan. I agree with you on
listen to all your problems.
What is it? What is her name? Megan Good. Megan Good for me is my number one celebrity crush. I think she's the most beautiful woman.
Man, I have
younger
for a while.
Younger version. I think she's the most beautiful.
You don't think Megan Good still looks good, bro?
I didn't say she.
No, I mean she is. No, she still looks good, but I'm talking like in her 20s. In my opinion,
I mean Mandrell. I thought Mandrell said she didn't look good.
I don't know if y'all seen that recent video of Megan Good, but she still got it. Goddamn it, Jesus Lord.
Woo. Still look good.
Hey Tommy, for the podcast purposes, I did not see it.
Who's this?
That's Tori.
I hear you, bro. I hear you.
I don't know who that is.
Of magnesia.
I don't know who that is.
Her voice is beautiful, bro.
Yeah, her name is Tori Kelly. She's a singer. She can sing her ass off.
The first thing you say about her is her voice is beautiful.
Yeah, my milk of magnesia. Look at you, white girl.
Yeah, but she's married.
Very penetronic a couple of times.
So I got to agree with you. I think Megan.
Oh shit, Savannah bad too. Don't sleep on Savannah.
Savannah who?
James.
All right, you know what? And this is being real. I've never really looked at her, like really ever.
Go ahead and take a look.
But I'm not gonna Google it right now or nothing. But yeah.
Yeah, okay, so you're married. We understand. You
I'm just joking. My wife wouldn't trip.
And we're talking about parenting anyway. So I mean, she's the one to the subject.
Yo, Tommy be helping me out with the loopholes.
Yeah. Also, young Kim Kardashian looks good too. You know.
No.
All right, black man, go ahead and go to sleep, dog.
Look at his face.
Look at Black David. He didn't stop talking. He don't want to even talk no more.
0.5 period.
You tripping?
Yeah, them drugs, something else, boy.
Who said Regina Hall?
Even if she wouldn't be your type because of how she moves or whatever, she's still a beautiful woman.
And I don't get down when nobody say I still smash K Michelle too.
K Michelle's pretty.
Okay, so you said
and she's short. Oh,
K Michelle's pretty.
Well, the thing is, K Michelle, her personality is trash.
Yeah,
so that's what turns me off with her.
Regina Hall.
Oh yeah, she get up.
Okay, just making sure. I thought you said Regina King. I'm like Regina.
I did at first because I always mixed them up, but I meant Regina Hall.
Me too. I do the same exact thing. Regina Hall, ever since Paid in Full.
Yo, Regina Hall looks the same as like the first Scary Movie she was in, bro.
I like Pam Grier.
Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that? Did y'all see Megan Good on the date the other night? The dude that she was with.
Does anybody watch Billions? Does anybody
Hell
watch
yeah.
Billions?
Hell yeah.
Felicia Rashad daughter. She looks good. Felicia Rashad daughter.
I gotta look this up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna pull her up real quick.
Yeah. Her
pull it
daughter.
up. I don't
She's
know
the
who
black
she
woman.
is.
Felicia Rashad's daughter. She old dark. Oh, you gonna love her, Mandrell. She dark, beautiful. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
she's
she
Wait, that's Felicia Rashad's daughter?
Where?
She fine. I did not know that was. Oh, she fine. The one that was working for the bald head chick?
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, she fine in the muff. Oh, Lord. The things I do. Ooh. All right, let me mute.
She's
I'm
beautiful.
pulling it up right now. I'm pulling it up right now.
She is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, she's beautiful, bro.
The brown skin. Wait, am I looking at the right?
Yep.
person?
And you know what? She got a white husband, and I'm still saying she's beautiful. I ain't even hating on her.
Oh, she married a white dude?
Yeah.
She's tainted. Can't do it.
Shit, he's been killing it. He's still fine.
You ain't gotta pull it up no more, man. You ain't gotta pull it up no more, man. She married a white dude. Fuck it. She's tainted.
Well, you just
that don't bother me.
Serena married to a white dude.
That don't bother me either.
Oh, see, look at. Did you see that picture you pulled up? You remember that picture you pulled up of Serena?
Oh damn, I thought, huh?
You remember that picture you pulled up of Serena?
Yeah.
Okay, that answers everything. White guy, no white guy. I mean, look at that. I cannot deny that.
Hold on, I have a question for a panel. Would you feel uncomfortable dating a black girl who her last relationship was with a white dude?
No, I don't care.
If you
I
were
don't
single.
care. That jump, yo,
I wouldn't.
who
I feel
anybody
uncomfortable
dates
with-
doesn't matter to me, bro. That jump, like,
so
if
come on,
it
man.
matters to other people, that's fine. But I don't care.
Okay, so I'm gonna need you to back up right now, okay? All right? You're gonna be supposed to represent.
Nah,
You know
I
what
don't
I'm
care, bro.
You don't care?
That don't makes no difference, and I've never heard a good argument as to why I should care.
To be honest, I wouldn't care either. To be honest, if I'm being real,
Yeah.
Who you met? Who cares?
Yeah, bro.
It makes no sense to care.
Do your thing, dog.
Ooh wee.
Oh yeah, she is pretty.
I would say this: after African butter, you shouldn't care. All you do is let her know why it better be with black. Knock that memory out of her mind.
Hey, baby. Yes, you do have nice ones. Let me stop.
All right, I got
Don't get me in trouble. People are gonna come back and watch this video tomorrow and see me
Did
cutting
you show her
up.
a picture?
Huh?
Did you show a picture of Felicia Rashad's daughter?
I did.
Yes, he did.
Oh, I missed it. My bad.
I'm sorry.
But she's
He can pull it up again. I won't argue.
Yo, Felicia Rashad is pretty too.
Hey, Felicia Rashad is
Again,
very.
I won't
pretty.
argue.
Yeah, she's very man. Like they don't look nothing alike. Her and her sister Debbie Allen, they look nothing alike.
Nope.
What about Nia Long?
Oh,
No, she did not age well.
Nia Long? The Holy
She didn't
Grail?
age
What
well,
are we
man.
talking about?
Yeah.
I'd still crack. Yeah, I'll still crack, but
No. You said she didn't age well.
she didn't.
Hold on, I gotta look her up. I gotta look her up.
Hey, them drugs. Them drugs.
No, here's the thing. No. Here's the thing. I've seen Nia Long in person without the makeup and all the bullshit, and seeing it in person with no makeup, it's like, yo, you don't. This don't look right.
Y'all have a blessed one.
All right,
Hey,
man.
D9.
Later.
All right.
Oh.
Who the hell is that?
Like David, you telling me that is unattractive to you?
That's Kim Kardashian, boy.
So over here in Proverbs, it says,
Listen, I'm blowing bubbles. Straight the fuck
Oh,
up.
that ain't right. I'm telling you.
I'm blowing bubbles.
Look at Black David. He didn't
Black David
change his mind now.
all right, hold on, Black David, be honest. That's a 0.5 to you?
Are they all natural or paid by plastic? Which one are you referring to?
Does it matter?
I wouldn't give a fuck if she paid cash, credit. I wouldn't give a fuck.
So if it's all natural, what is she?
Bubbles. I'm blowing bubbles.
Have you seen her picture before she got the surgery?
But hold on, if it's all natural, what is she? That's what I want to know.
I'm glad you mentioned. I'm being technical. Have you seen her picture before she got the surgery?
I'm asking a hypothetical. If that's all natural, if that's how she looked naturally, is she beautiful?
I will say to a degree.
What would
but
you?
I'm being realistic because, for one, she had none of those features and not within her family DNA.
But I'm just so hypothetically, what would be the rating she would get?
Before the surgery, she was looking like a damn iron board.
She was still cute.
A cute iron board, that is.
But you said
Black David said this person right here I'm pulling up looks better than her.
Who's this? Sorry.
No, I'm serious. Black David said this she does. Am I right, Black David? I said, Black David, you had a choice to pick Gabrielle City Babe or Kim Kardashian. What did you say, Black David?
I did tell her truth over because she's natural. I don't do fake.
Bath salts.
Hold on.
Mandrell, is he capping Mandrell? Is he capping Mandrell?
He's capping. Black man don't
He's capping, man. Come on.
Maybe not really right
on, man.
I don't. Let me make it
principle.
crystal clear. Let me make it crystal clear. This long.
You made that decision out of principle, not
I
because of love.
I have my thing. Any woman who go on a night to alter her body for no apparent reason, for no medical reason, it automatically disqualifies my eye.
But what if? All right, so let me ask you this. Let's say she wasn't famous. You didn't know her. You saw her on the street, Kim K. You would rate her a 0.5 still?
Okay, so about 11 years ago, there was a woman with fake boobs who came to the damn Foot Locker.
I'm saying if you didn't know.
I wouldn't know.
Oh, so he's a fake buttock.
Things that don't look natural don't appear the way it should be appearing.
All right, if she had clothes on and you couldn't tell that they were fake, work with me.
I am working with you. I used to be a gym rat, so we understand the human body properly.
Emphasis on used to be.
So I'm glad you say emphasis. At that time when I was single, I got nothing better to do. I buried myself in the gym to stay away from ignorant people. But at the same time, I lift weight to control my rage and my anger. So, when I stay away from the gym, I had to work and pay bills. Yes, I didn't have time to spend time in the gym like I used to be.
Black David, you gonna let him say that to you, Black David?
You can run with it. Empathy used to be. At the time when I was the gym rat, I wasn't working.
Yeah, I hate y'all, man.
So it didn't affect me. It didn't bounce off the chest.
Yo, Black Man Unfiltered. Hold on, real quick. So, did you guys watch Coming to America Part 2?
I hate y'all.
You guys see Coming to
It's
America
all
Part
love,
2?
David, man. It's all love.
But guess what, though? Even though I haven't been in the gym for a while, I can
Who's
still
the
with
daughter of Eddie Murphy in that? I think she looks really good as well.
Wait a minute. One of those girls is his actual daughter, for real.
No, the oldest daughter. I think she's like 30 in real life.
Okay, yeah, the yellow skin one, the real pretty one, the little yellow skin one, that's his daughter for sure. That's his daughter for real.
Okay, now I'm talking about the dark skin one. She was also in that movie with Charlize Theron about the Immortals.
Ooh.
You know what I'm talking about? She's in Coming to America 2.
The Old Guard. The Old Guard. That's the name of the movie you're talking about.
Yeah, the Old Guard.
Yeah, the Old Guard. Yeah. What's her name?
Hold on, I'm finna tell you right now. Kiki Lane. Kiki Lane.
I don't
Yeah, Kiki Lane, yeah.
That Netflix movie, The Old Guard. It would be like in Immortal.
Yeah, she's beautiful. She's a very beautiful black woman as well.
Oh yeah, she is.
Yeah. Like I said, I like my woman natural. I like my woman natural. No artificial. So any woman who goes on a night to get any plastic surgery is automatically disqualified my eye. Period. No ifs, no buts whatsoever.
I feel you. I prefer natural beauty. I agree with you. I wouldn't say there.
I tell you one that's really out there, man.
Because here's the long-term reason behind it. A lot of these women who go on not to do anything, they didn't want. They realize they had to take it out because it's life threatening. So why go to the all I mean to get an extra booty, when move fat left from here to there, then later on you realize it's not the safest thing to do.
Now, I prefer it too, but at the same time, I could look at someone that has plastic surgery and still acknowledge that person looks good, even though it's something I don't want. They still look good. They don't look less than good because they got plastic surgery.
I prefer black women. That don't disqualify any non-black to just automatically be ugly. Like
see,
logic don't make sense.
Yeah. But here's the thing: why is human of women doing plastic surgery for what reason only? That'd be a clause behind that.
Bro, you're going for mental. We talking about just straight physical. If you look at it,
I know. But here's the thing: it's much deeper what you think it is because we don't.
Of course it is. But we're talking about walking down the street. You see a bad bitch walking down the street. Ain't nobody thinking about no mental. Right. Would you stick your hand up?
I know. I'm a different breed. I don't follow society norm. I never did.
I understand that, but if you're single, you're walking around, you're not looking at every chick's brain.
All right, look, Black David, let me try one more time. If you never knew plastic surgery existed and you saw Kim K, would you think she was higher than a 0.5?
He's going to say no. He's going to say no.
Because, like I said, when you understand the woman's body from top to bottom, you be around people for a long period of time.
You're right. My bad.
Black David, that is cap. Black David, you was up at 2:00 in the morning and none of us were around, and Kim Kardashian said, "Hey, you big black thing, you."
No, I wasn't
you gonna be right up in that room with her. Stop.
No, I'm dead serious.
You're not going to turn her down.
No, you're not going to believe that. I have friends in high school that'll tell you about me. I am vicious. I could care less about who you are. If I don't like it,
Black David, there isn't a story that you can tell that's going to compare to you turning down somebody looking like Kim K. There's not.
You sure about that?
There is not a story you can tell on earth that's going to compare to you turning down a Kim K.
What do you think about her, Mandrell?
Because I have a bad habit of cutting out pretty good.
Here's the thing. With the dreadlocks, she's really attractive. Even bald-headed, this chick is bad. In my eyes now.
No.
Yeah, I'll take that all day.
Who said no?
Bald and twice on Sunday.
Not my style. I'm not saying she's ugly. I'm just saying not my taste.
Well, you're racist, so that's the difference there. But
am I the only person that watch Walking Dead or no?
No, I watch it.
Who still watches it?
Okay, so
I don't watch it much.
Yeah, I watch it.
You're the only one who still watches it.
Hey, you know what? I stopped watching it when
after Glenn.
No.
Oh, okay.
After damn, the lead character. What's this guy's? Damn, I forgot his name already.
Rick.
After Rick died, I was done.
Man,
wait a minute.
That shit went with these shows. You can only go like 4 or 5 seasons so deep for shit just start getting weird as fuck.
Hey, man,
and that's pretty much what happened. Shit
Tommy
just
B, you watch it too, Tommy B?
I watched it up until like season 5 and 6, and I'm like, this shit just started to get tweaky. It's like remember Prison Break. Prison Break was good as fuck.
Dude,
it only takes aliens, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, you're right, Tommy. Prison Break was good until like the end.
Did
you see they came back with another one though?
No, I didn't see that.
I saw that one.
They came back with a new one, bro.
Oh no, I ain't see it. I'm gonna have to look it up.
They broke out of like a Mexican prison or something.
They broke out of a Mexican
prison. It's like after so long you start running out of ideas and then it just start getting weird. It's aliens and all kind. I'm like, what the fuck is going? Like this started off as a simple Prison Break, and now niggas is like, it should be weird, bro.
Like American Horror Story. American Horror Story got crazy like that. Quick. Like season 2. Like season 1 was real good, right? It was real crunk. I like it.
Man, so y'all know old boy left billions for real, like in real life.
Who?
The one that played Axelrod.
No, he's not a billionaire in real life.
No. I said he left the show in real life.
Oh
yeah, because of his wife.
His wife. Yep, his wife. Damn.
Yeah. What happened with his wife? I didn't know about his wife.
She didn't want him to do it no more.
I think he's better than the new guy. This Billions I don't like so much.
Yeah, with Prince. Yeah.
Now the new guy played the mayor on if y'all watch House of Cards. Oh my god! If you haven't watched House of Cards, binge watch that shit.
I think that's one with
Oh my
He was
God.
That was good.
the new billionaire guy. He was Ant-Man. He was the villain in Ant-Man.
Yeah, he was an Ant-Man and he was in the government. Man, it is
And he
so
was
cool to watch a TV show where the president is killing people with his bare hands. Like I you know, House of Cards, bro, is off the chain, bro. Like it is amazing, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy how he got his ass took off that show.
Oh,
Hey,
yeah.
all right, y'all. I gotta get some rest. I'll holler at y'all later, man.
I gotta get some too. Hey
Y'all
man,
be easy.
thank y'all for coming on, man. I appreciate y'all, man. And we'll see y'all on Friday, bro. Friday.
Yeah.
All right, guys. This has been Black Men Unfiltered. We appreciate you guys coming tonight. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Everybody gotta go get some sleep. Everybody gotta get some sleep. All right, so we're gonna get some sleep. I'll see y'all tomorrow, same time for the news, and then we'll see you guys on Friday as well. I definitely appreciate you guys for coming, man. It's good to have good conversation and to also have you guys here. If you're still watching right now, 16 of you right now, if you didn't hit the like button, please hit the like button for the algorithms. Also, hit the subscribe button. It is important that you hit the subscribe button. I have a goal that I'm trying to get to, and you guys hanging out with us this long, don't let it be in void. Hit the subscribe button right now, and I'll be interacting with you guys and making sure that you guys are on top of everything. So again, I'll see you guys on Friday night at 8:30 Central Standard Time, and see you guys on tomorrow for our lunch, our news for our lunch break. So you guys have a great night and peace.